Today, we have a special one. It's Lindsey Graham's funeral. So, we're going to be doing the Lindsey Graham funeral thing, and here we go. Without further ado, everybody, let's get into it. First, we got get a little bit of an update. Donald Trump started his day with two closed-door meetings, one with Zelenskyy at 8 a.m. and then another at 11 a.m. with Mr. Netanyahu. Neither were part of the press, but the Netanyahu meeting did allow private press to take, like a few press, to take photos, but no actual meeting was recorded, so we won't be going live with the actual meeting. But what we will be doing is looking at the Fox News coverage, which they were in the room. So, the room where it happened, and all that jazz and stuff, right? Let's get into it. Here is the live chat. Let's pull that up right now. There we are. And let's get the poll going. Who will be president in 2028? 833 days until election. And we've got Mr. J.D. Vance with 65 wins. We have, let's make sure we pull up these odds correctly. Just double checking. 17, 17, 11, and 11. Okay. But still the same four people. So, we got Mr. Marco Rubio with 4 wins. And we have Mr. Gavin Newsom with 20 wins. And we have John Ossoff, a.k.a. Israel, with 1 win. All right. And there we go. We're off to the races. Wait, YouTube, error. Error. What do you mean, error? Shouldn't be a fucking error. Error? YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Error? Doubt it. Anyway, let's get into the news first for the day, everybody. The news is out. Let's go into the Mo News and get it going. All right, here it is. 12 hours, nope, we already read that one. 5 hours ago, CBS News. Powerful earthquake in southern Japan leaves people trapped in the mall. Reports of a lot of deaths. A major earthquake collapsed buildings and sparked fires in Japan's southwest. Prime Minister said Tuesday, with public broadcast NHK saying at least 50 people were taken to the hospital, and local emergency room services saying many were left trapped inside a damaged shopping mall. Local police sources told Japanese network TBS there were a lot of deaths in the damaged mall in the city of Kamishiya, but that it would take time to confirm the exact number. The quake at 4:27 p.m. 2:27 a.m. Eastern Time had a magnitude of 7.1, according to the Japanese Meteorology Agency, but reached the highest possible level of 7 on Japan's scale of shaking. What's up, my man? Them shades rock, bro. What's up? Trump USA. All right. And 5 hours ago, CNN, CNBC, newly released Biden records include references to classified materials, memory struggles. Audio recordings that former President Joe Biden fought for years to keep private were released Monday. We went over those last night. They were cited in the 2024 Special Counsel report, which said Biden kept volumes of notes at his home that included classified information. Biden is heard telling his ghostwriter, "Some of this may be classified, so be careful. I'm not sure." The recordings were made while Biden worked with his ghostwriter in his 2017 memoir. In the clips released by a branch of the Conservative Heritage Foundation, Biden has trouble remembering dates and information during the interviews. So, yeah, that's the whole thing, is that CNN and Biden, or CNN and CBS are both reporting that this came from the Heritage Foundation. This came from the Oversight Committee of America. We just did get an actual tweet from Donald Trump, so Donald Trump doesn't tweet very much anymore. He just posted on X, so let's see what this is. "We're going to bring the heroic man and his family into the White House. that just saved a 16-year-old boy on the California coast. So this video is going viral. Eric Trump reposted it 21 hours ago, and Donald Trump just reposted it 41 seconds ago. We're going to be bringing his heroic young man and his family into the White House with perhaps the boy he saved to give him a high civilian honor, probably the highest we possibly can. Very brave. He deserves it. He saved a life today. And that was going viral if you guys haven't seen that. Back to the news. Let's see what we got here. Trump, Netanyahu to chart next phase of Iran war in meeting. U.S. pause in strikes continue. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is expected to present Trump Tuesday with evidence that Iran is pursuing nuclear technology at its subterranean Pickaxe mountain site. I don't need Bibi to tell me that. Bibi is telling me that because he wants me to stay involved, Trump told Fox and Friends earlier Tuesday. Wow. The casket of late Senator Lindsey Graham was escorted to the U.S. Capitol Rotunda this morning. We will have live coverage at 2 p.m. Eastern Time or 1 p.m., and that's where we will have the live coverage as well. At 2 p.m., so 1 p.m. our time, my time, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, flag at half staff at the Capitol. Service for the National Cathedral will include tributes by President Trump, Sean Hannity. Attendees will include Zelenskyy and Netanyahu. Back at the White House, quick meeting with Zelenskyy, Trump, Netanyahu's one-on-one is next. President Zelenskyy just left the White House. His meeting with President Trump started at 9:47 a.m., and he climbed back into the SUV at 10:51 a.m., less than an hour later. The meeting stayed closed to the press. Yeah, they're like, why are you blowing up shit in the fucking Caspian Sea, my bro? 3 hours ago, Kentucky governor issues ultimatum to Mitch McConnell. Whoa, what? Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, Democrat, has called Senator Mitch McConnell, Republican, to verbally address his constituents or resign as questions swirl over whether McConnell will return to the Senate. As governor of the state you serve, I am calling on you to directly and verbally address the people of Kentucky and provide proof of your capacity to serve or resign. Beshear wrote in a letter, wow, fucking go Democrat governor of Kentucky, did not see that one coming. Wrote in a letter obtained by CNN to The Hill, per our research, a vacancy in our Senate occurs when a senator dies, resigns, or is expelled by the vote of the Senate itself. If you are unwilling to voluntarily show that you still have the capacity to serve, I will insist Leader Thune fully investigate your condition, report to the American people, and begin the process if warranted. Okay, this is all political then, because again, like, he doesn't have the authority to do literally anything with this, and we already know the Republicans are going to wait until August 8th so that they can make sure they don't have a special election with Mitch McConnell. He continued, President Trump is stuck in a war of his own making and he has greatly strengthened the very country he claims is at threat. Prices continue to rise, crushing Americans who are working hard but not getting ahead. Americans voting rights are being eliminated by the Supreme Court and threatened by congressional action, all while you are absent and refuse to communicate clearly and directly to the people you serve. That's fucking facts. Trump to Michigan auto workers that they've done more for you than your parents. Kids are leaving America's biggest cities. The number of young children leaving the largest American cities has plummeted 15% in the past 10 years, with families pointing to high costs of living and childcare. What you need to know, the number of children in big cities is shrinking much faster than in the rest of the U.S. over the past decade. The number of children under 18 have fallen to 6% in about two-thirds of the 38 U.S. cities, with more than 500,000 residents compared to just 1% decline nationwide. By the numbers, the 2015 to 2024 large U.S. cities lost an average of 15% of children under the age of 5, compared to the 7% decline nationwide. Families point to high housing costs, child care costs across the safety, as well as safety and quality of life concerns. Key reasons for leaving the big cities. The trend began around 2017 and accelerated during COVID-19 pandemic. Swipe to see more if your city was affected. Big cities see child population shrinking faster. Child under the age 18 in cities at 6%, nationwide 1%. Child under the age of 5, 15.4% in big cities, 7% overall. Ages overall, 2.6% in big cities, and 5.8% overall. So it doesn't even address it when you do the overall. Okay, that's really stupid. The cities seeing the largest decline are San Jose, California, with a 20% decline, Los Angeles with a 16% decline, Albuquerque with a 15% decline, Portland, San Diego, Chicago, Boston, Milwaukee, and Austin, Texas wrap out the top 10. Families are leaving America's biggest cities. San Jose, Los Angeles, Albuquerque saw the largest declines in numbers of children under the age of 18, each losing 15% or more, while Fort Worth, Jacksonville, D.C., Seattle saw gains of over 10%. This is from the New York Times and Vanity Fair. Aide, who had an affair with Newsom 20 years ago, details her experience. An aide who had an affair with Gavin Newsom more than 20 years ago when he was the mayor of San Francisco has written a detailed account of the relationship, which Vanity Fair published on Tuesday. The first-person essay by Ruby Ripley, who had been Newsom's appointments secretary, was published just as he finished his final year as California governor and is expected to run for president in 2028. Ripley, 54, has rarely spoken publicly of the affairs, but it was the talk of San Francisco in 2007 when Newsom stood before reports of City Hall to announce everything you've heard and read is true. He explained that he'd had an affair with Ripley, the wife of Alex Tork, a close friend who was then serving as his re-election campaign manager. Ow, fucking, what a dick. Tork just resigned after learning about the affair from his wife. Yeah, exactly, bro. I would resign too. I would leave the fucking guy too. New York Times. In her essay, Ripley does not use Newsom's name, but she describes him as the mayor of San Francisco. She seems to blame herself for betraying her husband and says that her life spiraled as she drank heavily and used cocaine. Oh, so they're trying to... So this is from somebody from Newsom's campaign trying to... make this a better opportunity. Oh, she actually accepted it, and she said she was on cocaine, and it really wasn't Newsom's fault. She was just a dumb slut. Okay. She appears to blame Newsom for holding so much power over her and for proceeding with the affair anyway. She writes that their relationship began in the summer of 2005 and spans for months with off-and-on encounters. We met and we drank. There is sex, but it isn't that point, she wrote. The point is proximity to power, to being chosen. Newsom announced in January of 2005 that he was divorcing Kimberly Godfell. The best is yet to come, lady. A former San Francisco prosecutor who is now President Trump's ambassador to Greece. Even though he was single, the revelation of his affair in 2007 shocked San Francisco's residents when it became public Newsom was dating Jennifer Skeebel, now his wife. New York Times, the affair is raised by Newsom's opponents during the 2018 run for governor, and at the time, Ripley wrote on Facebook that she had not seen it as part of the growing #MeToo movement because while she was his subordinate, she was also 33 years old, married, and was responsible for her own free thinking. So again, she continues to protect Newsom, and now they're rewriting another article where they don't mention him by name, but, she says how it was about power and blah, 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 and it's all gossipy so that you can get over it because they already used it against him. They're trying to vet him for 2028. In the Vanity Fair essay, she writes that she received a phone call in January from the advisor to Newsom who let her know that she was mentioned in his new memoir. Newsom primarily discusses her in 2 paragraphs, calling their relationship the stupidest of all brief affairs. A spokesman for Newsom said Tuesday morning the governor acknowledged his role and publicly apologized for his conduct nearly 2 decades ago when he was still mayor. Vice President J.D. Vance eulogized the late Senator Lindsey Graham as the memorial service at the Capitol Rotunda Tuesday, recalling their friendship dating back to Vance's 2022 Senate campaign. And that is the news for the day, everybody. Let's get into the news for the day, everybody, as it is every day on the show. We are looking live. Let me see if C-SPAN is live, because Fox News was live at the funeral, but I think we're about 5 minutes away from the actual legitimate open forum legacy for. Okay, maybe we are. Let's see if they're speaking yet on here. If they're speaking or if it's conversation still. Make sure you get your vote in for the poll of the day. If it is still conversations, we're going to jump over to Fox News with the briefing of what's actually going on here. Yeah, it looks like.
And so all of a sudden, Graham.
Yeah, we're still waiting for anything to actually start there at the actual funeral. So let's get into the news of the day. A briefing from they're walking some stuff in right now, and let's get into the briefing of what happened
in the midst of war. Head to the White House today for meetings with US President Donald Trump. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy will sit down with Trump to discuss efforts to end the war with Russia. And the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu returns for his 7th meeting during President Trump's second term. He last visited Washington in February, just before the US and Israel launched a joint military campaign against Iran. Well, now, 5 months on, and as we enter the 6th month, the two leaders go into this meeting with differing goals about how to approach what has become an ongoing stalemate with no clear end in sight. Nick Robertson, following developments for us today, he is deployed in Jerusalem. Netanyahu very quick to point out that this is his 7th meeting since Donald Trump was re-elected. The first in-person meeting since the war with Iran, though, started February the 28th. It was before the war started that we know that.
So he hasn't met with him since before the war started, and he met with Zelenskyy and him today. I think that they're trying to de-escalate
Netanyahu and Trump sort of completed the planning for this joint campaign.
Ukraine.
What is, as we understand it, Benjamin Netanyahu taking in today? And perhaps more importantly, what does he want to leave Washington with this trip?
Yeah, he's carrying in the burden of dropping polls here in Israel. There are elections in 3 months' time. It's vital for him that he continues to have a strong and publicly positive relationship with President Trump when at times that relationship has been strained, not least over Lebanon, a little bit over Syria, somewhat over Gaza. And Prime Minister Netanyahu really took a political hammering at home when President Trump called a ceasefire on the war with Iran back in April. Prime Minister Netanyahu feels that there's unfinished business, feels that Iran still poses a nuclear threat, believes that under the current leadership, it's unlikely to get that problem alleviated. So he goes into this meeting wanting to get from the president strong commitments, undoubtedly, about the US continuing to press as hard and aggressively as it has in the past about making sure that whatever nuclear deal the United States gets with Iran, it's robust, while witnessing at the same time President Trump in an absolute quandary about what to do about Iran's leverage over the Strait of Hormuz and how that weakens the US position. No easy options for the US president. So President Trump won't be looking to face a tough time from Prime Minister Netanyahu either. I mean, I think, you know, when you listen to what President Trump says, how he describes, Prime Minister Netanyahu, describes him as a great wartime prime minister. He seems to indicate that he wants to get away from a wartime, and perhaps this is no longer the era of Prime Minister Netanyahu, and that's not the image Netanyahu's going to want to come away with, and is also not going to want to get caught on the spot with President Trump, as so often visiting leaders do in the White House when the president is thrown a question about what about Prime Minister Netanyahu's displeasure with you selling or potentially going to sell F-35s to President Erdogan in Turkey. Just yesterday, President Trump said, "No one tells me what to do." If that comes up, that's not going to reflect very well on the Prime Minister. So the other thing is going to want to take away is an untarnished version of a great and strong relationship with the US President.
Good to have you, Nick. Nick's in Jerusalem.
My colleagues are reporting, I know you have reporting on this as well. Netanyahu plans to present Trump with fresh intelligence on the state of Iran's nuclear and military rebuilding. What are you hearing about this meeting?
So, as you said, this is the first time they will have met since the war began. And the president comes to this, he's got to feel a little bit misled by Prime Minister Netanyahu. When they first were meeting in Washington ahead of the war, back in January and February of this year, Netanyahu was making the argument that a combined attack on Iran would result in the complete collapse of their government, that it would be a short war, that Israel had a plan for the replacement of the supreme leader at that time and the president of the country, and that this would just be a quick in and out at a moment of fragility in Iran. Everything about that prediction, Kate, turned out to be wrong. And now the president is somewhat trapped. He can't leave because the Strait of Hormuz is down to a trickle. There's a new threat now, of course, by the Red Sea. And the nuclear program, while buried, has almost been an afterthought for the president at this point. In fact, at moments, he has said, well, we can just sort of leave that where it is. Well, that was the cause of the war.
Yeah. And Kim, added into this now, the U.S. munitions stockpile issue. I mean, the president is talking about it. He said yesterday on Air Force One, we're in very good shape, but some of the more sophisticated stuff, we'd certainly like to have more. He blamed the previous administration for sending more advanced weapons to Ukraine. He said, we have a lot of the mid-level stuff. I'd like to have more, to be honest. What are you hearing about this aspect of it, Kim?
Well, the real threat in terms of the stockpile is how fast the Patriots are getting burned through. Something like half of the 2,000 Patriot supply prior to this war, according to SIS and other analysis, has been expended. That is the stuff that you need to protect Gulf capitals, to protect U.S. bases, and yes, to protect Ukrainian cities. And it is not being replenished fast enough to meet the level of this fight. So that is a problem that military officers, according to CNN's own reporting, have stressed to Trump. We basically can't keep up. And we're, according to the U.S. intelligence community, they're not getting any sort of strategic or behavioral change out of Iran for all of these munitions expended. And that's a reality that Trump can't change with slogans.
Yeah, and David, the fact that Trump's even talking about this.
Yeah, it is remarkable. We've done a lot of reporting. I know CNN has as well about the nature of these shortages. As Kim points out, the Patriots are the most severe, but not the only one. The administration so far has had three arguments, Kate. One has been, there's no problem here, right? We're not being driven by this. Second is, well, we wish we had some more of some kind, as you suggested. So we do have a problem there. And third is, this is all state secrets and we ought to go find the leakers who are talking about this, which ignores the fact that both the Pentagon and private think tanks have been publishing these numbers for years about what our stockpile levels are. It is hardly a state secret, and it doesn't take much to do the math about where we are today. And among the others doing the math, the Chinese and the Russians.
David, Kim, it's great to see you guys. I really appreciate it. An important day at the White House, for sure.
Gotta get back to work by the way? All right. Let's get into, there was a Zelenskyy.
Massive troop buildup for Vladimir Putin.
And then
Ukrainian President Zelenskyy warning Russia wants another 30,000 troops. We'll cover the Lindsey Graham funeral live and Daddy Trump when he gets up North Korea to fight on the front line. Now, facing
there's the
hard
recap of the meeting with Zelenskyy. This is post-Zelenskyy.
At home, which is that the average lifespan of a Russian soldier from training to combat is only between 10 days to 3 weeks, according to Foreign Policy magazine and British intelligence. Will Ripley is out front.
At a cemetery for North Korea's fallen soldiers this weekend, Kim Jong-un, his wife, and daughter walked past the graves of Korean war dead. Now, Ukraine says Kim could send 30,000 more North Korean troops into another war. For Russian President Vladimir Putin, Kim sent more than 100 soldiers to march in Moscow's Victory Day parade in May. South Korea and Western militaries estimate more than 10,000 North Korean troops helped Russian forces recapture the Kursk region. And soon, Putin may be getting something even bigger from his partner in Pyongyang, says Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy, set to meet President Trump tomorrow in the Oval Office, a White House official says. Russia wants to bring in another 30,000 North Korean.
Ladybug will be missed, but only by the military-industrial complex. You're number one on the comments right now. Keeping the conversations going. Migs, welcome to the Mod Club.
Troops,
don't
Zelenskyy
abuse your
says,
privileges.
Adding Ukraine's military has solid reports.
Free
Preparations
speech first.
are underway
Put
to
people in
receive them.
timeout. Don't ban
He says
anybody.
they're headed to southwestern Russia, about 150 miles.
And only put people in timeout for 24 hours if they are spamming or being like extremely annoying
From Ukraine's border.
Death
Zelenskyy says Kim may also be sending several ballistic missile launchers. North Korean missiles are a lethal part of Putin's war machine. Ukraine says they're growing more accurate with every strike. Russia is helping North Korea learn how to wage war, improve its weapons, and gain real combat experience, Zelenskyy says. Kim built a new war memorial in Pyongyang with thousands of graves and space for many more. Ukraine's military estimates more.
Okay, so Ukraine shot an Iranian military ship in the Caspian Sea. So Ukraine is actually hitting Iran right now. Zelenskyy and Netanyahu are both doing private door meetings, but the press is being allowed in to take a photo only of the Netanyahu meeting, not of the Zelenskyy meeting. And now we're hearing from Zelenskyy that he's saying that 30,000 soldiers from North Korea are most likely making their way to Russia. I think Lindsey Graham might have been the start of World War III, guys.
And 6,000.
And I think that in 15, 20 years, we're going to find out he died at that military base in
North
Ukraine.
Koreans
that
have already
drone
been
factory
injured
in
or
Ukraine.
killed fighting for Russia, part
That's
of
what I
Putin
think.
and Kim's deepening
I
anti-West,
genuinely think he died
anti-U.S.
at that
alliance.
Welcome.
A drastically
There's no way
different
they
outcome
would ever
than the
tell
vision
us,
of
but-
Kim's grandfather, North
What
Korea's
up, Two
founder,
Gun
Kim
Cohen?
Il-sung.
Welcome, comrades. Guys, become a member just like Two Gun Cohen over here. Help support the channel. $4 a month. You too can become a member, get that little flag next to your name. The flag changes every month. You start off as a North Korean, you make your way up to a U.S. citizen, and then after a year, you obviously turn into an Israeli. Appreciate everybody with the super chats, with helping the channel out, with memberships, all the same. There's tons of different YouTube members-only shorts, YouTube's members-only live stream VODs. I'm going to try to keep the members area the best I possibly can. I really appreciate you all.
Once
stopping by.
hosted
Let's
former
keep it going.
U.S. President Jimmy Carter.
And I recall Kim Il-sung saying to me, we want to have good relations with the United States. That's all gone now.
Former CNN Beijing bureau chief Mike Chinoy made 17 reporting trips to North Korea. He says after Trump's diplomacy collapsed, Kim made a hard pivot to Russia and never looked back.
And I don't think he's interested anymore in having that kind of relationship because I don't think he trusts the United States.
Instead, Ukraine says Kim is betting big on Moscow, a bet that could soon mean another 30,000 North Korean troops fighting for Russia. And tonight, despite thousands of North Korean troops fighting for Russia, only two are known to have been captured alive, Aaron. Ukrainian officials say that's because North Korean soldiers are under orders to avoid capture at all costs.
Right now, Lindsey Graham's sister is making her way to the casket. The new Senator Graham. And she's running for re-election.
Kim Jong-un has even praised what state
that
media
seat.
called soldiers who self-blasted with grenades rather than surrender. Ukrainian forces say some North Korean soldiers have even shouted Kim's name before pulling the pin on those grenades, Aaron.
Wow. Will Ripley, thank you very much.
Joining me now is Evelyn Farkas, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia, currently Executive Director at the McCain Institute. Evelyn, good to have you back.
Thank you, Jim. Likewise. It's great to be back.
Is this World War III? Yes, this is absolutely 100% World War III. Ukraine and Iran, there was a quote 2 days ago live on the show. Wall Street Journal said the two conflicts have merged. Well, we're still calling them conflicts. They're now merging. You have North Korea now sending 30,000 soldiers to Russia. You have two closed-door meetings with no press at the White House before a funeral. the only press allowed in are the press to take photos of Netanyahu being there because, tied to Israel. We're in World War III, people.
So first, the experience of North Korean soldiers on the Ukrainian front lines has not been good, based on CNN and others reporting that the casualty rate has been enormously high, much as it has been for Russian forces there. Is this strategically significally for North Korea if they were to send 30,000 troops? Do you see that changing the dynamic on the front?
Or it's a worldly conflict. That's what they'll say. We're having a global conflict right now. Everyone is bombing everyone. No, this is not World War III. This is a separate issue. The reason we call World War II is because of the Great War. But this is just a global conflict.
Frontline?
World War conflict.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to first add to what Mike Chinoy said, because I went to North Korea, including to Yongbyon, the nuclear facility, in 2008. When President George W. Bush
they gotta keep holding that sequel over us. It's like fucking Endgame. They're like, no, not World War III yet. Like, no, not World War III.
Trying to make a deal with the North Koreans also to freeze their nuclear weapons program. So, unfortunately, we are way past that time. And North Korea really is clearly aligned now with Russia in a way that actually makes China somewhat uncomfortable. But the North Koreans, this providing 30,000 troops isn't going to change anything radically on the battlefield, between Ukraine and Russia. But what it does for North Korea, Jim, is it gets North Korea some deals. I mean, and we have reason to believe, based on reporting and sources in the U.S. intelligence community, that which were reported upon, that the North Koreans got some technology from Russia to improve their missile capabilities. So space, intellectual property pertaining to space, that they also are helping the North Koreans.
Kim Jong-un's massive troop buildup.
Sorry about that. Now let's just get into, now this is the Fox News coverage of it. And then as soon as Donald Trump gets on stage,
Tuesday morning, we are joined by phone with our President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, thank you so much for coming on. We know that you're meeting with Netanyahu and with Zelenskyy this morning. We saw them flying in yesterday. They're here because of Lindsey Graham's funeral. And Lindsey was your friend. He's a critical piece of our country.
They're here because of the funeral. Bro, they're here because of World War III.
Reasons, but mainly for his relationship with world leaders.
His funeral's the start of it.
How are you feeling about losing your friend, and where do we go from here?
Well, he was a great guy. He was a great politician, actually. People don't understand. He really was. He was able to bring people together. If I needed a Democrat, he could usually produce that Democrat if I had to have him in an emergency. He was a great politician and a great gentleman.
Oh, really? Was he? Was he Donald Trump? Was he Donald Trump? Because, guys, if you're looking at my YouTube shorts, let's just take a look at this real quick. Because I just dropped this yesterday, because this is hilarious. This is hilarious to me. Check this one out. Where is it? It's got to be this guy. Right?
Can we get?
Would you not crash out? I'm discovering in real time. Did I not drop it? Did I not drop the? Oh, I didn't drop it. But he basically he gave Lindsey Graham's phone number.
And I got along. We started off a little bit on the rough side because he was campaigning in 2016 for the presidency, and we started a little bit rough. But then it got closer and closer. It really ended up being a great friendship, and it's very hard. He's like he really became like a member of the family in a sense, and he was just somebody that was very special. You don't have people like that. You don't see them often.
Yeah, and Mr. President, I know that after that rough patch where you were at loggerheads with each other, trying to become the next president, you eventually started patching things up by going golfing. Do you have a story to tell us a little bit about what it was like when it was just the two of you?
Dude. He called him a beggar. He was like, who is this guy? Why is he constantly surrounding himself with me? Lindsey Graham is just a beggar. And then Lindsey Graham is now golfing with him? Yeah, because he's a beggar.
Driving around a golf course alone?
Well, he loved golf. He just loved it. He worked hard at it. And it was really a passion of his. And
what the hell?
He was getting better all the time. But he was.
Were you teaching him? Were you teaching him how to play golf?
Let me put it this way: he loved it, but he wasn't born to be a golfer. Okay, he wasn't born to be a politician, but not a golfer. But he loved it, and it was great. And we'd talk about mostly politics and talk about things they're doing.
Yeah, exactly, because he was a beggar.
Very,
as Donald Trump said.
Very powerful force when he got behind something.
And I know he thought golfing with you, it was the most intriguing, fun thing that he could ever do. And he would also mix the perfect things he loved so much. And that was work and fun and being with somebody with great influence like yourself. And I know that on the top of his mind was the war in Iran. I know you're going to be talking about that today with the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. And you're going to be, we hear that you're talking right now with leaders on Iran. But Iran has come out publicly and said, we're not talking to the U.S. We're going to pause as long as they're pausing.
We are talking a little while ago because.
So could you tell me who you're talking to, Mr. President?
For some reason, we can be in the midst of a beautiful discussion, and they'll come out and say, we're not talking, or we didn't discuss nuclear. Well, that's all we discussed because they'll never have a nuclear weapon. They understand that. And we have had some very good talks, and very interesting with Lindsey. He was very much.
All right, cool. I got it. You guys, this is the funniest fucking. This video is so good. I had to find it. It's the best Lindsey Graham moment.
Republican presidential candidates are changing their cell phone numbers tonight after this.
Lindsey Graham, so he calls me a jackass this morning. And I said to myself, you know, it's amazing. He doesn't seem like a very bright guy, okay? He actually probably seems to me not as bright, honestly, as Rick Perry. But today I got called a jackass by this guy. And then I said to myself, hey, didn't this guy call me like 4 years ago? Yes. He called me 4 years ago, 4 years ago. Lindsey Graham, I didn't even know who he was. He goes, Mr. Trump, this is Senator Lindsey Graham. I wonder if it would be possible for you to call Fox. Because, you know, until I ran, I had that little thing which I do just for fun. Fox and Friends are so great. Brian and Steve and Elizabeth, they're great people, right?
He's on the phone with today for the funeral. That's
and he wanted to know whether or not I could give him a good reference on Fox and Friends, okay? He wanted to know, would I do that? And then, of course, he wanted to know whether or not he could come and see me for some campaign contribution. And he gave me his number, and I found the card. I wrote the number down. I don't know if it's the right number. Let's try it. 202.
Oh,
I don't know, maybe
MSNBC blocking the number. No, he read the whole number out.
It's, you know, it's 3-4 years ago, so maybe it's an old number. 202. So, I don't know. Give it a shot.
Hey, YouTube fans.
Give it a shot.
Much a hawk, as you would say, on Iran. And over the last few weeks, I would say that he became like, if you could make a deal, it's better making a deal in this case than just destroying the rest of the country. We've destroyed most of it, frankly. But he was somebody that said it's a good time to make a deal, nice time to make a deal.
What does a good deal look like?
Now, I wouldn't say necessarily he feels that way about Ukraine.
Savage for doing that, though.
Ukraine,
yeah,
exactly. He's very militant about. I mean, Lindsey liked war, to be honest with you, okay? You know, I said,
Lindsey liked war, to be honest with you. Say the quiet part out loud, why don't you? All right. With that said, guys, we are going to go to the Reverend, who is now speaking at the Lindsey Graham funeral live. Let's get over here. Live at the funeral. Oh, that's the
Gallagher Orthodox.
That's the Capitol Hill shit. No, we're going with the live.
Gallagher Orthodox.
We are a house of prayer for all people, and you are always welcome here.
Lindsey Graham, love war.
Today we bid farewell to a man much beloved by many. And I know it means a great deal to Senator Darlene Graham and to the entire Graham family to have all of you here today. Lindsey Graham was a man of faith, a longtime public servant who devoted his life to this country and to his cherished South Carolina. His untimely death leaves a void in both places. And we gather this afternoon to honor his life and commend his soul to God in firm and abiding faith that he now rests in the life hereafter. Let us pray today that God's love and peace may abide with him this day and forevermore. Now would you join with me as we give praise to God and sing How Great Thou Art.
We're going to move away from that again, and let's get back into Fox.
How come you like war so much?
Donald Trump.
He was a guy that liked war. I jokingly say, and
he's a guy that liked war. I jokingly say it. Dude, they're all shocked. They're like, we were friends with Lindsey Graham. You got him on Fox and Friends. It was all about this program. And now you're like over here like...
Nothing funny about it, but he's never seen a war that he didn't like. He was very much...
He's never seen... There's nothing funny about it, but there was never a war he didn't like.
Into that. And, for good reason. He felt that way. Some other people feel that way. But he was very much... very strong on the military. And I built a great military, and he helped me. We built it during my first term, and we use it now. But I built a great military.
Starts bragging about himself.
His sister Darlene was interviewed recently. You probably saw that with Sean Hannity, and she said he didn't love war. He loved peace, and he loved the end of war. But sometimes
his sister just came out here right before you and said he didn't love war. He loved peace. Trying the optics. Fox News trying. They're like, bro, you just came on here and said that Lindsey Graham loved war.
War is necessary. You say that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. There are reports now that Netanyahu is going to talk to you about ongoing excavation at Pickaxe Mountain, construction vehicles entering and exiting tunnels, paving new access roads. Satellite imagery and intel indicates that Iran is actively constructing and fortifying Pickaxe Mountain. How will we respond?
Well, I don't need Bibi to tell me that. Bibi's telling me that because he wants me to stay involved. I mean, I don't necessarily. We have the finest because of Space Force. We have the greatest cameras in the world focused on. We know exactly what's going on.
He's so honest.
But no, I heard Bibi announce that. I said, why don't you just tell it to me? Why do you have to announce it to the world? I know exactly what's going on at Pickaxe. It's not a big problem. We took out their nuclear sites. And we'll have to take.
Oh, so he's mad at Netanyahu because he's saying Netanyahu is sending out a presser to Fox News saying what I'm telling Trump is there's all this crazy stuff at Pickaxe Mountain. Trump's like, I don't need Bibi to tell me that. He's telling me that because he wants me to stay involved. I don't know why he has to make that public because to be honest, I already know what the fuck's going on and it's not an issue and we've already got it taken care of. So Netanyahu is grifting, and Donald Trump is literally telling Fox News that he's grifting. Donald Trump is on the phone with Fox and Friends saying that Lindsey Graham was a warmonger and loved the war right after his sister came on here and goes, he was about peace, not war. Dude, fucking holy shit. Donald Trump is just tired of all of it.
I'll make a deal. If we don't make a deal, we'll take it out very easily.
Right. And so, Mr. President, Netanyahu, as you said, you know exactly what he's going to say. Mr. President, we got to keep this war going. At the same time, I know that there are Republican officials in Washington, D.C. who have an eye on November, and they're going, Mr. President, you got to wrap it up. So you got two different messages. Wrap it up, keep going. Wrap it up, keep going.
Well, I have a third message because I have many Republicans that want me to keep going and do it. I mean, we pounded the hell out of them. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. Their Army's been really badly mortified. So many others, you look at their defense, their air defense, it's gone. All of their radar is gone. Most of their weaponry is gone. Most of their manufacturing is gone. And you look but I have some Republicans that, well, why don't we hit them harder? So, it's like at some point. So you have a lot of competing factions. You have a group of people that wanted to be obliterated in the truest sense of the word. Then you have a group that says, this is actually a good time to make a deal for them. If they don't make a deal, then I go back and I finish the job. But that's going to take them forever to rebuild. Already, it'll take them many years to ever to rebuild. And if I go back and finish up the job, as some people would like, with the bridges, with the very...
You got a job at doing anything productive in society? Streaming garbage isn't a job. Do you have a job? Scrolling through YouTube, commenting, do you have a job? And screaming at every single streamer on a platform isn't a job either.
Easy. I could take out most of their bridges.
It's actually way less of a job than what I'm doing. But double tap, hit subscribe, make sure that you're here every single day. Hit that notification bell because I'm live with the news every day whenever Trump goes live or whenever there's something going on in the news. If you want to help support the channel and not be a pussy retard like this guy, hey, he don't have a job either, facts. Or he don't have a job, or are you, oh, okay. No, wait, I don't even, whatever. Guy don't have a fucking job, I don't have a fucking job. Donate to the channel if you want me to keep doing this. For $4 a month, become a member, help support the channel. Let's get back to it.
Less than an hour.
On the phone.
Less than an hour. But, you know, it takes them 10 years to build a bridge. Bridges take the longest, and power plants.
It's just not like, Alex, don't take shit from nobody. I honestly don't, but also it's more like whenever somebody's trolling like that, it's like, if it's funny, then I'll laugh and I'll make fun of myself. If you're just going to come with like retard shit, fuck off, all right? Okay, Uncle fucking Republican, get a real job. All right, go back out with your pickaxe and shut the fucking internet off.
Answer second.
Jason Beaches becoming a VIP member. Appreciate you. $4 a month. That's like $1 a week. I know. Bro can't. Bro's like, bro has to get the news for free because he can't afford $1 a week. Meanwhile, Jason Beaches can afford that $1 a week, and Donald Trump is live right now. Thank you, Jason Beaches, for becoming our latest VIP member. You too can become a VIP member, but right now we got to jump into the live Daddy Trump on the stage.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you again, Jason.
Vance,
you're the best.
Members of the cabinet.
Jason getting those emojis now.
Members of the House and
I made
Senate,
those last night.
Distinguished guests, Darlene, and the entire Graham family. We love you all. Today we gather in the deepest gratitude and profoundest sorrow to honor a beloved friend, a devoted brother, a respected statesman, a giant of the United States Senate,
that deep state,
and a true American original who left us much too soon. And that can only be the one and only Lindsey Graham. By the strength of his steadfast convictions, the force of his magnetic personality, and the goodness of his noble soul, Lindsey rose from a small town in rural South Carolina, a place he loved so much, to become a constant fixture of American politics at the highest level, and a force to be reckoned with all over the world. For more than 30 years, nothing of consequence happened in this Capitol without Lindsey Graham knowing about it. Nothing of significance happened anywhere in the world without Lindsey Graham.
Yes, Lindsey Graham!
On it.
Yes!
Law in the most exceptional republic in human history without Lindsey Graham having a say in it. He was a man who gave America the full measure of his good and mighty heart until that heart itself just gave out. But even though Lindsey's life was cut short while he was still so full of vim and vigor, there can be no doubt that he lived absolutely to the fullest. He died doing the work he was born to do. He was truly a great politician, serving the country he loved to serve so deeply. He went out at the peak of his career, at the top of his game, as a legend that every one of us, many of us here today, are blessed to know him, and a friend that none of us will ever forget. There was truly nobody like Lindsey Graham. It was his hometown of Central South Carolina that Lindsey first learned the art of politics. His parents ran a bar and pool hall on Main Street with a room in the back where the family spent and slept and did everything.
You actively trying to lose subscribers? Excuse me while I vomit?
You had to
Goodbye!
do, as Lindsey said, is a successful bar owner, is that you have to be funny enough that people
yes,
are coming
Israel!
back.
Yes,
you have to be
Israel!
tough enough that you can stay in business and thrive. A very difficult combination. For his entire storied career, that's exactly who Lindsey Graham was. He was the first person to make you laugh and one of the last people that you've really ever wanted to fight. These were the traits that made him into one of the great figures in Senate history. Few like him. As a boy, Lindsey also learned his first lessons in diplomacy when the wife of one regular patron called the bar asking for her husband. She demanded to know, where is he? The man instructed Lindsey, tell her I'm not here.
I got to cover up.
And young Lindsey nodded and said into the phone to the wife, he said to tell you that he's not here. That was Lindsey. When Lindsey was just 20 years old, he lost his mom to cancer. 15 months later, he lost his dad. Their deaths left his 13-year-old sister, Darlene, an orphan. But in God's mercy, she had her wonderful brother to take care of her. On top of it all, Lindsey became her guardian while still in college and helped raise her. He later said that for all his achievements, and he had many, his single proudest accomplishment in life was how well Darlene turned out. He had total respect and love for Darlene.
You know, she's a senator.
Nothing could be more fitting than that woman who was Lindsey's proudest legacy, now continues his legacy of service in the U.S. Senate, a place that he cherished. And I have no doubt that he's looking down today, beaming with pride at his sister, Senator Darlene Graham. Thank you, Senator. Lindsey first stormed into Washington with the Republican Revolution of 1994, becoming the first Republican to win his House district in 120 years. That was Lindsey. In 2002, he ran for the Senate in what should have been a loss, and he swept to an easy victory. Lindsey quickly became a master at maneuvering in one of the world's great legislative bodies. He secured record funding for our military as a budget committee chairman. He delivered the largest investment in border security in history, and last year he shepherded the passage of the largest tax cuts in American history, the great, big, beautiful bill. Had a lot of Lindsey goodies in there, too, I can tell you. And, of course, he was also a great champion of the United States Supreme Court.
Lindsey goodies.
His impassioned defense of a wonderful person, a great gentleman, Justice Kavanaugh, ended a disgraceful attack on this very good man and gave us one of the greatest moments the Senate has ever seen. It was a truly monumental moment in Senate history. I believe it was Lindsey's perhaps finest hour. But no matter how heated things got in Washington, virtually everyone, Republican or Democrat, liked Lindsey. Well, not everybody, but it sounds good. Not everybody. He was a tough cookie, okay? I have to veer from this for a second. He was a tough cookie, Darlene. But he was beautiful. But he was also ready with a joke and a gleam in his eye after being lectured on the excruciating details of patent law by a fellow senator during a flight. Lindsey declared that he had discovered a new form of enhanced interrogation and torture for the Guantanamo Bay area. He said this is really bad stuff and boring. And while he was an incredibly hard worker, he was not exactly an early riser, as many of you know. When Senator Tim Scott, a great gentleman in his own right, I can tell you, invited him to prayer breakfast at 8:30 a.m., Lindsey told him, Tim, if Jesus himself comes back before 10 a.m., I ain't
For a
going.
man who loved war, according to Trump.
Yet, while he was always quick to laugh, no one ever doubted the gravity of his mission. Above all, Lindsey Graham believed in a strong America. He wanted a strong America. He had unwavering faith in the righteousness of American power and prayer. And he was extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never saw a war that he didn't like. Only his true friends would understand that, but he wanted it for the good of our country. He felt in his bones that our destiny is to win, and that his job was to do everything he could to ensure our enemies would lose. It was this conviction that led him to serve 33 years in uniform in the Air Force and Air Force Reserves and Air National Guard, even while he was in office. And it was this conviction that took him as a senator to almost every country on earth, confronting America's adversaries and standing up for America's friends. He had tremendous friendships all over the world. It's a testament to his towering impact that among those mourning him here today are leaders, presidents, prime ministers from all over the globe. They're sitting right here before you. Lindsey met countless world leaders, yet wherever he went, he was...
It's not about trying to read what he's doing right now, and I'm telling you guys, I know this, because especially after the White House Correspondents' Dinner, his staffers told him, we wrote this speech, we practiced this speech, you've approved this speech, do not go off book, because this is the funeral. And so he's trying really hard to not ad-lib.
As always, the same Lindsey Graham, when he met, said, so, can you really levitate?
The quarterly?
Dalai Lama was not happy with that.
Solid.
But no matter
a lot
how
of people are
high
like
he rose,
left,
he
right
never
leaning.
forgot.
They're making a lot more money than me. I tend to like, what is it? Jordan is my lawyer. She's great. I'm trying to think of other people that are like in the center. Jordan
Where
is
he
my
came
lawyer.
from,
Mo
there's
News.
probably not a single town in South
It's tough to
Carolina
find
where
ones that
Lindsey
are
did not
entertaining.
help repair a bridge, expand a
I
school,
know who
improve
Quarterly
a
is, though.
hospital, or recover from a disaster.
Same
He
with,
was
like,
a force
Steve
of
Crowder.
nature, and I will miss him greatly. As you remember, Lindsey and I did not exactly get off to the best of starts.
All hair
Running
power,
against each
Bob,
other.
Lindsey. Facts.
Back in 2016, Lindsey said something rather nasty on his flight to becoming the next president of the United States. So naturally, I did something that I shouldn't have done. I shared his personal cell phone number with the millions of people that happened to be watching that particular day as I made a speech, a very important speech.
Saw that
And I
earlier.
remember the number 202-228-0292 if anybody wants to give it a shot. His phone
good. That's
exploded.
good. It's funny.
He said, I had that number for 20 years. His phone totally, I don't know what he did with it, but it exploded. That was the beginning of a
The
friendship in
IDS
a way.
exploded it.
But it was Lindsey who had the last laugh, because while I blew up his phone for one day, we became great friends, and Lindsey did not stop calling me for the next 10 years. It was not easy. I always cherish the memories of our golf games, and only because of his really, and I will say this memorial service, it's so hard to say, a memorial service for Lindsey, it's hard to say. But I'll admit that one time Lindsey Graham and Annika Sorensen actually beat me and Gary Player together. Can you believe it? Annika played very well that day, actually.
Lindsey didn't play very well.
But right to the end,
That's what
Lindsey
he's getting
carried
at.
in his golf bag the putter that once belonged to his dad, and he carried it with him with class and with a ring that was so beautiful of his mother. And they were laying right at his bedside. The night he died, they were there. He had him with him at all times.
Is this the
From that
Oliver?
cool
Is this the Oliver Tree Memorial? Yes.
hall where his parents raised him, to the halls of the
Oliver Tree
United
for
States
boomers.
Senate, where he was respected. I'm jaded and cynical. Lindsey Graham never lost
Solid
the
comment,
old-fashioned
Uncle Bob.
American idealism that brought him to the highest levels of government and life. He took his duty seriously without taking himself too seriously. He was unwavering in his principles, but always willing to listen. He always wanted to listen. And one thing about Lindsey that we all know, he never quit. You wanted him to quit, you waited for him to quit, but he would never quit. Above all, Lindsey Graham loved America and he believed in the American people. If you shared that view, you had a friend in Lindsey. If you didn't share it, there was no fiercer or more constant opponent. Our nation needs more men and women like that great person sitting, laying, wherever he may be. I think I know where he is, and I think he's up there. I think he's watching us. I'm pretty sure of it. Scripture tells us that blessed is the man who remains steadfast under trial, for when he has stood the test, he will receive the crown of life. For 71 years, Lindsey Graham was strong and steadfast. As a brother, a senator, a warrior, and a patriot, he withstood every last test, every single test that you can go through and every trial. And now he wears the crown of life in heaven, reunited with his parents and reunited with his Lord.
Reunited.
I end by saying something very, very special. Lindsey, we love you. God bless you. We will always be with you, and you were very, very special. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wow, that wasn't even that long. So cordial. Well, you gonna go back to music, or are you gonna go to another one? We'll come back to this in a second, but we're just gonna move along back over to Fox News, where he was talking.
One day, all of their power plants would be gone, and I let them know that. With negotiations, they said, "Look, people want me to do that. I think I get almost the same thing out of it as doing it, but the problem is they'll never be able to. I think about 91 million people without power, without bridges, would have to live." And it's a very, very delicate balance. Yeah. So I think we have a very strong position right now. They know I'm going to do that if they don't make a deal. The bridges are going to be gone. Literally in less than, I would say in 2 hours, most of the bridges, the major bridges will all be gone.
Oh, my God.
And the power plants in one day. And, if I can avoid doing that, I'd like to do that.
And they're like, "Sir, you were supposed to call in for the Lindsey Graham funeral."
The hardest thing to build is a power plant.
He's like, "What do you think Lindsey Graham would have wanted? Bridges bombed in Iran." He wanted to blame it on Biden so bad.
The longest thing to build is a bridge.
It
takes a long time to rebuild and build bridges. And
if it wasn't for Biden,
that's what
it wouldn't have
I used to
happened.
do for a living, construction. It takes years to build these things. And, and knock them out in 1 hour, and it takes many years. It really decimates a country. So those are the two big things. And then there's always the desalinization plants. And who am I hurting there? I'm hurting the people. So I'm not looking to do that. I just want, very simply, they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. And they've agreed to that, essentially. We have to get them to, make it formal. Right. But they've agreed to it.
How do you
and
feel
why
about...
wouldn't they? Tell me, why wouldn't they?
Oh, look, no one can figure out the Iranians. It's been 50 years. So pickaxe.
Well, 50 years, you're right about that. And for 50 years, other presidents should have done this job, and they never did anything. Obama actually paid them billions of dollars, the opposite.
They're trying to get him out. It was supposed to be a memorial call.
And they went out and tried to develop nuclear
Bro just went off.
Nuclear weapons from it. So, for 50 years, every single president should have done something, or other countries, you could say, too, not just the United States. It's always the United States. But for 50 years, other presidents, they kept saying 47, 47. So it's really 50 because they've been saying 47 years for 3 years. But for 50 years, other presidents should have done this job. Would have been a lot easier. They would have been less competence. Well, now when I took out General Soleimani, my first term, that set them back because I think they would have fought in a different manner. I'll tell you what, if he were around, maybe he would have had the nuclear. We stopped the nuclear with the B-2, and I stopped it also when I terminated that horrible deal made by Obama. They call it the Iran nuclear deal. It was the worst, dumbest deal. It was a road to a nuclear weapon. And if they had a nuclear weapon, you wouldn't have Israel around. Frankly,
all right, we're going to go. Sean Hannity is now on the stage, so let's get to him real quick here. Here we go. Lunatic Libertarian with the donation. Appreciate you. As always, with the big super chat. Eagle's Eye, Triumph, and Crystal, they are all in one spot. Damn, we could have reset it all. It's really interesting. Right now, we're like definitely in the culmination of World War III, guys. We definitely are. I mean, Ukraine is shooting ships off in the Caspian Sea. Bullshit regime is so nuts they will dance in the rains, claiming victory. And also North Korea with the 30,000 soldiers to Russia as well. Thank you again,
Lindsey,
Lunatic Libertarian, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate
so
you
much.
So much.
You know, many of you know that I speak for a living, and President Trump often reminds me that I kind of never stop talking, whether on air or off air.
Also, Taco Bell Wi-Fi, just so you know, I gave you guys a bunch of emojis as members, so you might want to check those out.
That our dear friend Lindsey were here with us, as all of you do. He would have been so proud, he would have been so honored, Mr. President, that you were here, Mr. Vice President, that you were here. I see the Secretary of State is here. I see the
Eagle's Eye with Shia LaBeouf is a solid movie. I love that movie.
Entire cabinet
also
is here.
Shia LaBeouf represent.
Thank you, all of you, each and every one of you. Chief of Staff is here. Steve Witkoff is here. I see everybody. We are here to say goodbye, as the President said, to a true original. There was nobody like Lindsey Graham. Nobody. He loved being a U.S. Senator. He loved representing the great state of South Carolina. He worked harder. He traveled more than any senator I ever knew. I couldn't believe his travel schedule. And he was just a force of nature in a good way, for good reasons. Nobody visited more war zones. Nobody met with more active duty troops. Nobody loved, with the exception perhaps of our president.
How in God's name could Iran control Hormuz? I mean,
our
they're
military
still doing
more,
it somehow.
And that included the decades of
Gotta
service
do something about this, right?
that he served himself, both on active duty and in the reserves. To our nation's warriors, I have a message to you today. He was so grateful to all of you for putting your lives on the line for your country. Nobody admired you more. Now, I want to say for the record, Lindsey and I did not always agree, not on everything. But we could disagree and we could remain friends, and we remained friends for decades. We had similar backgrounds. This may shock some of you. We both, in different ways, we both grew up in a bar. You know, I started working at 12, washing dishes till 2, 3 in the morning. Then I was a cook at 13. At 17, I was tending bar. Lindsey, as the President mentioned, and a bartender at 17, and his father, Darlene, you know, as you know, he ran a bar, he ran a liquor store, he ran a pool room, and it's amazing what life lessons you can learn in that environment. By the way, not all of them are really good lessons. I can tell you that. We did laugh about it constantly. We shared stories always. And yes,
tax evasion.
I shouldn't admit this in the National Cathedral. We could still curse like we were behind a bar. Lindsey does hold a couple of records that I don't think will ever be broken on the Fox News channel. And number one was how freely he would use certain words on my show in particular. Now, in this beautiful cathedral, I will not repeat them, but his first record was on how many different occasions those words would come flying out of his mouth. That was record one. Record number two was how many times could he say it in a single appearance. I did show a montage on my show about this. And, you know, I will selfishly admit that when a U.S. Senator utters certain words on national TV, it is really, Mr. President, you'll appreciate this, it is great for ratings. And Senator Graham was great for ratings. because people listened to him. He drew you in.
He surely loved war. He was great for ratings.
So,
guys,
for that,
these guys are being real honest, aren't they?
Lindsey also is well known on my
what other
TV
records
show.
Does Lindsey hold?
He was a shameless self-promoter. I don't think any one person ever said LindseyGraham.com more than Lindsey Graham. And then he'd call me hours later and tell me how much money he raised on my show that night. And over, if he were here today, I'm sure he would not miss a chance to say DarleneGraham.com. I'll say it for him. For the record, it was always a bit risky to have Lindsey on your TV show. My Fox colleagues, they would understand this. And I could have easily been fired for any of these occasions. And I'm extremely grateful to my boss, Lachlan Murdoch. He is with us today. And his father, Rupert, the founder of the Fox News Channel. And they never held me accountable, Darlene, for what your brother said. And I'm about to finish my 30th year at Fox, in part because I got to interview wonderful leaders like your brother. Lindsey, I want everybody to know, was so proud to be a senator. He was so proud to serve the people of South Carolina. For the people of that great state, I want you to know with no ambiguity that you gave Lindsey Graham the honor of a lifetime. Thank you. At his core, Lindsey was a man driven by principle. God, family, country. He was a friend's friend. He was a great patriot. He fought with every ounce of strength he had in his body for the things that he deeply believed in. He was also, as my friend, one of the funniest people that you could ever know. We laughed nonstop. We laughed often about many of you in this room. With me, he never held back, and that was the basis of our deep friendship. I will miss him so much. Mr. President,
has anyone checked
he
to
would
see
be
if
so
there's an
honored,
spot?
So honored that you are here today.
This morning.
He loved you as he loved his country. He loved the times you played golf. I heard about every single solitary hole. He loved the meals that you shared. He loved the late-night conversations you had. And, Mr. President, you gave him the greatest gift of his life, and that was a front-row seat at the highest levels of history in the making. It meant the world to him. Thank you, sir, for that. I see Prime Minister Netanyahu is here. Mr. Prime Minister, you too have been a dear friend of mine for 30 years. It's an honor to have you. And Lindsey would have been blown away that you took this long journey with your beautiful bride to be here today. He loved you. He loved the state of Israel. He loved the people of Israel. Under your leadership, Israel has been one of America's most consistent and loyal allies. He was never shy to say it to the day he passed. And just as President Trump has been Israel's strongest friend in the history of the White House, you know, the two partners aligned together. Lindsey was that friend to Israel in the United States Senate, as long as I've known this man. Lindsey, he was often unfairly characterized as a warmonger.
Shut up.
I've heard that false criticism a lot. It's not true. The truth was the opposite. Lindsey desperately wanted and talked to the president about a lasting peace in the Middle East. He wanted every region, every country in the region on that path to peace. That was Lindsey's dream, if people would only listen to what he had been saying. His greatest gift in life, from my perspective, was Lindsey had moral clarity. He understood right from wrong, good from evil. And he knew, as President Trump knows, as Israel knows, as I know, there can be no path to peace until evil is defeated. Evil, in this case, embodied in a death cult, an ideology, the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Thanks to the partnership of the President, the Prime Minister, and many other allies, I pray their days are numbers, and I pray that Lindsey's dream of a lasting peace becomes realized soon. I see President Zelenskyy is here. President Zelenskyy, I know that Lindsey would have been deeply moved and honored that you made this long journey to be here today. God, our Father, called him home not long after he returned from yet another perilous trip to Kyiv.
After he returned. He didn't die in Ukraine.
He often marveled at your strength.
He didn't die in Ukraine. That's not why
he's here. One of the world's most brutal regimes. He saw you, and he said it to me once, as a warrior poet or a warrior comedian. He used those terms. And on paper, I think everybody would agree, on paper, Ukraine would have been defeated in months. And here we are nearly 5 years later, and your country has shown a fighting spirit that no one ever predicted. Now, he was proud of you and the courage of your countrymen. The President mentioned Justice Kavanaugh, who I see here with us today. Justice Kavanaugh, in an unfortunate way, you brought out the very best in Lindsey for the entire country to see. Now, he saw what was happening to you and your family as a grave injustice, and the world got to witness my friend, the person that I knew, in action, and they got to see him at his absolute best. He unloaded on those that were being unfair and brutal to your family and to you. And I believe it was his finest moment, as the President mentioned, as a U.S. Senator. And just as with Justice Thomas before him, and before you, and before Robert Bork before you, he had had enough. He'd had enough. He let the world know it. Thank you, Justice Kavanaugh, for being here. To the members of the Senate, led by Majority Leader Thune, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, all the members of Congress present.
I'm sorry that I keep giving
you all know
orgasms.
he loved his job.
Truth Matters.
He lived it.
So Truth Matters is like a Lindsey Graham fanboy. So he's here for the butt fucking. He forgot that this is an actual funeral and we're not going to see a bunch of butt fucking here. So Truth Matters keeps telling me to put a different shirt on because Truth Matters wants to suck my fucking nipples, but I'm sorry, no.
Breathed
it's a funeral.
And he left every single bit of energy he had on the field, fighting for what he wavering loyalty meant the world to him. Even before his last primary, when you came on my show the night before that primary, and you advocated for him better than he could ever advocate for himself, it touched him deeply. He always knew and understood that you had much higher polling numbers than he did. He was never jealous, ever. He was proud of you. And you defined what it meant to be a man of character and a true friend.
Could be a membership team.
I see my friend Trey Gowdy, my fellow Fox host, is here. Another dear and loyal friend. He loved playing golf with you. He loved when you made fun of him, which, by the way, was usually very justified. You are a confidant. You are a mentor in ways that people will never know. I see Governor McMaster is here. You were Lindsey's friends in life and an even greater friend after his passing. You understood the deep love that he had for South Carolina, and you recognized what it would mean to appoint his younger sister, Darlene, to finish the work of her big brother. That decision reflected the best of South Carolina values.
Well, it's not even finished now.
Governor, thank you.
That Fox News
Last
rhetoric.
and most important,
because she's running for
my dear
re-election
friend,
now, homie.
Senator Darlene Graham.
Daddy Trump put her in the limelight.
You know, I see that you're here with your beautiful husband, your family, all the people that love you, love Lindsey. And as you have said yourself, Lindsey was your brother, your father, and your mother. And you were only, as the president pointed out, you were only 13 years old when your parents passed away. And he was only 21 years old, and he left school and he took over the family business. And he made it his business to raise his little sister. Politics was politics. Lindsey and I talked a lot of politics. But you...
Boom! Killer Moosor! Welcome to the VIP club. You too can become a member. Thank you, Killer Moons. Thank you, Killer Moons, for becoming a member. Check out those little emojis that I built out for you guys last night. They just dropped. Also, I'm going to be making sure to drop exclusive YouTube shorts, VODs of the lives, etc. You also get that little flag next to your name. Grow yourself up to an American citizen over 6 months. After a year, you become an Israeli, as we all know. Back to Sean Hannity, Lindsey Graham. Appreciate the VIP membership. You too can become a member. $4.
Most people could not imagine losing the brother that raised them. And then almost immediately, you got a call from the president of our country. You got a call from the governor of your state. They asked you if you would be willing to step up and finish the work of the brother that we honor here today, your brother, Lindsey. You barely had time to warn, if any. You told me, Lindsey, want me to do. That was the one question. You put your personal tragedy aside for the state that you love and for the country that you love. Within 2 days, you were sworn in as the first female senator from the great state of South Carolina. And by the weekend, you were in shorts and a T-shirt on your hands and knees with your daughter painting her parking space at her school.
What the fuck?
That was the week that your brother passed away.
I get
now,
it, but like,
to me, that
that
tells
was
us
a weird
everything
way
we
of
need
putting
to know
that.
about you. Your brother loved you with all his heart. I would be negligent if I did not acknowledge Lindsey's staff. There's too many to mention. The hard work that went into this service today and the service that will be in Columbia tomorrow. His extraordinary Senate staff. I know how hard you all worked. Richard Perry, Van Cato, Tara, I know how hard you worked. Kevin, Taylor, there are so many others, too many to name. The fact that the vast majority of you are staying on to work for Darlene would have made him grateful beyond words. And on his behalf, I want to say thank you.
But they are wrapping it up. They
you.
aren't going
Thank
very
you.
long. Daddy Trump was already done.
My Christian faith is the most important thing to me in my life. I like Lindsey, God, family, country.
This was
and
the prime eulogy, by the way.
That with all my heart, we will see him again. To my dear friend, to our fearless warrior, I will miss our late night calls. I will miss our strategizing together. I will miss our dinners. I will miss our conversations about the president and the country we
Weird
both
setup
loved.
for painting a parking spot.
I'll miss the gossip, I'll be honest. I'll miss talking about how to defeat evil in our time and how to find a path to peace so that peace may one day reign around the world. Many people ask me if I know at the end of my television show that I'm quoting scripture when I say the words, "Let not your heart be troubled." Well, I am. The answer is yes. John 14. Let not your heart be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also.
Bro.
Lindsey, Mr. President, I would argue in my mind, probably has a heavenly version of Mar-a-Lago.
If they have time, they got to get back to their wars.
It may even be a little bigger. He may have a little more gold in the Oval Office in his mansion in heaven. And I wouldn't be surprised if he added one big, beautiful ballroom and an arch somewhere on the property, because he would want to obviously duplicate his dearest friend in life, you, Mr. President. Lindsey, my friend, goodbye for now. We will see you again. We will finish the work that you started. Well done, good and faithful servant. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord. Godspeed, Lindsey Graham.
But Sean Hannity is the epitome of Lindsey Graham. They're essentially the same thing. They're like two goofballs in a fucking room saying stuff that they shouldn't be saying. All right, guys, we're going to go back to the hymns there, so we will check back in if there's something else there, but we're going to go back to Donald Trump on the phone earlier with Fox News earlier today.
If I weren't president of the United States, Israel today would not exist.
So it's been said by military people, you know better, that for the 14 days that you hit him was relatively surgical, was focused basically around the strait. But to amp it up, you needed more of your material in the region, and it's arrived. Has Admiral Cooper given you the type of plan that you believe will be effective in essentially destroying their nuclear, stopping their funding of proxies, as well as their ballistic program? Have you seen that on paper?
Well, it's already been mostly done.
Work?
Look, we have a blockade up there right now, and only ships that we want to get through. Iran doesn't control the strait. We control the strait.
Yo, another big super chat from Lunatic Libertarian at DSA. See you soon, Democrats. See you soon, Republicans. See you soon. The garden of peace must be sprinkled with water of tyrants and peacemakers. $5 super chat. Appreciate you again, Lunatic Libertarian.
Drop a couple of mines in there and screw things up. Yeah, so we control the state. Our Navy is incredible. Not one ship has gotten to Iran during any time where we had the blockade. So we had the blockade. Right. We had the confines of a deal. I set the blockade back, but I didn't take it away. The ships were not far away.
But ships are not getting through now.
And then I had to bring it back. But no, this is done with the Admiral. He's great. This is all done with the Admiral. He's a great guy. General Raisin Kane.
Mr. President, are we right that the no merchant ships are getting through right now, maybe 3 or 4 a day when you need about 100?
The only ones that get through are the ones that we want to get through. They're the only ships that get through, Brian. We have a blockade that's so powerful that nobody can get through. They tried. 3 or 4 of them tried over the last week. But, you know, we opened the blockade because we had the confines of a deal. So we did it. And then we put it back because they broke the deal. They break the deal. We cannot have them break deals anymore.
Mr. President, let's talk about the Fauci diaries. Senator Rand Paul released more than 1,000 pages of his private typed diary entries, many of them.
Dr. Fauci is testifying tomorrow.
He was saying one thing in his diary entry, saying something else publicly. For instance, the origin of COVID. He was saying it was from the wet market.
It's the same thing with the Biden stuff. They're like, enough of Epstein, back to Fauci and Biden.
About closing schools. He's writing that he talked to Cuomo.
I mean, we will cover it tomorrow, but
talk to Gavin Newsom about closing schools in
I don't care
New York
anymore.
And
I want to know about the war.
So
I don't give a shit about Fauci
two different
anymore.
things, and he's going to be in front of Congress tomorrow testifying. What is your reaction to this? What is your takeaway?
Well, if you remember early on when it first came, I always said it came from the Wuhan labs. I never changed my tune on that. I think he said something different. He was a much bigger player in the Biden administration. I grew tired of him. He was, you remember that, you know, he wanted to close everything down. I allowed it to be up to the governors, and most or many of the Republican governors didn't want to close. And, I, you know, being somewhat of a federalist, the federalist theory
tomorrow
is let the governors
morning,
make
guys,
the decision.
we will cover the Fauci hearings.
The blue states were mostly closed, and the red states were open, or they started to open very fast. So the Republicans actually did a very, very good job having to do with that. And we did a great job with Operation Warp Speed. I never got the credit that we should have gotten. I got a lot of credit for a lot of things, to be honest. The military, the rebuilding, all the things we've done. The economy, with the best economy in the history of our country in my first term. This is going to be better. As soon as this little situation gets worked out, I believe it's going to be better. It already is better. We're hitting, just today, we're hitting new stock market highs every single day. We're up to almost 80 of them, 80 days in a year and a half. 80 days hit new stock market highs. 401ks are the highest they've ever been. So, I mean, we have an amazing economy, and frankly, when this gets done, there'll be nothing to compete. We had the best economy of any president ever in my first term. I believe this is going to blow it away.
Mr. President, you also get credit for Operation Warp Speed, which got a lot of critical stuff that we needed at the time to the American people. In this,
thank you, Steve, for that.
Oh,
Steve,
absolutely.
Thank you. You know, Operation Warp Speed is considered one of the greatest things that anybody has ever seen a president do, and a lot of people say that, but They don't say it publicly, and I appreciate you saying it.
No, you get credit.
And I like your son, okay? I like your son.
You always keep him on his toes. I'll just say that. So, Mr. President, so given the fact that, you were heavily invested because that was at the end of your first term with COVID, in this private journals, he has some very unkind things to say about you. He disagreed with your approach, was different than his.
Because he wanted to close everything down, and I didn't.
Absolutely. But given what you
know now... Had I taken his advice, the whole country would have been closed down, and much of the country was open because I didn't close it down. What I did do, though, is with Operation Warp Speed, is we got things done that nobody's ever seen in terms of all of the gear necessary, and we learned that the cupboards were bare. When I took over, we had none of this. We didn't have the ventilators.
I know
we didn't have anything. We ended up becoming the #1 ventilator producer, and we were supplying ventilators to other countries by the time we got going, and we did a great job. No, but I was not a believer because he said everybody has to wear a mask. Then he said don't wear a mask. You remember it was a whole thing. Wear them, don't wear them. I said, what are you doing? He started off saying don't wear them. Then he said wear them. Then he said don't wear them. And I lost a lot of respect for him during the period of time. Right. But I inherited him. He's been there since the 1980s. I mean, he was a guy that was there that I inherited. And with time, I didn't mind him. I didn't find him to be bad, personally as a person. But I didn't agree with what he was saying or what he was doing. And when Biden came in, he inherited him, and he gave him a tremendously high position. And then he gave him a pardon.
He did indeed. And, I think we all thought there was a lot of science behind what he was saying and maybe not so much. But, Mr. President, if you would have known then what you know now, would you have fired him?
Well, I would have fired him. But, again, I didn't listen to him. So when he was with Biden, he was like the god. When he was with me, he wasn't even close. And I wasn't very close to him. I dealt with him very little. I didn't agree with many of the things he said. No, he wanted to close up everything. Look at all the states that remained open. Those states remained open. He wanted everything closed. And it just turned out that closing wasn't so good because, it's very interesting. Some of the states that fared the worst in terms of the spread were actually closed. Okay, explain that. Nobody can explain that one.
He did more damage than anybody else.
That's the way it is. They did a lot of damage in a lot of different ways.
So Mr. President, with the economy, that's going to be your focus. That was your focus yesterday in the midterms in Michigan. Are you worried that the tariffs that you put forward over the last couple of days will hurt the economy as they adjust in bringing manufacturing home?
No, because it's bringing hundreds of billions of dollars. I was at General Motors yesterday. They have the best year. They have the most trucks, the most cars. The tariffs have saved General Motors. What I've done to the auto business, what I've done to the chip business, we have chip companies.
I don't know that it was necessarily the nicotine because I only smoke marijuana and I did not get the same kind of things. And a lot of people are saying that about marijuana too.
Building hundreds
but I did receive it twice. I fought it off
chip
twice.
Plants in Arizona, the biggest chip company of its kind in the world.
Maybe it was the
biggest company there is in the chip world is building a $400 billion plant. We're going to end up with 40 to 50% of the chip business from nothing in a year and a half from now. No, the tariffs have. I mean, it's a shame that I have to go a harder way for the tariffs because the Supreme Court, in a very close decision, ruled against me. Now I have other ways of doing the same thing, but it's a more cumbersome way of doing it.
Long COVID sounds like my ex-girlfriend. I still feel sick. It's been 3 weeks. Okay, shut up.
The tariffs have made this country a fortune. It made the country rich, and I stopped 8 wars. I would say
swab up my nose?
5 of them because of tariffs.
I did one COVID shot. And now that we're talking about COVID, guys, remember you can go to Amazon Prime, watch the only Christmas movie about the pandemic, the only Christmas movie that ends on January 6th. Christmas in Florida, now available on Amazon Prime, Tubi, Plex, and a commercially free, safe version that doesn't get me canceled on YouTube. You can watch. But again, not as fun. It's only about 50 minutes long, so make sure you go watch the full version if you ever want to watch that Christmas movie. I know it's not Christmas right now, but we are talking COVID. We are talking Fauci.
The threat of tariffs stopped
Amazon
India
Prime,
and Pakistan from going into a nuclear war. The threat of tariffs stopped.
The federal government on January 6th held a Bank of America advance of $5,000 for selling that documentary for 3 months. So, I don't know. Biden wanted to stop it for some reason.
Numerous other
They didn't.
countries
They gave me
have
my
gone
money
to-
back.
These tariffs, it's the greatest.
I sold the
thing,
movie.
And only the really smart people or the people that are non-political and that get it talk about it. The Democrats know how good it's been. We have the hottest car business. We're right now building more car plants that at any time in our history, Toyota just left Mexico. They're building, they just announced, they're building a $12 billion worth of plants in the United States, all because they want to avoid tariffs. They have no tariffs if they build their product here.
Yeah. So the USMCA, are you looking to update that?
I don't care. I mean, I don't really want to. I'd rather be independent. Here's the thing. Mexico and Canada need us. We don't need them. The deal is important for them. It's not important for us.
Okay, Mr. President, thank you so much. I know you're speaking at Lindsey Graham's funeral this morning. We're going to be carrying that. Our coverage starts at 1 o'clock. Godspeed. I'm sorry for your loss. I know he was a good friend of yours.
Thank you very much. He was a great guy. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks, Mr. President.
None of them even wanted to talk to him. That was crazy. They were all like, what the fuck is going on here? What is this? Devastating numbers voters on Trump economy?
How do voters feel about his performance on that subject?
Yeah, promises made, promises broken in the minds of the American public. Because just take a look here. The reason he won back in 2024 was because the plurality of voters thought that Trump would make them financially better off. 44%. 38% said they make them worse off back in October of 2024. Look at these numbers now. Oh, my goodness. John's shaking his head off on the side now. 58%. Nearly 3 in 5 voters say that Trump is making them financially worse off. That's up like a rocket. The better off down through the floor in Lake Michigan. Look at that, from 44% to just 13% now saying better off. The rest say about the same. These are absolutely devastating numbers. The issue that got Trump reelected, now the voters absolutely turn against him.
They're saying he's making them worse off.
Correct.
Just think about what this poll is actually saying there. And what do voters say about whether the economy is getting better or worse?
Yeah, I think this is part of the picture, right? Say the U.S. economy is getting worse. Look at this. Okay, back when Trump was reelected, November of 2024, look at that. 42% of Americans, less than 50, said that, in fact, the economy was getting worse. Look at that now. Again, very similar numbers. Very similar numbers. 59% say the U.S. economy is getting worse. That getting better number is down close to 20%. I don't know how this works for Republicans coming into the election.
With the $5 super chat, keeping the chat alive. Appreciate you. I think, guys, actually today, between the memberships and lunatic libertarians super chats, I think we might be at or above the most we've ever made in a live stream. I really appreciate you all staying supportive, continuing to support the channel. If you don't want to super chat, if you got nothing to say, you can still support the channel with those memberships. If you don't have any money, you can still support me by searching my name on Google, watching my movies. I got 15 of them across Tubi, Plex, Amazon Prime, etc., all different platforms. Help how you can. I'm live with the news 7 days a week. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Double tap that screen. Let's keep going with this new data from CBS.
When the economy is the number one issue with inflation, and 3 in 5 say it's getting worse off, and just about...
Artist Young Buck, Bang Bang, a song that defines me. Ooh,
1 in 5 saying that it's getting better. That's an equation that does not work out to success.
And I'll just tell you, if he's going to go to Michigan today and say the economy's doing great,
Buck, bro? Yeah,
60% about say it's not. And so that is a message that sometimes does not land well at all with voters. How does he rank historically?
Yeah, just look at this. I mean, according to the CBS poll, worst economic net approvals at this point in term 2. Who takes the cake? Donald John Trump, 30 points underwater, even worse than George W. Bush heading into those midterms back in 2006. We've spoken about it before. That comparison, simply put, does not work for Republicans.
Of course, the president is calling for a cut in interest rates. He's got a new chair of the Federal Reserve. What are the prediction markets saying about whether that will happen?
No, it won't, most likely. Chance Fed cuts interest rates in July. This We have a meeting later this week, less than 1% chance. How about this year? 19% chance, according to cash and prediction markets. The bottom line is the American people think the economy is getting worse, and what Trump wants to do, in fact, prediction market, those who are putting their money where their mouths are, don't think it's going to happen.
It is always confounding to me when Trump is in a position where he needs to take some pressure off the economy. He keeps adding more bricks on the back of the economy, and I truly do not understand the logic, but I don't know, maybe you see it.
I think this, I kind of respectfully disagree with some of the fundamental premises there, Abby. I mean, the economy is actually doing quite well. We're in the middle of another earnings season where earnings are beating on average expectations. That makes the 9th earnings quarter over quarter in a row of earnings that have beat expectations on average.
You're talking about
corporations.
Are you talking about
corporations are doing great.
But that's an indication of how the economy is doing.
I would say the family that's going to fill up a gallon of gas that's over $4 from where it was in May does not feel
And the
that
corollary to that on the consumer side is that inflation has outpaced earnings for the last 2 months. Now, Trump, on the inflation side, got a little bit of a signal of, okay, you're doing the right thing. Mm-hmm. The ceasefire brought down inflation, but now there's no ceasefire anymore. So I think we can probably expect that number to start to rise again. So that's what I'm talking about, Mark. Look, I think the economy has been incredibly resilient, but it is in spite of, not because of Trump's policies that frankly have added to costs for Americans.
What the president's been trying to do, Abby, as it relates to tariffs and other policies, are to level the playing field. It's long-term gain for some short-term inflationary pressure, and I think for everyone.
Wait, what do you mean leveling the playing field? Who is paying the tariffs?
Yeah.
The playing field needs to be level.
The tariffs get shifted to the consumer, which are Americans who buy goods from countries that are being taxed, like Canada or Mexico.
The last 3 quarters.
So tell me how that makes sense for American families.
The last 3 quarters of corporate earnings have not demonstrated that.
You're talking about corporate earnings, which is very different from a family living in, let's say, Michigan, who is going to their gas pump to maybe fill up either diesel or gas, and they are seeing higher gas prices, higher diesel prices, and then they go to the grocery store. So on top of the higher gas prices, then they get the gift of driving to the grocery store to see grocery prices higher, because guess what diesel does? It takes the goods coming off of those trucks and gets it to the grocery store.
Well. Yeah.
So yes, those supermarkets or the corporations might be getting a higher earning paycheck here, but the average family is not.
But that's not the message that I'm trying to transmit here. So in breaking down corporate earnings reports since Liberation Day, corporations have reported by and large that they are not raising prices and passing the costs.
That's not true.
That's not true, though. That's what I mean. Like, that's just not true. Because it literally, like, the price of my specific eggs went up by like 50 cents over the last
absolutely are. Grocery prices are higher.
I spend most of my days pouring.
Well, I would say, look. First of all, I do think that some corporations, the larger ones, are able to absorb some of the costs, but some of the costs are still being passed on. And when it comes to grocery prices, that's where the Iran war starts to come into play, because you've got fertilizer and nutrients and some of the basic fundamentals of farming going through that part of the world. That's not going to get resolved anytime soon. And that's part of the picture that Americans are facing.
No, I think that's absolutely right. You mentioned Liberation Day. I think part of the issue with the tariffs in particular and Trump's desire to keep going back to this is that they've been instituted, they've been repealed. There is profound uncertainty. I don't know that it is at all obvious that the tariffs have a great deal to do with corporate earnings as we've seen them. And importantly, there is a great deal of uncertainty about the tech sector, which has been a huge driver of those corporate earnings. And there are big questions about the future for NVIDIA, for Anthropic, for OpenAI, for Tesla and SpaceX. SpaceX goes out with this boom and is suddenly trading below what it opened at. Those are huge, huge red flags. There's lots and lots of concern out there. And the fact that consumer sentiment is already flagging while corporate earnings and people are continuing the message about, actually, the economy is good, actually. It seems like any moment you have politicians and pundits who are saying things are actually pretty good, when in fact people feel otherwise is probably not a good
during
moment.
Joe Biden's
The widespread nature of the dissatisfaction is going to be a real issue here. For Trump, his handling of all these issues is deeply underwater among in this poll of registered voters. His job as president, 61% disapprove. Inflation, 73% disapprove. That's an amazing number. 67% disapprove of his handling of the economy overall. 66% disapprove of his handling of the Iran war. And even
anyone imposing restrictions on freedom listen to Bang Bang by Young Buck and know what is coming.
Immigration, 57% disapprove. Americans are also reporting that the costs are causing them serious hardship. 34% say a serious hardship. That's up 8 points from a year ago. There is a real problem, and we've talked about this. I mean, some of it is just, how do people feel? How do people feel? Yes. But I also think that people don't like going backwards. They don't like taking a step back. And where they were a year and a half ago, the day before Donald Trump was inaugurated, by all these different measures, inflation was lower. Gas prices were lower. That's what they're looking at, and they're saying, this is not what we're supposed to be doing here.
That's the problem. I can't stand that rhetoric because they're trying to be like, oh, well, it was all just perfectly fine when Joe Biden's last day. On Joe Biden's last day on January 19th, everything was just fine and dandy. Nothing was overpriced. There was zero inflation. It was all perfect. And they were expecting to get more money. And then all of a sudden inflation came out of nowhere. And fuck off. Shut up. No fucking way. It was bad then and it got worse. That's where that poll comes from, is that we did have hope that it would get better. I don't fundamentally blame him for the problem, though. It's been happening since 2021. And it's because you guys gave us a bunch of stimulus checks.
The easiest thing you can point to and say, wow, I'm paying too much for this thing, is if you're driving
now you're trying to fund wars.
Because that is just, it is the number one, the simplest thing to see. It's advertised on the highway. You see it when you fill up your tank. This is politically challenging, 100%. And we're talking about that question of the feelings. All of the sentiment indicators that we have, if there was an interesting study on some of the kind of forward-looking sentiment from studies coming out of the University of Michigan, and right around 2020 to 2022, the predictive value of those in politics just diverged. The question of whether or not we're living in a vibe session where, again, unemployment rate is fine. It is right near target.
Again, it's just like this bunch of bullshit. Yeah, because everyone ran out of their unemployment during COVID. Because you had the entire nation being supplied with fucking free paychecks, like 37% of them, for 18 months in like 7 or 8 blue states. And now you're like, oh, well, now it's down to 0. Yeah, because they ran out. That doesn't mean that they got a job and they're fine now.
It's higher than we'd like it to be, but it's nowhere near the levels that we saw even 4 years ago, let alone 30 years ago. Right? So the way in which our registers are unable to account for, we'd like this to be better, but again, it's been much worse. That's not great. But there's no sense, we're unable to get that calibration. I think that's the frustrating thing, is the understanding of, well, what would the alternative be? If the other party was in office, well, let's just see, right? Well, we didn't like this guy, so let's
play that.
Oh my God, that's the thing. Is they're like, well, we would be better if we were in charge. No, motherfucker, you had 4 years and all you did was bury me. You just buried me, and you didn't even promise me shit. At least I'm getting empty promises every day from Trump. We had a guy falling asleep and a black lady screaming that I was racist. If you're going to fuck me and steal my money and raise my prices, at least come out once a day and say it's great.
Now, let's play out the thought experiment. What would the economy have been if Trump were elected, but he had not instituted Liberation Day tariffs? He had not gone down that road. He had not launched into the war in Iran. And that is actually the counterfactual that I think a lot of Americans are thinking of. They voted for Trump thinking that he would kind of build on.
No, it's actually about the Supreme Court saying the tariff is illegal, so then fucking corporations like Walmart and Amazon can sue the federal government, get their money back, and Amazon and Walmart aren't giving us a fucking thing. If you want to be mad at anybody, be mad at Amazon and Walmart because they have the money to be able to sue the federal government, get their money back for the illegal tariffs, and they overcharged us on the pricing, and they're not giving us a fucking rebate check. At least when the government fucks you over, you get your fucking tax money back. Walmart and Amazon, they just pay for fucking CNN over here to tell you that it's all the tariffs' fault. It was all Donald Trump's fault.
The progress that was being made.
Wasn't the Supreme Court and Amazon and Walmart pocketing the change for the increase in prices that they were saying that they were eating for fucking tariffs that they knew were illegal and that they'd get their money back for?
That is what you're seeing in these.
I think if Trump, I think to the point that you made of just if he had not taken all these steps with tariffs, the war, all of this administration would be looking very confident going into the midterms with a very, very strong economy. Mm-hmm. And to all of your points, I think you're pointing out the fact that inflation is sort of on target, unemployment is sort of on target. The problem is, and this is something that we wrestled with in the Biden administration, is
just remember, it's not Walmart's fault, it's not Amazon's fault, it's not the Supreme Court's fault, it's Donald Trump's fault. It's everything is Donald Trump's fault.
We told people, but the economy is doing really well. But it turns out
when
people but the economy.
We're all complaining about the prices here. Let's not speculate anything other than Donald Trump. Let's just keep it
after the pandemic
his fault.
Coming back and was
maybe it's
doing
Joe
better.
Biden's fault.
And we told people that.
It's definitely not Walmart and Amazon and the Supreme Court.
They need to
every last senator. No way. No way.
And to your point, they drive by the groceries, they drive by the gas station, they're on the highway, and they see those prices. Then they go to the grocery store, they get their electric bills. It's just not a reality for people.
Consumers have no patience, unfortunately. There's no economic patriotism. There's no.
It's kind of the problem. Do we know what we're doing here? All right. Trump is like, here is MSNBC freaking the fuck out that the president's doing something with, I guess, this is with voter rolls? Yeah, with the voting rolls.
Not used to hearing no from his own party, so is going to have any better luck from John Roberts?
Okay, I can't listen to crazy eyes. Let's have CNN explain it.
Is now formally asking the Supreme Court to let them tighten rules for mail-in voting. This is about an executive.
See, CNN knows how to do it. They have the crazy eyes wear a red jacket, and then I'm like, okay, all right, I can maybe get through this.
Executive order that was signed by the president earlier this year. It's an order that's been challenged in the courts by nearly half of the states. All of this is unfolding with just 99 days until Election Day. Let's bring in CNN Chief Supreme Court Analyst Joan Biskupic. Joan, always good to see you. Can you walk through what this means, the timetable here, because the time crunch is real?
The time crunch is real, as you say, just 99 days. And we know that President Trump is trying several measures to try to affect what happens in November in the midterms. This particular action today involves his March directive that would involve the U.S. Postal System and the Department of Homeland Security screening state rolls. The directive requires the states to submit lists of eligible voters, and then for those two federal entities to try to screen whether there are some non-citizens who can be poised to vote. That's his whole.
Oh, how scary! You mean he's trying to audit the voter roll through the Supreme Court? Oh, how scary, guys! What will happen if Trump's able to audit the voter roll and remove non-citizens from voting? How terrifying!
Theme here is to try to take non-citizens out of the voter pool. As you know, there are very few non-citizens who have been found to have voted at all. And
there were 6,000 on the voter rolls in New Jersey, and then when they did their own internal state audit without letting the federal government or ICE be involved, they found 400 people that voted in the 2022 midterm election. Shut the fuck up. There are 400 in New Jersey alone.
You know, I'll mention
there are a few. I guess you can say that's a few compared to 330 million people in the United States. I guess that's a few. But 400 is a few too many in one state, I'd say.
Situation in a few seconds. But really, this has not been a problem that the country has had in the past. But the president is trying to head off something, and 23 Democratic-led states have said, look, election procedures are the domain of the states, This is not something that the White House should be infringing on. And so far, lower courts have agreed. And what we have is an order from the U.S. Court of Appeals based in Boston over the weekend that would halt this policy going forward and not force.
Okay, this is just all rhetoric. Somebody's paying them to make sure to yell about how Donald Trump is stealing the election. Okay, but you have no fucking founded proofs of anything. Oh, I guess the Lindsey Graham funeral is still going on. Who is this
there
guy?
For them, but I just wanted to be his pastor, and he afforded me the opportunity to do that. And so every time we were together,
pastor.
We would talk a little bit about fishing or hunting or golfing, which, by the way, I never got invited to go golfing. But we would talk a little bit about those things, but two things always came up. One of them was you, Darlene.
Wow.
And the other one was the United States of America. Because he loved this country.
No. What you meant to say was the United States of Israel. You would have gotten a lot of cheers if you would have said that instead of the accidental name of America. We're going to go over here now to the John Thune and J.D. Vance speeches at the Lindsey Graham Capitol Hill Rotunda. Because whenever a senator dies, a sitting senator dies, even some special senators that aren't currently in session, but especially when a senator dies in session, before they go to the funeral at the Capitol Rotunda building, they go to the Capitol Hill Memorial Service and they bring the body of the deceased to Congress one last time, and then members of Congress speak. So this is where J.D. Vance, the vice president, and John Thune both spoke. So we're going to check these out. First up, John Thune, it looks like.
Final farewell to Lindsey as he leaves the Capitol for the last time. My heart is heavy. I feel his absence every day, and I know so many of my colleagues do as well. Senators on both sides of the aisle counted him as a friend. And Republicans and Democrats alike, including the Democrat leader,
it's fucking Slender Man,
are here to say farewell.
Never mind.
Lindsey was a towering figure here in the Senate and on the international stage.
No, Schumi?
His leadership.
Oh, no. Schumi didn't go. All the senators are there because this is the senator.
On national security and our national defense is well known. I traveled with Lindsey all over the world as part of congressional delegations, and I saw firsthand just how much he was respected by our allies and just how well he was able to connect with foreign leaders around the globe. Striking, too, was the instant connection he had with the military men and women that we met. They recognized him immediately as one of their own. Lindsey's work on these issues would be enough to cement his place as a leader in the Senate. But he was a leader on many other issues, too. As chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee in the 116th Congress, he fought tirelessly to advance well-qualified judges. He was serving as chair of the Budget Committee at the time of his death and was responsible for getting important tax relief legislation to the floor. And no tribute to Lindsey's work is complete without mentioning that he was a powerful voice for the pro-life movement. Until my last breath, I will be fighting for this cause, he said. And he was. He was a fierce defender of Ukraine. He was a fierce defender of the unborn. And on the surface, these might seem like two completely separate issues. But it strikes me that in another way, they are both of a piece. In both cases, Lindsey Graham saw injustice, and he spoke up. And, was as typical of Lindsey, he spoke up fearlessly. I don't apologize for being pro-life, he said in an interview in 2022, and probably on a number of other occasions. It didn't matter to Lindsey whether an issue was popular or unpopular, whether he had the full support of his colleagues or whether he was standing alone. If he believed he was in the right, he spoke up. He told things the way he saw them, and he didn't mince words. But lest anyone think it was all work and no levity with Lindsey, let me just say that there was no one who took his job more seriously than Lindsey Graham. But also no one was more capable of cracking up a room. During the work week here in Washington, a lot of us are away from our families, so we often get together in groups for dinner. And let me tell you, Lindsey was always the first call. The conversation and the laughs always flowed at any meal where Lindsey Graham was present. He was entertaining always, and pretentious never. There are a lot of so-called self-made people in the world, he once said. I'm not one of them. My family, friends, neighbors, and my faith picked me up when I was down, believed in me when I had doubts. You made me the man I am today, he said. Ladies and gentlemen, Lindsey will be remembered as a senator and as a statesman. But for me, most of all, I will remember him as my friend. It's hard to think that there will be no more Senate dinners with Lindsey, that he won't be dropping by my office to discuss some piece of legislation or make me laugh with his witty commentary. But I cling to the same faith that Lindsey had, to the sure and certain hope of the resurrection and the knowledge that death is not the end. I am the resurrection and the life, says the Lord. The one who believes in me will live even though they die, and whoever lives by believing in me will never die. To Darlene and the Graham family, to Lindsey's beloved staff members, be assured of the prayers of my wife Kimberly and I, and the prayers of so many in this room. And to Lindsey, rest in peace, my friend. I look forward to the days when you make us all laugh again.
Who would have thought John Thune would make? God damn, man, John Thune would make me cry about Lindsey Graham. Oh. Okay, JD. Okay, JD. Last one, guys. JD Vance.
First to Darlene and to the Graham family, all of you. I know you loved Lindsey and were proud of him, and he was proud of you, and I'm very, very sorry. It's good to see you all here among his friends and his colleagues, and I also, of course, have to issue my condolences to them. I know so many of you loved Lindsey like I did. So many of you argued with Lindsey, laughed with Lindsey, relied on Lindsey. And I also, of course, want to give condolences to a group of people you sometimes don't hear as often mentioned in the same breath, but I know who loved him, which is his staff. I know all of you worked for him for a long time. Many of you worked for him for longer than, I've been in public service, certainly longer. Some of you even than I've been graduated from high school. Don't mean to age any of you, but what a testament to a man that he has so much loyal and devoted staff. And I think that's the first thing I want to tell about Lindsey Graham. I want to tell some stories, but I also want to make an observation.
Yo, what if they did that? Like, you know how they do like the half jerseys? What if they did like a half Israel, half America flag for his coffin? You know he would have loved it.
Which is that Lindsey Graham loved people from all walks of life. I think in part because of the way that
you got to say that. That is true.
Because the fact that he wasn't handed everything. He was fascinated in everybody. He was fascinated in the wait staff in the Senate dining room. He was fascinated in the people who made the food. He was fascinated in the lowest staffer who had been hired 3 days earlier. He was fascinated by, of course, the very leadership of our country. And I think he was fascinated in people because he loved people and he was interested in them. He was the kind of guy who would walk into the Senate. And when he walked into the Senate, this was a guy who couldn't have stood more than 5.
I mean, I don't mean to be this person, but like, if God let me choose, I would have picked Lindsey Graham over Mitch McConnell. I don't think there's a single one of us, Alex, any way we can remove the message review option? We can't.
5'6" or 5'.
It's auto based on what they're saying, and sometimes it's in our favor too, because like right now these are just kind of basic conversation pieces, but sometimes it catches it and the person's like, I want to kill you and da 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 and like all that shit, and you're like, or they're giving out somebody's address, or they're like schizophrenic. So I'm happy to the auto thing that keeps the messages hidden, but it is annoying when it's like, oh, like for instance, it hid the comment scum sucking pig with the pig emoji. That's not, we don't need to hide that. It's not against any terms of service. It's not offending anybody. Even JD Vance and Lindsey Graham wouldn't be offended at it. What are we doing? But again, guys, I just want to reiterate, if we had the choice, Mitch McConnell or Lindsey Graham, would we not choose Lindsey Graham?
7, but he's
I would choose Lindsey Graham.
With his jacket open like he
I
was
would choose
6'5".
Lindsey Graham.
He had an attitude.
He was more coherent.
And it's one of the reasons
than
why
Mitch
Lindsey
McConnell.
Graham was Lindsey Graham. But he would walk into the United States Senate.
Fuck
and
the
he
Mitch
would,
McConnell,
he would slap
Joe Biden.
you on the back. He would greet the person who served
At least
his
Lindsey
food.
knew what he was
treated
doing.
everybody the same because he was fascinated and he loved every single person in this chamber. And that's a great testament to the man. You know, I first got to know Lindsey Graham when I was on the Senate campaign trail for my own Senate race in 2022.
Soul to soul,
and I remember
both sides
writing
of the fence. But what is a politician supposed to be? That is the question. Is he not the GOAT of politicians if that's what he was doing? He even got Donald Trump to be on his side after calling Donald Trump out. He became best friends with Donald Trump politically after Donald Trump gave his fucking phone number out and destroyed him. Lindsey Graham was a snake, but isn't the point of a politician to kind of be a sleazy snake for whatever thing got you elected? Like, I know he probably had lobbies and like it wasn't really the people that were for him, but whoever got you in the seat, aren't you supposed to at least be working for them? He was at least showing up to work. Mitch McConnell, Susan Collins, they don't show up to work. Joe Biden does not show up to work. Nancy Pelosi does not show up to Chuck Schumer does not show up to work. They just kind of are lost in it all, collecting the fucking check as they get the vote. At least Lindsey Graham, as soulless or warmongering as you might have said he was there to work, to be an actual senator. Might not have been the senator for you, but he was a legitimate senator without this sleazy back and forth bullshit. I'm not going to have an opinion. No, motherfucker took everybody's opinion, took it the other way, and spun it back right around. He was friends with everybody, but also friends with nobody. Is that not the GOAT of politicians? Friends with everyone, but friends with no one?
In the back of the car with him.
Who exactly is Lindsey Graham? Is that not but is that not the epitome of U.S. politics?
You know, during these campaigns.
What do you stand for? Who are you? What are you? Like, he's a fucking politician.
Go from one event to the next. And
he wasn't a rhino, though. A rhino is kind of a signatory figure. Is a figure that literally sits there every day and doesn't do anything. He's not lobbying. He's not trying to get a bill passed. He's just sitting there as a blockade. Like Chuck Schumer. He's going to shut down the government again. Like fucking John Thune, who isn't going to put the bill up that the House already passed for voter ID. Like the Save America Act was passed by the Republicans. It can go on the Senate floor today with John Thune. John Thune could say, all right, filibuster after Lindsey Graham is done. We're moving forward. Rhinos, both left and right, are these fucking dinosaurs that are sitting there doing nothing. And Lindsey Graham, he might have been doing the devil's work, but he was doing something.
To the next event.
And I like people that do something. At least he was doing the job.
During that time, but I learned something from Lindsey Graham, the way that he interacted with people, the way that he was so interested in what was going on and what was moving people and what was motivating them and what they were interested in.
When they have the Chuck Schumer or the Mitch McConnell or the Nancy Pelosi fucking eulogy, do you think anybody's going to be able to go up there and stand up there and say that? He was so interested in what people were saying. Like, that is an authentic statement. Yes, he was very interested. Probably for his own gain, to benefit only him and his sister. Whatever. Evil or not, he was at least paying the fuck attention. And there's so many of them sitting in there right now that are just taking up space. Collecting checks from billionaires and taking up space. I want people that are moving the needle. Whether they're moving the needle away from us or for us, it doesn't matter. You got to get the fucking wheel spinning. And the only way to get the wheel spinning is to look at this and go, he might not have been doing the best things, but at least he was doing something. And we need to make sure that everyone in Congress, all 520 of them, are doing something. Because right now, there's a lot of them that are in there that are too afraid to be Lindsey Graham. There's a lot of them in there that are too afraid to go on Fox News because they're worried that, like, people in my chat will say, oh, well, he's gay or he's a pedophile or he's against this or he's against that. So they got all their lobbyists and all their special interests saying, you know what, don't go in public. Just let Lindsey Graham and Donald Trump take care of it for you. And it's like, fuck that. If you're going to be a public figure, you should be in public every day. And Lindsey Graham, like him or not, was in public every day.
That affection and love of people was obvious even on the campaign trail. But so too was...
To say he wasn't doing shit, then this would bore the fuck out of you guys. People are angry. People are saying things negative about him. The same way as they said about Colin Powell. The same way as they said about Dick Cheney. Because at the end of the day, if you want to say he didn't do anything, you're insane. You're insane if you think that those three people didn't do something. Because you're so angry when they die, but then you're telling me that he didn't do anything? Yeah, he did things. He just did the things that piss you off. But he still was doing things.
Lindsey Graham's world-class sense of humor. And in one event in particular, we had just left one event. We were riding in the back of the car going to the next event. Lindsey Graham told me a story about his time in the House. And if I repeated exactly what he told me, Darlene, it would be the end of my political career forever. But what I can say is that I was laughing so hard that by the time we got to the next event, I had abdominal cramps, and I was barely able to speak because Lindsey Graham could make anybody laugh. And he could make anybody feel home. I was talking to a mutual friend of ours, a person who didn't always agree with Lindsey Graham's politics just shortly after his death. And I expected the person maybe to say something critical, but he said, you know what? Even though we sometimes disagreed, I loved Lindsey.
And not for the same reasons as like Charlie Kirk. It's not like I feel like there was something that we lost with this. It's the guy was fucking funny, man. Anybody that's funny.
Lindsey Graham. It was impossible not to like him. That swashbuckling, infectious laugh, that attitude,
you have to let go of all kind of
so many others have talked about. Lindsey Graham was impossible not to like as a human being and, of course, as a United States Senator. You know, I remember on that campaign trail where, you're trying to raise money. And one of the ways that you raise money is you send people to your campaign website. And I said, Lindsey, before one of these Fox hits on the campaign trail, I said, Lindsey, could you maybe mention the website, jdvance.com? And over a 4-minute interview, he must have mentioned jdvance.com close to a dozen times.
Shameless.
The host would ask, how was the weather? And Lindsey would say, well, before I check the weather, I always go to jdvance.com.
I know.
And in a 4 or 5 minute TV appearance, Lindsey Graham raised us over $100,000. And that campaign stop was a critical.
Yo, I don't know. Is this funniest moment today or the day that he created a giant conspiracy theory by getting blown up at a Ukrainian power plant? Or a drone factory?
Part of me getting elected to the United States.
Because everybody had to keep going he got on a plane in the middle of the night, he called a staffer, he died in D.C. fucking obvious that Russia blew up Lindsey Graham. But
on this incredible journey. That was who Lindsey Graham was. I remember once I got to the Senate, getting in this argument with Lindsey, and as John said, as Leader Thune said, he was a fierce defender of Ukraine, and he and I got into this intense argument at a Senate lunch. I think some of our colleagues probably remember this, about a funding bill for Ukraine. And I remember at
lunatic libertarian, I would argue that on that one. Unlike the other 5 or the 4 other branches of military, don't the Marines have like the highest like standard of like acceptance, like physically, like the physical test? I mean, I might be completely ignorant and wrong on this, but if they do, then I mean, even if he was a grifting Marine, I wouldn't call him a fake Marine because he still did pass that qualification, which is tougher than the Navy and Army, you know, etc.
the end of it, going back to my staff,
take the label,
and I was at the time working on a rail legislation that I really, really cared about. And I remember going back to my staff and saying, well, that's probably the end of Lindsey's vote on the railway bill because he is never going to support anything I support after the argument that he and I just had. And of course, I found out.
And that's the thing, is like that's kind of how I am. It's like I could have the biggest fight with somebody, but the next day I can go up and talk to him. That's how we should all live our fucking lives, guys. This is how Charlie Kirk lived his life. Like, people that like push back on like that characteristic in human behavior, it's bad. It's just bad for society. We should all have that. We should all have that ability to be humble inside and go, I don't care if I was right, if I was wrong, if I was whatever. I got to keep talking to the people that I'm fucking working with.
A couple of weeks later from another Senate colleague that the fiercest advocate of that bill behind the scenes was Senator Lindsey Graham. Now, Lindsey was who he was, and I knew that Lindsey couldn't even pretend to care about rail policy. It was something I really cared about.
I kind of think that's what I was getting at. It's like you can call him a couch fucking Marine. That would be you know what I mean? Lunatic libertarian, couch fucking Marine. I'm on that one. But it just feels like a weird insult, like that might almost be like, I don't know, like we're trying to rage bait something that's not really there. It's like, well, fake Marine. I think he's real Marine, but also maybe he's a couch fucking Marine. Maybe he's a
thing Lindsey was particularly focused on. And so I went to Lindsey and I said, why are you helping me? Why are you helping this legislation? And I expected him to do what so many politicians would do. I expected him to lie and say, well, I really care about rail legislation. And he said, oh, I don't care about that at all. And I said, well, why are you helping me? And he said, well, I don't care about it, but you do.
You do, yep.
And that was the kind of colleague he could be, a person you argued with and fought with in 1 minute, but behind the scenes, without collecting an ounce of credit, was...
Lunatic libertarian, what? What? $20 super chat. All right, you know what? If you call him a fake Marine in this $20 super chat, then I think you might... I think I just have to bow to my overlords, you know? I have to act like Lindsey Graham and JD Vance. I have to grift to my highest funder. What strain? What strain? It is. This is Frostwalker. It's Animal Mints. It's a hybrid. Animal Mints. And then be prepared for what is upon us. CBs adhere to Navy and Marine and Army standards. Bastards of a military. Still best functional force ever. CBs, no one knows us. We got BB. What
working
are CBs?
For you and working for the things that you cared about in the next. That was who Lindsey Graham was. You know what? Before I knew Lindsey, one of the most enduring...
Everyone thank our own version of Lindsey Graham. I don't know if you love him or you hate him, but thank our version of Lindsey Graham, lunatic libertarian. He will support us no matter what. Just as JD Vance has said.
Is I do believe that
we have our own, Lindsey Graham, our own self-funder.
Not for his...
or I shouldn't say you're the Lindsey Graham. You're like the John Wayne with CB. Ah, okay. You're not Lindsey Graham. You're Peter Thiel. You're a Peter Thiel. Lunatic libertarian is most likely Peter Thiel. And we're still looking for our Lindsey Graham. So anybody in the chat want to go out into public life and dance around naked and tell everybody to come back to our channel. We need our version of Lindsey Graham. If anybody wants to go and do it, please let me know. I can give you the details on what signage you need and what website you need to get into.
Where Lindsey,
appreciate you so much.
Criticism from the Republican side of the aisle for this. He would always vote for qualified Democrat judicial nominations. He came to the judicial nomination process in a spirit of bipartisanship. Again, he was criticized sometimes from our side of the aisle for that. But what he's
but he's saying George Soros. He's like the George Soros. I said Peter Thiel. We all know what Peter Thiel would say. Peter Thiel would say that he's George Soros, wouldn't he? Chat, do we believe lunatic libertarian is Peter Thiel in disguise?
All happening to Kavanaugh was not a policy disagreement. It was
Peter
character assassination.
Oh, maybe,
and Lindsey got as fiery and as passionate as I have ever seen a human being.
Lunatic libertarian can't be Peter Thiel because he's not funding the deepest evil, most evil operation.
Get during a judicial confirmation, and I believe that he saved that nomination. Now, that moment, of course, went viral, but Lindsey didn't do it for social media clicks. He did it to do something at the very highest part of the Senate, which was to persuade his colleagues. And persuade his colleagues he did. I remember there were a few people who were waffling at that moment, a few people who were unsure what they were going to do. Lindsey didn't just earn a lot of headlines. He actually persuaded people. And that maybe is how I will choose most to remember my friend.
Guys, if J.D. Vance isn't the next president of the United States, I'm probably going to be more sad than I am even when Charlie Kirk died. Like, this guy is so fucking, god damn it. I hate that people hate J.D. Vance.
Graham.
I'm from the Midwest.
He saw that
I experienced the same things he did economically.
Could be a venue for character assassination.
He is the closest thing we have to like a Nick Fuentes, Charlie Kirk figure.
At its very best,
somebody that understands fundamentally the manipulation
geared towards persuading people. And that's what Lindsey Graham did in that case and in so many others.
About what? About the George Soros type of life? Is that what we're saying?
So I choose to remember Lindsey Graham as a man who could disagree with you without being disagreeable. I choose to remember Lindsey Graham as a person who could fight with you on one issue, but fight for you on another issue. I remember Lindsey Graham as a man who loved people. And because he loved people, he was willing to reason with them, to respect them, and ultimately to persuade them.
Kennedy 2028. Sadly, though, I think that Kennedy got swallowed up by this whole give up the third party thing because the DNC fucked us over on the debates, and then Donald Trump and everyone that's third party is essentially voting Donald Trump. It turned third party and independency into practicality. So now if you're an independent, you're a radical. And if you're an independent radical, then you're just going to vote with AOC and Bernie Sanders and take the grift. But if you're an independent critical, then you're still going to, at the end of the day, be critical before you go into the booth, which means you're going to inherently lean Republican because you're critical of the infrastructure of a socialist, capitalist, or social communist thing. You like me, I think it's all just about healthcare and that they're sending these kids out for a ride. So should be Alex Wagner, but the second guest on All Centered Systems Are Failed episode. Word.
May God comfort.
Should Alex Wagner be the second guest on All Centered Systems Are Failed episode? Absolutely, I'll take that.
Who loved Lindsey Graham, particularly his beautiful family.
I'm going to follow you. I think I can DM you
of Senator Lindsey Graham, a true American original.
That's that. And all right, guys, now it's time. We don't fucking send it off with some trumpety-ass, gay-ass music. We do it the Lindsey Graham way. The only fucking way you can. Independent, highlight a Lindsey Graham. Are you ready? Who's ready? Let's hype up the moment. The moment. The best of Lindsey Graham, y'all. We about to watch it. It's only 7 minutes long. I really hope it's the best one because I couldn't find a better independent montage of it. I just subbed to you, Lunatic Libertarian. I'll hit you up later. We can chat. What is up on this? Also, everybody go follow Lunatic Libertarian. Go subscribe to Lunatic Libertarian. And then let's get into the news real quick. Draw in some more people. And then we're going to have our own memorial service for Mr. Lindsey Graham. The best of Lindsey Graham. All right, guys. First, here comes the news. Senator Darlene Graham said a final goodbye to her brother, the late Senator Lindsey Graham, touching his casket during the U.S. Capitol tribute. She was appointed to serve the remainder of his Senate term and is now running to become the Republican nominee because Daddy Trump called her up and said so. You want to take that seat? You can take that seat. We don't give a shit. And you know what? I say, fuck yeah, take that seat. Why? Because she spent her entire life helping people with disabilities, helping the retards out. Let me recant that. These are not, well, luckily I'm not calling a R word because I wasn't talking about mentally disabled people. I was talking about like physically disabled people. But also, I let that slip out. People in the chat are a bunch of retards. But we're living in 2026. You're only allowed to, I'm sorry. 100 likes. Boom. 100 likes. 100 likes for the Lindsey Graham tribute. All right. And she's running for that full Senate term. South Carolina Republican Senator special primary winner. Traders on prediction markets, Kelchi, have Graham as the favorite to win the GOP primary to replace her late brother. They have her at 74% odds. Why? Because she got a public endorsement of Donald Trump. And she's the fucking sister of Lindsey Graham. President Trump and several others have of his cabinet, Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh and foreign dignitaries are among the mourners who gathered on Tuesday afternoon for a memorial service to honor Lindsey Graham, the South Carolina senator and longtime force on Capitol Hill who died this month at 71. Trump is set to be a main speaker at the invitation-only funeral at the Washington National Cathedral. Graham was one of the strongest advocates for Trump's second-term foreign policy, backing military strikes on Iran and the capture Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro. In March, Graham appeared on Fox News holding Free Cuba and Make Iran Great Again hats, saying the Trump administration was working to defeat hostile regimes. Oops. Wait. Sorry. Oh, is that it? Oh, and that's it. All right, here we go. Ready?
Like the president.
Lindsey Graham, the highlight reel, the moments.
In terms of trying to do things that are big and matter. Here's what I've got. I've got a relationship with the president at a time when I think he needs allies.
I'll tell him what. But if people say this is like two-faced, where is the Lindsey Graham of standing up to Donald Trump? What do you say?
Well, I'll tell him when I think he's wrong. But let me just tell you about the critics. When I worked with President Obama, and I did on occasion, I was a hero. Now, when I work with President Trump, I'm two-faced. I know how the game played, and I don't give a damn. I'm going to do what's best for the country. I like the president. I want to help him. I hope he's successful. He's been a friend to me, and he says some things I don't agree with. So if you don't like me working with President Trump to make the world a better place, I don't give a shit. So, what he said.
I don't even understand what that means.
Well, you don't remember Kathleen Willey and Juanita Broderick, so you don't. I do.
I don't remember the thing about the cat. But what's the point? The point is that Donald Trump could have said something even worse, so we should be thankful.
The point is that we've come a long way. We've come a long way since 1990.
All right. It's fine.
No, wait a minute. Whether you like it or not, I really don't care. Here's the point. I have seen what happened to these women in 1998 that came forward. I don't like what the president said last night. I'm the first person to say, I want to hear from Dr. Ford. I thought she was handled respectfully. I thought Kavanaugh was treated like crap. Yeah, well, boo yourself. Here's what I know.
Oh, yep,
and he was. I'm going to ask you to please be respectful of this conversation.
No, it's true. It's true, and I completely agree with him on this. Fuck anyone that says that Brett Kavanaugh isn't an upstanding citizen that was put through the mud because of Me Too for absolutely 100% no reason. Read the actual speculation of what they said that this man did to not deserve to be on the highest court. And get back to me with your fucking booze. But yeah, let's get back to Lindsey Graham taking care of business because he's going to take care of it even better than I can.
All right. Look, I'm going to ask you to please be respectful of this conversation so we can have the conversation.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
I have nothing. Falls on Obama's watch. He's the one that withdrew from Iraq. In 2011, October
But he did it because there was a status of forces agreement with Iraq, right?
No, that's a bunch of bullshit. Pardon my French. That's a complete lie.
Why?
That's a
that
complete,
didn't happen?
absolute lie. I've been there. Yeah, I was there talking to the Prime Minister of Iraq, and he said, how many soldiers you're talking about? Obama wanted to get to zero. He got to zero. In October the 21st, 2011, I said, I hope the president's right. Now I'm wrong, but I fear this decision will come back to haunt us. ISIS came about as a result of our withdrawal from Iraq. The caliphate was established in Syria because Obama sat on the sidelines and watched the place be dismembered. Why would you negotiate with somebody who calls you a racist if you want a wall, who gives you $1 for a wall when the Democratic Party supported $25 billion in the past? We're not going to negotiate with people who see the world this way. We'll negotiate with Dick Durbin, but I'm not going to negotiate with somebody who calls the Border Patrol agents a bunch of Nazis when they're trying to defend the border against a mob. These caravans have changed everything. The reason you need $5 billion now and not 1.6 is the border is deteriorating in terms of security. We've got 11,000 unaccompanied minors coming from Central America, and it costs us $750 a day to house these minors, and only God knows what they go through to get here. The Democrats see our law enforcement officers as the problem. We see the illegal immigrants, the coyotes, and the drug dealers as a problem. The people who say you need $1 to secure the border, they're being held hostage by people.
So you don't
who
want to
accuse
open the
them
government and then continue talking?
I do want to open up the government, but the goal is not to open up the government. The goal is to fix a broken immigration system, to bring reality to this table, that ICE is not the problem, it's the solution. The goal is to repair a damaged, broken immigration system, is to implement policies Democrats have voted for in the past on President Trump's watch. We're not going to give in to this radical left, ever, until we can find a rational way forward where we'll have wall as part of a border security plan. We're going nowhere. Wall plus DACA plus TPS makes sense. But you'll never convince me that we don't need a wall. But I'll give you $1. He's not open to the people on the left accusing his Border Patrol agents of being Gestapo agents, gassing children.
Oh, God. Like, I have my laptop and my iPad right here, and it tries to dual screen sometimes when I move the mouse over. It's like, what the fuck? All right, okay. We're doing our next poll real quick. Hold on. Next poll on the night. He just beat Newsom, so now it's going to be JD versus Marco. Who will be president in 2028? 833 days until election. We got Mr. J.D. Vance with 66 wins up against Marco Rubio with 4 wins. Who wins today? Third hour of the poll starts now. We're 9,000 away from 100,000, y'all. Let's keep it going. The day of Lindsey Graham's funeral.
And he's not open to the idea that the wall is immoral. As long as people in charge of these negotiations accuse all of us who want a wall of being a racist and see our Border Patrol agents as gassing children. Until you can get that crowd put to the side.
How you doing today, sir?
How you doing, TMZ guy?
Hey, how you doing? What are your thoughts?
How you
Chelsea
doing,
Handler
TMZ guy?
put out a...
Oh, my God. This is towards the end. Because TMZ just started going there after the whole hotel thing. Or after the whole, like, close down the government thing. And then, like, oh, my God. And you know what? I'm a victim of manipulating his image as well. Because I took the bait on that whole, like, Disney World thing. Maybe he was just going to Disney World for the day. Because look at him at the airport when TMZ walks up to him. Just the way he approaches it. He's clearly an approachable, conversational person. It seems like it's almost very similar to Jason.
How you doing today, sir?
How you doing, TMZ guy?
Hey, how you doing? What are your thoughts? Chelsea Handler put out a tweet about you yesterday.
Who did?
Chelsea Handler. She put a, I don't know if you saw it.
It's free country. Say what you want to say. I don't care.
But she's.
Bro is so unk status. This is so crazy. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. It's free country. I don't care. Whatever. Like the TMZ guy doesn't even know the quote that he's trying to pull up. He's like, "Did you see the Chelsea Handler thing that Chelsea Handler's done something about you?" Okay, free country. Say what you want.
She mentioned something referring to you as National Coming Out Day. You know, do you think her comments are homophobic?
Yeah, I don't think much about what she says at all. And if she wants to live her life that way, that's up to her.
A lot of people.
Wow. And that's all I'll say to all of you that keep doing those jokes. Like, it's fun to add on to the jokes or have conversations, but I've never been somebody to bring up Lindsey Graham as gay. And I know 3 gay men who did as soon as he died.
People struggle with that issue. Do you think she's equating homosexuality with being evil?
That issue, man, they're really trying to bait him. If he was out, he'd turn around and be like, "Excuse me, TMZ, that issue? The issue with homosexuality? Fucking year are you living in, TMZ?"
And obviously she hates
That one, she knows zero about me. To the extent that it matters, I'm not gay.
Tonight, the Senate defies President Trump, voting overwhelmingly.
That's what they're trying to get out of him.
Against White House policy on Saudi Arabia. The vote was 63 to 37, and it was to yank American support for Saudi forces in Yemen. The reason? Bipartisan anger at President Trump for backing Saudi Arabia and not his own CIA assessment about the Crown Prince's involvement in the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. Here's Senator Lindsey Graham, the Republican, on why he joined 14 other senators in flipping their votes on Saudi Arabia against the president.
I changed my mind because I'm pissed. The way the administration's handled the Saudi Arabia event is just not acceptable. The briefing today did not help me at all better understand the role that MBS played in the killing of Mr. Khashoggi.
16% of the press corps, when polled, said they were Republicans. What did that mean to you, that 16% were lying? You've come a long way in 72 years. 72 years ago, a woman could not be part of the American experience. If you don't vote, that's coming back in 2017. If I were you, I would vote. But look how far you've come. The most dishonest person in America is a woman. Who's about to be president.
Spinning a record around on him.
My party is going bat crazy.
Heart disease and smoking is something that you can change if you choose to. ISIS is not going to change unless somebody makes them. They represent a threat to our way of life. They're religious fanatics. They're religious Nazis. They're crucifying people in the Mideast. They're trying to purify their own religion. They would destroy Israel if they could. If they had a weapon of mass destruction, they would use it. They cannot be accommodated, appeased, or compromised with. They have to be contained and eventually destroyed. So the threats from smoking are real. At the end of the day, you have a chance to stop smoking. The only way you're going to stop ISIL is for somebody to go over there in partnership with the people in the region and kill these guys.
Wow. Let me get that one again. That's such a
bat crazy.
Pay attention to that one, guys.
Heart disease and smoking is something that you can change if you choose to. ISIS is not going to change unless somebody makes them. They represent a threat to our way of life. They're religious fanatics. They're religious Nazis. They're crucifying people in the Mideast. They're trying to purify their own religion. They would destroy Israel if they could. If they had a weapon of mass destruction, they would use it. They cannot be accommodated, appeased, or compromised with. They have to be contained and eventually destroyed. So the threats from smoking are real. At the end of the day, you have a chance to stop smoking. The only way you're going to stop ISIL is for somebody to go over there in partnership with the people in the region and kill these guys.
Damn. All right, let's get back to the news real quick. Here we go. Let's jump into something. What's going on here? Boom, boom, boom. Whoops, the mic is still on, Lindsey Graham. What is this?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Secretary, thank you very much. I thank the members for clear questions. We'll keep the record open to Wednesday for any further questions, and I would urge answers them. But on a personal note, I wish you luck on your trip tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for trying. Like in any diplomacy, you have to go down a lot of dead ends before you hit the right one. Thank you for keep trying.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Privilege to be with you. Thank you.
Hey, Johnny, good job. Let me know what I can do to help you with Boehner.
He really was a sleaze, wasn't he? All right, let's go into, there's a breaking news out of Fox News. They're going to try to gaslight us on something. Or maybe they're finally accepting that World War III is happening. Let's see what they say. It's Waters, something big may be happening.
Fox News alert, the mullahs may have broken the ceasefire, but Trump's giving peace another chance in Iran. After dropping bombs for 2 straight weeks, the president's taking his finger off the trigger. The bombing campaign was a major success. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper told Trump we're out of targets to hit along the coastline. And since we sent our B-1 bombers to redecorate, the mullahs are playing ball for now.
Iran took a beating over the last 14 days, and they asked us very nicely, please stop. Let's meet. And that's what we are right now. We'll see what happens. If we don't make a deal, we go back to the same thing.
The markets are liking it. A barrel of sweet crude dropped over 9%. But the peace is tenuous. Trump told Axios he's ready for strong military action if negotiations fail. So the mullahs better put pen to paper. 47 wants a deal done fast or not at all. If they string us along like they have been, Trump sees it as nothing gained, nothing lost. And we'll just go right back to bombing. He never wanted his finger off the trigger.
The president likes the daily attacks. He believes that sometimes you have to kill a few chickens to scare the monkeys.
More firepower arrives in theater every night. Something big could be happening.
It's also acting as a staging operation for the U.S. military. Each and every night, there are cargo planes landing in the region with ammunition and supplies. Some of those supplies are for defense and others for offense. But the bottom line here, the Trump administration is poised if the president decides to launch this large-scale campaign against Iran in the days or weeks ahead.
Now Trump's drawing up the most sophisticated operation in history. The mission, snatch Iran's enriched uranium right out of their nuclear facility.
All right, I found it. It took me a minute, guys, but we got it. The best of Lindsey Graham. Here we go.
Does anybody disagree with the following statement? America has a right to limit how many people can come into our country.
No.
Nobody disagrees with that. Good. Mr. Toure, very successful life. You have much to be proud of. During the 4 years of the Trump administration, were you ever, anybody suggest you should be deported?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. No.
Okay. Do you support deporting the 1.2 million people who have been through the system, have a final order of removal? Do you support them leaving?
Senator, I'm a prosecutor. I didn't ask you if you're a prosecutor.
Do you support them leaving?
I support people that have committed serious crimes.
Do you support the people who have gone through the system, been denied, had their day in court, final order removal? Do you support them leaving?
If you have
as a prosecutor, as a rule of law person.
If you have committed a serious crime in this country,
that's not the question. So is it your belief that every non-criminal in the world can come to America?
No.
How many people want to come to America that are non-criminals? Probably hundreds of millions. And I understand why. It's a great country. So my point is, if you're not willing to say that we're going to deport you after you've had your full day in court, you're facing a final order of deportation, we're going to incentivize people to come forever. Mr. Melnick, is that right? How many people did Ronald Reagan provide amnesty to?
Estimates are roughly 2.7 to 3 million.
How many illegal immigrants are in the country today?
I said roughly 13 million, although we don't know the exact
I would say
estimates.
that the last thing we want to do is give amnesty to people here now because we'll be overrun. Mr. Arthur, would you
2014.
describe the last 4 years as mass illegal immigration coming to our borders?
I believe that that's fair characterization, Senator.
Does anybody disagree that the last 4 years has resulted in mass illegal immigration directed toward America? Because if this is not mass, what the hell would be? Now, how do you answer mass illegal immigration? You start enforcing the laws, Ms. Moran said, and you start sending people back who've had their day in court. You can't answer the question, and I respect you. You've been able to take the opportunity to make something of yourself, but we're passing on just constant disorder. If you can't say you should be deported after you've had a full hearing, everything been available to, and you lose, and it's hard to say you need to go, we don't have an immigration system. General, how many people have been deployed to the border by governors to assist in border security from the National Guard?
Sir, I don't have that information.
Okay, it's thousands. Is that illegal use of the National Guard?
It is not the illegal use of the National Guard.
It's legal, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, I agree with you there. What's the largest cause of death in America for young people? Does anybody know? Mr. Arthur.
Drug poisoning overdose deaths.
Coming from a drug called fentanyl.
Drug poisoning deaths. Bro, come on. Come on. Drug poisoning deaths? You mean fentanyl?
That is correct,
Mainly.
sir.
Okay, where does that drug come from?
That drug, reports indicate that it's made from precursors that come from the People's Republic of China, assembled in Mexico, and largely smuggled into the United States over the Southwest.
General Manner, do you consider illegal immigration a national security problem?
I believe that it is something that ICE and CBT needs to address.
No, I ask you, is it a national security problem?
I think it's a concern, yes.
Okay, I do too. And they're the highest number of people on the terrorist watch list in our country today.
Every question he's asked these people is not hard to answer.
At the end of the day, the number of people being killed in America by drug poisoning is coming from labs and cartels in Mexico. General Manner, does the president have the authority to attack a drug lab in Mexico that's making fentanyl to kill American citizens?
I am not a legal expert, Senator, and I do not know.
See, Lindsey Graham was just a good senator. He's not like, people will say that Lindsey Graham is funny like Donald Trump. He's not. Donald Trump is like, so this is the barometer, guys. You have just a good senator that ends up making funny situations, Lindsey Graham. Then you have Donald Trump, which is like understands humor a little bit, but a lot of his humor is the same as Lindsey Graham. It's just that he's forward, that he's direct, that he's saying the common sense thing. And then you have Senator John Kennedy, who is legitimately the funniest human being that's ever existed.
So here's what I would say. I think we need to be tough, compassionate, but end this crap. If you're trying to poison America, you're a drug cartel, your days are numbered. We're coming after you, hopefully working with Mexico. If you've had your full day in court and you lost, it's time for you to go and try to do it right. We have to break this endless cycle of having policies that entice people to come to our country illegally, because that is the lack, we're losing sovereignty and losing control over our nation. There are too many people being hurt from this out of control system. So how do you deal with mass illegal immigration? You start with mass deportation of people who shouldn't be here. Mr. Toure, I think President Trump was pretty clear about DACA. But what do we tell the kids who've been brought here in the last year who are 7 years old? Do you ever break this chain? So I'm hoping, Mr. Chairman, that once we regain control of our border and try to shut down the poisoning of America, we can have a logical, rational discussion about dreamers and others. But until we control that border, until we get control over the crime coming into this country, into the poisoning of America, that discussion cannot happen. I've worked with you and others for decades to fix a broken immigration system. The way the Biden administration's handled this border problem has created a nightmare for our country. And there's a reason 70% of the people want deportations. It's not because they're mean. They want to bring order to chaos. Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having this hearing. And I know that you've worked with Senator Graham in the past on the Dreamers issue, and I hope that work continues. And I would start with what you said, Mr. Arthur, just about how we don't know yet how this is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Republicans will answer the call. All of us, every one of us, is ready to work with you and our Democratic colleagues on this committee to prove to the American people, while Washington is certainly broken, there's a ray of hope, and it is here. It lies with your children. After years of working on this issue with you and others, I've come to conclude the following. Social media companies, as they are currently designed and operate, are dangerous products. They're destroying lives, threatening democracy itself. These companies must be reined in, or the worst is yet to come. Gavin Guffey is a representative, Republican representative from South Carolina in the Rock Hill area. To all the victims who came and showed us photos of your loved ones, don't quit. It's working. You're making a difference. Through you, we'll get to where we need to go so other people won't have to show a photo of their family. The damage to your family has been done. Hopefully we can take your pain and turn it into something positive so nobody else has to hold up a sign.
Fucking A. Let's get a different one going on him. We got a few highlight reels on this guy. Let's check out this next part. This one is just some more clips of him.
Yeah, please move to South Carolina.
Out of office.
I hope you come. You'd be welcome in South
Believe your
Carolina.
daughters, believe your mother, believe your sisters. He lied under oath.
You have
Lindsey, he lied under oath.
You've been...
He lied.
$5 super chat from Lunatic Libertarian. Appreciate you, Lunatic Libertarian. And everybody, make sure you subscribe for $4 a month. Become a member. Get that comrade little logo next to your name. Become a North Korean. You build yourself up all the way to an American and eventually an Israeli citizen. I'm also building out special emojis that those members get, as well as special YouTube shorts, as well as VODs of the lives and everything like that. Lunatic Libertarian with the super chats. Appreciate the super chats. Every super chat as well. I read the super chats out loud. We pause. We have a moment. And this one says, John Wick, if you took a job agreement or understand the service to everyone, you agree to be of service. Exactly. You know what? Honestly, I don't know if you're arguing this or not, but I mean, that's kind of the concept of Lindsey Graham himself, is like he did a service to be a master congressperson. And that's what he was on both sides of the aisle.
He didn't black out. There aren't 40 people you
We're going to go into the CNN-ness of it all.
I
don't.
They were in love with CNN Graham
Listen,
back in the day.
I mean, this guy.
I'm a reporter. I cover.
Yeah, please move to South Carolina.
Out of office.
I hope you come. You'd be welcome in South
Believe your
Carolina.
daughters, believe your mother, believe your sisters. He lied under oath.
You have
Lindsey, he lied
so
under
much.
oath.
You've been...
He lied under oath. He didn't drink. He didn't black out. There aren't 40 people you have not interviewed.
And
You're
you
fake
support
FBI
I don't.
Listen. I mean, this guy.
I'm a reporter. I cover what's going on the Hill. I just cover what's going on. I'm not trying to.
You've
I
humiliated.
just cover what's going on. I'm not trying to, but he's laughing because these ladies are like, "There's all this witness testimony that he did."
This guy enough, and there seems to be no bottom for some of you. So,
it would all be over, Senator
so
Graham.
why don't we dunk him in water and see if he floats?
Did you meet with Senator Dianne Feinstein on August 20th?
I did meet with Senator Feinstein.
Did you know that her staff had already recommended a lawyer to Dr. Ford?
I did not know that.
Did you know that her and her staff had this allegations for over 20 days?
Was that Benny?
I did not know that at the time.
If you wanted
Back in
an
the day, though, 'cause
FBI
it's
investigation, you could have come to us.
this
what
is
you want
right
to
here.
do is destroy.
Be no bottom for some of you. So why don't we dunk him in water and see if he floats?
Did you meet with Senator Dianne Feinstein on August 20th?
I did meet with Senator Feinstein.
Did you know that her staff had already recommended a lawyer to Dr. Ford?
I did not know that.
Did you know that her and her staff had this allegations for over 20 days?
I did not know that at the time.
If you wanted an FBI investigation, you could have come to us. What you want to do is destroy this guy's life, hold this seat open, and hope you win in 2020. You've said that, not me. You've got nothing to apologize for. When you see Sotomayor and Kagan, tell them that Lindsey said hello. Because I voted.
Hell yeah, because he voted for the Democrat. For the whatever. It wasn't until Kavanaugh, it wasn't until fucking Donald Trump that they started to turn the Supreme Court into right-left bullshit. And they did it with a man who, did you drink beer when you were in high school? Were you maybe there drunk? And watch what Lindsey Graham does to this. This is the best moment of Lindsey Graham. This is why you haven't seen me talk shit on his funeral. Because the man stood up for all men and for the Supreme Court all in one moment. And victims of sexual assault everywhere. For the perpetuation of this bullshit that they created. Pulls back.
And hope you win in 2020. You've said that, not me. You've got nothing to apologize for. When you see Sotomayor and Kagan, tell them that Lindsey said hello. Because I voted for them. I would never do to them what you've done to this guy.
Goddamn
This
right.
is the most unethical
and look at them looking down
sham since I've been in politics.
Because it was.
And if you really wanted to know the truth, you sure as hell wouldn't have done what you've done to this guy. Are you a gang rapist?
No.
I cannot imagine what you and your family have gone through. Boy, y'all want power. God, I hope you never get it. I hope the American people can see through this sham. That you knew about it and you held it. You had no intention of protecting Dr. Ford. None. She's as much of a victim as you are. God, I hate to say it because these have been my friends. But let me tell you, when it comes to this,
They are not.
you're looking for a fair
They are the
process.
devil.
You came to the wrong town at the wrong time, my friend. Do you consider this a job interview?
The advice and consent role is like a job.
You consider that you've been through a job interview.
I've been through a process of advice and consent under the Constitution. Which
Would you say you've been through hell?
I've been through hell and then some.
This is not a job interview.
And here's and for all of those people that like are with the Lindsey Graham is gay and he's a gay boy and he's a bottom and all this other bullshit, say he is, because we saw that clip from TMZ and it was kind of shameful the way they were trying to pull him into it that late in his age and everything. But and it's his own fucking choice. Like fuck you. It's not like up to you to decide if he's gay or not or whatever. But if Lindsey Graham is gay, which I think he probably was, he's seeing what's going on with Kavanaugh here, and he's going, this is what they would have done to me if I was up for this. If I got put up for this, they would say that I was in a gay bar doing illegal activities because they would be able to find dirt on me about me being gay. And they would try to bury me in it. Not that I did anything wrong, but that it may have immoral behavior at a very, very young age that we can manipulate into saying that this is a unmoral character and that this person can't be on the highest court in the land.
This is hell. This is going to destroy the ability of good people to come forward because of this.
And it did, because who the fuck in the world is not practically counting the judges as left and right now? And it was the Senate in this very fucking moment that Lindsey Graham was pointing out that this fucking happened. They brought the victim in for an interview. They did not go into an FBI investigation after they brought her in and found out that he did something to her. They went and sat down with him 17 days later. Then they publicly exposed that this happened on day 20. Mass manipulation.
Crap. Your high school yearbook. You have interacted with professional women all your life, not one accusation. You're supposed to be Bill Cosby when you're a junior and senior in high school. And all of a sudden you got over it.
Yeah.
It's been my understanding that if you drug women and rape them for 2 years in high school, you probably don't stop.
Or not.
Here's my understanding. If you lived a good life, people would recognize it.
It's fine. No, wait a minute. Whether you like it or not, I really don't care. Here's the point. I have seen what happened to these women in 1998 that came forward. I don't like what the president said last night. I'm the first person to say, I want to hear from Dr. Ford. I thought she was handled respectfully. I thought Kavanaugh was treated like crap. Yeah, well, boo yourself. Here's what
all right. Look, I'm going to ask you to please be respectful of this conversation so we can have the
conversation. They're treating him like crap, and then the fucking stupid liberal guy has to say,
that's right. I have nothing. I really believe that Brett Kavanaugh is not a gang rapist, a sexual predator, or a stumbling, bumbling drunk. I really believe that, and I don't care whether you believe it or not. I believe it because I've known him for 20 years. If the shoe were on the other foot, and an accusation came from South Carolina against a male Democratic nominee, and I got a hold of it, and I didn't disclose it to the committee, I waited to leak it to the press against the wishes of the lady from South Carolina, I would be torn apart, and I should be. And if I referred her to a conservative...
Oh, listen to how he's saying this. He's putting himself in the shoes of if he was the authority figure manipulating it. But again, he's looking at himself. I think he was gay. And I think this moment kind of proves it. Which is like, he's basically saying, look at the way they're treating Kavanaugh. They would say the same shit about me, except it would be gay stuff. They would be able to find things and then try to treat them as crimes. Try to act like I'm some sexual deviant. Watch.
Whether you like it or not, I really don't care. Here's the point. I have seen what happened to these women in 1998 that came forward.
Kavanaugh probably did assault that
chick, though. I don't like
what
the president said.
All right, well, somebody doesn't even want to read anything, and they decide that they're going to just say really stupid shit out loud. So 24-hour ban because you're just a complete fucking retard. And we're not even having that discussion. Anybody else wants to have that discussion? Go right ahead with me. Tell me that Kavanaugh is a gang rapist. I stand with Lindsey Graham. And go ahead. Because again, it's a 24-hour ban immediately. Because you're a fucking retard.
Said last night. I'm the first person to say, I want to hear from Dr. Ford. I thought she was handled respectfully. I thought Kavanaugh was treated like crap. Yeah, well, boo yourself. Here's what
Look, I'm going to ask you to please be respectful of this conversation so we can have the conversation.
That's right.
Now, anytime there's an accusation, no one wants to even believe the victim. Why? Because they know that they can do things like this.
I have nothing.
And this was the worst of them.
I really
the fakest of
believe that Brett Kavanaugh is not a gang rapist, a sexual predator, or a stumbling, bumbling drunk. I really believe that, and I don't care whether you believe it or not. I believe it because I've known him for 20 years. If the shoe were on the other foot, and an accusation came from South Carolina against a male Democratic nominee, and I got a hold of it, and I didn't disclose it to the committee, I waited to leak it to the press against the wishes of the lady from South Carolina, I would be torn apart, and I should be. And if I referred her to a conservative activist lawyer who didn't tell her that the Democrats were willing to come to South Carolina to hear her testimony so she wouldn't have to go through this, I would be destroyed. Wait a minute.
Why is he trying to stop him? He's trying to stop him because he's showing them exactly what happened. And the audience is educated enough, poorly educated, not poorly educated. Most of the chat isn't even understanding what the fuck is happening right now. But the reality is that the people in the audience are educated enough to understand what the fuck is going on, which is he's basically saying if you withhold testimony instead of going forward to the FBI as a sitting senator, which is what Feinstein did with this, by sitting with the fucking victim 17 days before Kavanaugh and then sitting down with Kavanaugh and not mentioning that this person made these accusations to her 17 days prior and in neither case did she bring it to a courtroom, then yeah, Feinstein should be fried. And yeah, if Lindsey Graham saying, if I did the same thing, I should be fried. And that's the thing we should be looking at right now because we are essentially dividing the court into right and left, into red and blue, for no goddamn reason other than some mass manipulation. Hashtag Me Too. We can't get over Hillary Clinton. We all gotta dye our hair blue and become a bunch of fucking retard feminist goddamn communists now and dig ourselves into the deepest hole ever. And they did. Because now they have no money. There is no money in the Democratic Party anymore. And it's because of what they did, starting with this.
Republican had said, why are you doing this? We're trying to hold the seat open to get past the midterm so we can take power back. The Republican who said that couldn't go 5 feet in this town without having 100 reporters in their face. So the double standard here offends me. And I voted for Sotomayor and Kagan and never thought twice about it. I would never have.
Right, never thought twice about it because, again, you were supposed to be a senator worried about the judge, not worried about the fucking team they're on.
Done to them what's been done to this good man. Step back. Well, here's what I think most people will take from this, particularly the Republicans, to be honest with you.
Everyone is an activist now. Everyone is an activist now. Everyone's a fucking activist now, bro. Exactly. Like, you know what? I'm going to pin that for like 10 minutes. I like having the poll at the bottom of our pin, but that's a very, very pinnable comment. And it's kind of what Lindsey Graham was getting at in 2017.
Institutions investigating President Trump took a real blow here. Now, there's nothing in this report about whether or not he colluded with the Russians. He's denied that he has. Haven't seen any evidence of collusion. But that
there's nothing in the report that even gets that.
That's right. That's not what the report's about. But the people that were showing bias against the president also were part of the initial Russian investigation. But you'll be kidding yourself if you think this doesn't do a lot of damage to the institutions that are now looking at the president. This gives a face to many of what the deep state looks like.
Sense.
But what this report seems to conclude is there's not a deep state. That the overall conclusion was not motivated by bias.
I've been saying there's not a deep state.
He's like, you're sitting in, we're both, like, he's like, I'm on CNN. Me and you together, we are the deep state. Why are we trying to together debunk the deep state when Captain Obvious, everyone knows we're the deep state? That's what's in his head right now.
Then I look at this and I see the people who are conducting an investigation of one political candidate versus the other seem to have a very, not just a political opinion, but a motivation. So that's why we're going to have the hearing.
But the president was wrong, though, in saying that this exonerates him with regard to Russia.
Yeah, I mean, this report, now I'm trying to tell you something that I think is important. This is not the Mueller investigation. Right. They didn't look at whether or not Trump colluded. But what did they find? They found that the people who started the Russian investigation were completely in the tank for Clinton, hated Trump.
Not all of them who started the Russian investigation.
No, not all. I mean,
we're
most
not
of
talking about Bob Mueller.
I'm sure there are a lot of FBI agents who don't share this. But Strzok was in the investigation early on of Russia. Here's the point you got to get. Just back up.
Okay.
The institutions have been crippled.
Crippled?
Absolutely. If you don't believe that the average American is...
The system is crippled. That is Lindsey Graham saying that. And watch CNN go, what? I don't know what. No, I thought we were just taking it back.
The FBI is far more political than they ever believed. That's crazy.
So is Christopher Wray all wrong when he says that that yesterday that the institution is strong?
I think the institution's got a lot of problems. Look at all the interactions between people in Washington at the FBI and reporters. And, you know, the best way to investigate Washington is not do it from Washington. What have I learned? The FBI's footprint in Washington needs to be reduced. There's too much of a Potomac fever attitude. I'm shocked. I didn't buy into this stuff that, you know, all these people are out to get Trump. There's enough evidence now to prove to me that the FBI needs to be looked at really closely.
Wow. Okay. That was kind of crazy. I think we got one more of him here. Oh, this is him with the Hunter Biden investigation.
An effort to trying to muddy up the water for Joe Biden in his presidential run.
I think this is an effort to find out who did what. Nobody in the media seems to care about what role Hunter Biden played in terms of stopping the investigation of Burisma, a company he was serving on where he received $50,000 a month. For what, I don't know. Was he hired as an insurance policy to make sure they wouldn't be investigated? I don't know, but I do know this, that after the investigation of Burisma started, Hunter Biden contacted his friends in the State Department. The Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden, made 3 calls to the Ukrainian president, and about 6 weeks later, the investigation was terminated. I hope there's nothing there. I do like Joe Biden. I like him a lot. I think he's a fine man. I've traveled the world with him. But in 2008, when he was the running mate of Barack Obama, he fought hard against John McCain. That's the way it works in politics. I can promise you this, that if this were Mike Pence's son, you wouldn't be saying, well, political fact has cleared it. You'd be calling for an investigation. And when these questions were being asked in the House, Adam Schiff shut it down. I'm asking for the transcripts of the phone call between the Vice President and the President of the Ukraine after the Burisma investigation opened. I'm not saying Joe did anything wrong, but I want to see the transcripts. And if there's nothing there, I'll be the first one to say there's nothing there. But we're not going to live in a country where just one party gets investigated.
All right, guys. Next up, we're going to look into a breakdown. Are we societally wrong about Anakin Skywalker? Because if anybody is like Lindsey Graham, it is essentially the rise up and then fall of the one, the only Anakin Skywalker of Star Wars. The story all the way through. I mean, the Sith Lord could be Donald Trump. I mean, who is the Sith Lord in this scenario? The Sith Lord's right here, guys. The Sith Lord, Mitch McConnell, and Lindsey Graham is the Dark One. All right, so let's check this out with that in mind. It's our last video for the day.
Hello everyone, Darth here, and I'm going to start off this essay with one of the most contentious statements that a Star Wars fan can probably make. I don't think Anakin mattered. Or at least, I don't think that his falling to the dark side was as impactful a plot point in the movies as we tend to think it is. Now, as there's so much extended universe material that recontextualizes a bunch of stuff...
Whoever sent me that video is wrong. You are wrong, sir! Man, and you just made me segue into that. I was going to do that, unless it's going to jump around. Is it going to jump around? No. What the fuck? No. Get me out of here! Ah! What the fuck is going on? No. I keep getting stuck inside of my iPad. Oh, fuck you. This one, motherfucker. What the fuck? Bro, fucking A. Bro, I swear to God. Fucking dude. What the fuck? Let's go back to this Lindsey Graham thing. Wait, there's a video from
statements that a Star Wars fan...
Ooh, what about this?
Tim Dillon is known for his comedy across the world, but today his show has changed into something much more impactful. Now he's using his voice to expose the corrupt elites that are sending us into a dystopian future.
Can we give Palantir the benefit of the doubt?
Yes, one of their founders is obsessed with Satan, so we all have a thing. It does seem like they are going to make money from enslaving the human race and keeping it in a constant state of war. Kash Patel's not running the FBI. It's obvious. I don't know who's running the FBI, neither do you, but Kash Patel's not it. He's a figurehead. This is a op. They're gonna start purchasing influencers. I'm telling you, this is the new way.
He's called out countless figures over the years, but in the early days, it was mainly smug mainstream comedians that he was beefing with. But recently, he's been taking things to a whole new level. He set his sights on the worst, the tech elite, corrupt politicians, and the biased media. All the people he sees as corrupting the Western world. And he's not wrong with it. Which is why it's so satisfying to see him not hold back anymore. Which is a slightly different perspective from his friend Joe Rogan, who's had a similar journey but is taking a different path.
If we don't get there first, then it's probably a wrap. If you really thought about it, like if China gets there first, if control of resources and everything's shut off, like whatever, if it's weaponized.
My worry is that in the guise of fighting China, we're going to become China. I would take the government a lot more seriously if they weren't, potentially having, like, saying Palantir should merge all these different government databases. So your health data and your criminal justice data and your tax data all merges. And who's doing that? Palantir.
It can be hard to disagree with a friend, especially when you share a platform in the podcast business. And Tim Dillon honestly credits his first appearance on the Joe Rogan podcast in 2019 as the moment his career really took off. And now he's a regular guest, so it's not exactly the easiest environment to have a disagreement, especially as Joe Rogan practically launched his career. His conversations with Joe are always friendly, which is a very different tone to his own show, even when they're talking about the same topics.
If China unleashes the AI demon before we unleash our AI demon, our American AI demon, Western values, America, rah-rah AI demon, and China enslaves their population with their demon, they will sell the world their demon, and then that demon will enslave the world, and then they'll make all the money, and they'll have all the geopolitical leverage, and they'll have all the military advantages. So in this, quote, AI arms race, we are both racing, the U.S. and China, to give birth to an ancient Sumerian super intelligent demon.
Dillon is unapologetically
it's the end
himself.
of the Epstein
It's part of who he is as a person. That's a big reason people love his show. He barely cared when he was fired from the Riyadh Comedy Festival in Saudi Arabia, and he's not afraid of voicing any of his opinions, even if he doesn't agree with a friend.
Very similar.
Have you gotten any invites to any bunkers?
No.
You're never going to.
No, they're not.
Do you think you'd feel differently if you did?
I don't know. I
know you've had it,
and I don't know necessarily that these people are necessarily paid off. It's just that you stay in a structure. You get so quickly worried by the sense of money. As soon as you have stable money, you go, well, I just want to conform to the ideas of the people around me that give me this stable money so that I don't lose this stable money. And the reality is that most likely you're going to lose that stable money if you're doing that. The only way that you can just stay with it is to just know God, the one and true and only, whoever the fuck that is, one of the three Abrahamics, I think, because one God. I've learned that lesson, at least just one God. But whoever that is, whatever that is, it'll send you on the right path. But if you ever get comfortable with money and then you go, it's okay, this is okay, I'll just stay in this lane, I'll just say these opinions so that I stay with these people, you start to reconstruct your life around it. You can do it so quickly.
Interesting things.
I've had invites to Teal, and I've said no because
money is
I think, he'd probably sit me down and go, listen to me, you fat you're going to shut your mouth. And I'd sit there and I'd go, ah.
Unlike Joe, you can see how Dillon has viciously criticized Palantir and Peter Thiel for endless hours on his YouTube show. In this episode, he went through Palantir's public manifesto, which calls for over 20 different political, social, and economic changes to the Western world. Considering the fact that this is a private company, it isn't very clear why they publish this, and it comes off as more like propaganda than a routine press release.
Can we give Palantir the benefit of the doubt? Yes, one of their founders is obsessed with Satan, so we all have a thing. And yes, the other one just said we're going to be in a war with every country on earth. Whatever. But I want to give them the fair shake. it does seem like they are going to make money from enslaving the human race and keeping it in a constant state of war.
This insane and hypocritical manifesto also talks about how Silicon Valley should be involved in combating violent crime. That criticism of the billionaire class is thinly veiled scorn, and even advocates for mandatory military service.
National service should be a universal duty. We should, as a society, seriously consider moving away from an all-volunteer force and only fight the next war if everyone shares in the risk and the cost. So what Palantir is saying here is we need to move into become a warlike society. We need to be a warlike Spartan society.
In some ways, it's a clearer and more relatable analysis than what mainstream journalism manages to achieve, even if it is obviously ironic and intended to be comedic. He uses clear evidence while saying what everyone's already thinking, but no one has the guts to
we got one story. I'm not going to throw up the images, but we just got one story that just came out, breaking out of Hollywood Reporter and the New York Times. 60 Minutes named new correspondent contributors after major shakeup. 60 Minutes announces its first new slate of correspondents and contributors after a major shakeup saw 4 of the show's 7 correspondents leaving or getting fired following the 58th season of the show. The CBS News magazine has hired the New York Times columnist Ross Douthat of The Perfect Storm author Sebastian Juggard and Vice News veteran Gina Tabino to join in its ranks, along with Nora O'Donnell, who will... Wow, Nora O'Donnell! So Nora O'Donnell's going to stay, and we're going to get somebody from the New York Times and somebody from Vice. Doubtful will be the correspondent with Juggernauts and D-Weeks and serving as as contributors. Trevor Phillips, who joined CBS News as a senior global affairs correspondent, will be also a contributor. Join existing correspondent Bill Weckler, Leslie Stahl, and John Withgorm. So Leslie Stahl's staying as well. New 60 Minutes exclusive executive producer Nick Bilton announced his hires in a memo on Tuesday. All right, back to this.
So rather than learn from figures like Tim Dillon and why he's so popular to begin with, the media instead largely accused him of being a right-wing grifter, mainly because he was criticizing the left wing.
Do you feel like you're part of a new establishment that's being created?
I don't think I'm part of a new establishment.
Yes.
So the idea that, like,
if you're watching this and you're agreeing with the things that Tim Dillon is saying, then you're on the same side as me.
Power
Welcome
that
to No News is
Zohran
News
has would be equal to, like, the intelligence agencies or these massive legacy media institutions seems crazy. When you use the term establishment, I think that's more than just having an audience. That's having an institutional component that I don't think we have. But I think legacy media does. I think the government and the intelligence communities do. I think Hollywood certainly does.
Although most of the mainstream media lumped Dillon in with a group that they claim supported the right wing, it's never been clear if he had any particular political biases. He's mocked almost everyone over the years, and he's changed his opinions drastically depending on political events, as after all, he's a comedian. But to be fair, there were some interesting signs. Like Joe Rogan and Theo Von, he had J.D. Vance on his podcast in the run-up to the election. It was a relaxed conversation, and they agreed on a lot. It's why audiences across alternative media liked him. It's why people thought that this administration was actually going to bring meaningful change. That finally they would get to the bottom of Epstein and bring an end to America's wars abroad. On their podcast together, Dillon and J.D. Vance even agreed on this exact point.
Our interest, I think, very much is in not going to war with Iran, right? It would be a huge distraction of resources. It would be massively expensive to our country.
But this administration then did a complete U-turn on this issue, which Dillon says was a betrayal of the MAGA movement.
This turn to Iran, to interventionism, to me feels like the biggest betrayal of a political movement I've ever seen in my life. And you also have like a lot of the Republican donor class, people like Miriam Adelson, that have given Trump a lot of money, who are very fervently pro-Iran war and believe that regime needs to be taken out. And they started lobbying for that, I think, many years before it happened.
After these events in the last year, Dillon has completely turned on J.D. Vance and everyone like him, talking about his close links to people like Peter Thiel in the tech elite.
Vance is owned by other donors, by the way. Vance is not without donors. If you want to know who Vance's donors are, go look at that Peter Thiel list.
Because J.D. Vance was actually poached by Peter Thiel as early as 2015.
This is where I kind of differ, is that it's like, for me, it's, you got to choose something. It's politics. People are going to, like, somebody's going to pay for you to be in the suit. You never pay for your own suit. Unless you're Donald Trump, you're not paying for your own suit. And I like JD's suit.
When Vance was in law school, Peter Thiel invited him to join his investment firm and later gave him crucial funds to start his own firm, Naya Capital. Since that time, he's been a constant figure in Vance's career, all the way to his Senate run. In fact, Peter Thiel was his single biggest backer, donating $15 million to his campaign. He even leveraged his Silicon Valley connections to help Vance hire tech donors and nurtured his ideology to what it is today. Tim Dillon unpacks it all clearly when he analyzes this interview with J.D. Vance.
The thing I really worry about with AI is surveillance. AI is, a friend of mine once said that AI is fundamentally a communist technology in that it allows governments and corporations to surveil people in very profound and different ways. And that scares me a lot. Like, I don't want to...
This is the shit with J.D. Vance that kind of annoys me, is he's so, like... Marco Rubio will hold the things in because he has the political science degree. J.D. Vance does the practical Donald Trump thing, but acts like he's not a part of the thing that he's already a part of. He's like, yeah, those Epstein files, my guy. Like, he's always talking to you like he's at a fucking bar, just talking shit. And it's like, dude, but you're one of them.
Social credit system that's powered by AI. I don't want you to not be able to buy a beer because some tech CEO has given you a score.
Stop it for a minute. Stop it. Who are these tech CEOs? Like, he says some tech CEO as if he's not sponsored by the tech CEOs and friends with the tech CEOs.
It doesn't really make logical sense. Why is J.D. Vance worrying about the very same things his donors and associates are responsible for? He spends this interview framing himself as having simple and relatable anxieties, and then he says this.
But I don't think we're going to have mass unemployment. We might have mass inequality. That's its own problem. It's a different problem, though.
Interesting.
Guys, we have hit the fourth dimension. Are you guys ready? You just experienced the fourth dimension of the internet. That was a clip of J.D. Vance on a podcast of a clip of Tim Dillon on his podcast inside a video essay from the channel Moon that we are currently watching and doing live commentary on. We have officially hit the fourth dimension.
Good. Well, the good news is we won't have mass unemployment. The bad news is we might have Calcutta-style slums. So we will have mass inequality. That might suck. I don't know how we get there with that mass unemployment.
But quickly, I just want to say that this is really interesting. Every time I look at these videos, I notice most of you aren't subscribed. But oftentimes, this is because you're actually and double check if you've hit it. Now, seemingly, the arbiters of truth.
We all know the deal. Double tap, hit the like button, all that jazz. And guys, the video we're watching right now, 1.7 million subscribers. Moon is the channel name. When Tim Dillon realizes Joe Rogan is a fraud.
For analysis, it begins to make sense. One of my favorite authors on this topic was Christopher Lasch. He was way ahead of his time, and throughout his life he argued that the biggest threat to democracy actually came from the elite class. Today this seems obvious, but back then...
Pay attention right now, Melissa. You just asked the vital question. Is this a pro-Trump page? This show is called No News is News. We do cover Trump every single day. But if you pay attention to this video, this is my politics. Tim Dillon is my politics. If I have to endorse anyone in the world, it's Tim Dillon, all right?
And in the 1900s, this was a unique take.
For the most
While the
part.
elites in America talked a lot about freedom, justice, and the American dream, in reality, they were quickly betraying all the ideals that Western life was based on. The elites were becoming so detached from society by separating themselves physically and socially from the citizens. And in turn, they abandoned their civic responsibilities. Instead of investing back into the cities and civilization that gave them all this prosperity, through investing in libraries, charities, and public works, they began to isolate, hiding in the hills, never even having to look or talk to normal people. The result was a complete detachment from what everyone else had to live through, all whilst the elite saw the normal servant class as being the ones as to cause all the issues to themselves, rather than something being wrong with the system itself. In turn, this created an even more narcissistic society, where our entire society basically became based on personal pleasure and achievement. Achievement in the sense that you make your money not for the greater good of society or any virtuous reason, but only for the immediate pleasures you desire. Suddenly everything took on this ideology. Advertising, media, all these big influencers constantly tell you that you aren't satisfied, and that your value as a person is solely based on your financial success and material wealth. In Lash's book, The Culture of Narcissism, he says directly, the dream of success has been drained of any meaning beyond itself, and this is the same conclusion that Tim Dillon has come to.
We're really pushing this idea that the only route to happiness is this upwardly mobile vertical where you have to grab everything and be a boss and be an entrepreneur and run an empire, and that's the way to happiness. That's not the way to happiness. That's what we're pushing. We're not telling everybody they can be anything they want to be so that we have a lot of challenges to like our ideas and stuff. We're not looking for that type of feedback. We just want people going out and working themselves to death.
The culture of narcissism also argues that America is producing a personality type consistent with the clinical definitions of pathological narcissism. Not only are we trapped in the system, but it's actually changing how we think and feel at a fundamental level, and is turning people into empty husks that only care about feeding into the system. In Tim Dillon's own warnings, he regularly talks about this, how the megacities of America are breaking people down and draining the soul out of society.
The people are hollow, they're empty, they don't exist. All the people you meet in LA are figments of your imagination. They're fractals, they're not real. You didn't meet them. They are an entity of which they go between worlds, but they're not physically in reality the way that you are or I am.
He also constantly calls out the state of the modern economy, how it's disenfranchised the workers and destroyed people's chances of becoming homeowners. It's summed up pretty well by this rant when he called the system a Willy Wonka economy.
They are developing the Willy Wonka chocolate factory into a luxury condo. And then all of their clients, many of them foreign, buy
Host, will you give me this guy's name? Tim Dillon. Tim Dillon is this guy's name. The channel that we're watching right now is Moon. His channel is the Tim Dillon Show.
In the Willy Wonka chocolate factory that they visit a few months out of the year. They don't care. They don't care. And you know what all is left of the chocolate factory? A couple of murals on the wall of chocolate. Okay, but just chocolate. They don't show Willy or the Oompa Loompas, because people would ask when they were in the lobby, where did the Oompa Loompas go? And they go, oh, they're on heroin. They're on heroin. But what I mean is that they had a community, they had a life, they had things going on. The Oompa Loompa could have it could have a wife, and then you could have Oompa Loompa children. Now we say to the Oompa Loompas, I hope you got your Bitcoin. Yeah. Oh, are you invested in crypto? No. I'm trying to make the chocolate bar. Oh, we don't do that here anymore. Sorry, the factory's in China. Go work at Panera.
Wonka's factories in China.
That's what America is. It's an Oompa Loompa at Panera.
Looking back at Tim Dillon's past, his frustration of the establishment isn't really a trending topic to him, as he's lived through all of this himself, being in the servant class, and seen how hard it is to escape. He started using drugs like coke at the age of 12 when his parents started divorce proceedings, while his mum was suffering from schizophrenia. This led him to roaming around crack houses in his teenage years. During his 20s, things only got worse, and the economic crash left him stuck in New York, financially ruined in a dead-end job where he had to share an apartment with a shower.
I think that's the thing is, like, I don't mean to be this way, but like, a lot of these people that end up becoming famous, they had enough supply to be able to do what they wanted to do their whole life. Like, the reason I'm going live every day is because I'm unemployed right now.
Through this, he lived really...
Most people like Joe Rogan or whatever can establish themselves as a comedian and do a podcast every day because they came from a middle-class upbringing. And then when they get really famous, then they go, well, yeah, you can do it too. You just got to stay focused on your stuff and get your own success. It's people like Tim Dillon, myself, etc., that see how it goes up and down and up and down. And your life goes up and down. And all the normal people's lives go up and down and up and down. And that's why they're watching to see what the fuck you're doing every day. It's because their life is going up and down and up and down and up and down. And then everybody in the fucking TV is like, unemployment's low, the stock market's great. Or they're like, actually, the can of beans is 10 more cents. Can you believe it? And either way, you're kind of like, enough of the bullshit.
What most of us have to go through. And after seeing how dystopian modern life has become, he compared it to previous generations after being influenced by this environment. He even titled his 2024 book Death by Boomers, how the worst generation destroyed the planet but first a child.
The book is specifically about
my boomer parents and boomers in general,
and
growing
how
up
they
in
ruined
the 90s. Yeah, it's like a fun
satirical
autobiography, but it's really about the type of people that I grew up with. They're actually better off than the wealthy people because at some level of rich,
See, and that's the thing is he's sitting in this room and he's doing the same thing I have to do. Where all four of those other people that are sitting on that couch in those chairs are all thinking that he came from the same background as they did. That, oh, they grew up poor too, or if you don't want to say the word poor, you can go, well, I had this issue, or my daddy had that issue, or my mommy wasn't here, or I grew up with one parent, or whatever. At the end of the day, they were in a stabilized suburban environment, not a near homeless shelter. So, they don't really know the webs and flows that most of us end up going through in adult life.
To think about,
because they hit the success when they coming out of fucking, that middle income family.
Other things,
it's nothing against them, but it's just harder then for that person to then try to relate to the people that are still going through the fucking up and down.
Had just enough money. All it did was corrupt them and destroy their children. And that's all it needed to do. They never thought about civic virtue or angling for position. They just wanted a Lexus and a timeshare at a golf resort.
It's these people that Tim Dillon first has a problem with. A fake society corrupted by propaganda and illusion, who only care about themselves, not the greater good of society. The very people Christopher Lasch is speaking about in the Culture of Narcissism book. But cut to now, and these problems are infinitely worse, and Dillon has now seen the complete flip side of American life. As he's become hugely...
it's the narcissism from the other angle. What he's seeing is that Joe Rogan and J.D. Vance can have a conversation for 3 hours and they're going to walk around it. Not because anybody is like there's some kind of psyop or anything like that. And it's not that they're not still his friends and stuff, but they're both sitting there in the comfortability of the cash value of the ideas that they have grifted. And Tim Dillon's like, there are still problems. And you're not addressing them and you're the ones that are now in charge. It's kind of crazy.
Successful and famous, he's been able to hang out with prominent politicians like RFK Jr. and J.D. Vance. He's been invited to the Peter Thiel parties, lived in Beverly Hills, and knows what it's like to live the elite life. Before, he would never speak much of this elite group, but now he does, and his friendships have imploded, his business relationships have fallen apart, and he's truly realized the depravity of the world of the elites. But actually, when you put it all together, it's almost like he's been criticizing the same group of entitled people his entire life. In the past, he saw how society had warped the average person, but today he's witnessing firsthand this corruption play out at the top of society. And Tim Dillon's previous feud with mainstream media took him to a friendship.
Because now that they're in power, they're like, shut up. Donald Trump's great. It's all good. What do you mean? We all got in together. Why are you pointing that?
With Barry Weiss. But even this relationship with a supposed free speech advocate ended in disaster. Weiss was a journalist who spoke out against DEI and said she quit the New York Times because they persecuted her for her views. She made the rounds on alternative media, including on the Joe Rogan podcast. When they were friends, she invited Tim Dillon to do a stand-up gig when she ran a debate on feminism. However, since then, things have taken a turn for the worst, and Barry Weiss has seemingly abandoned her principles.
She texted me and was like, you're part of a world in which people are anti-Semitic. And I'm like, well, what am I doing? And she's like, you're part of this thing. And I was like, well, that's like, what is this guilt by association?
That's the thing. Yeah, I get that too. I've had literally brands reach out to me, not necessarily from my YouTube, but from my Instagram. being like, it seems like the only clips that really like move the needle for you on Instagram are like these racially driven anti-Semitic clip. How does that have anything? Like, I'm covering the motherfucking news. I'm sorry. The Jew gifs in the fucking chat aren't my problem. What the fuck?
The thing that she hated and the thing that she crusaded against was this whole idea that, like, she's applying the same principles that she's...
Adults who believe politics is real are like children who believe WWE is real. You know what? Add as mod. Welcome to the mod, nerdy. I don't even know your
supposedly
politics,
didn't like, which is like, if you're willing to have a conversation with somebody, you endorse every one of their views.
Since they fell out, Tim Dillon has dressed up in drag as Barry Weiss on his show, endlessly clowning on her for the disastrous takeover of CBS News. One of the reasons he says Barry was angry was because he dressed up as a rabbi on the...
I'm modding you guys because you're keeping the chat alive, keeping stuff going. That's what I do every once in a while when people are having the good conversations happening on both the left and the right, keeping equilibrium on our mod supply. You'll see people whenever they say like pedophile or fuck, it'll like censor it or whatever. You can always unhide comments. We have free speech across the board here. The only thing is if it's death threats or if they're really spamming the chat, or if they're doing like stuff in a different language, we like English just so that the chat can keep having conversations with itself. And same things with like spamming emojis or fucking all that kind of crazy shit. But other than that, whatever. And we never ban anybody. We always just put them in like upwards of a 24-hour timeout. If somebody's really pissing you off, you guys can use your powers as be, put them in a 20-second, 30-second timeout, whatever.
This episode. Yet just a few weeks earlier, he dressed up as an Arab sheikh, and no one really seemed to care about that.
Barry is committed to delivering fearless, unbiased journalism, and she is incredibly aware of what a shill you people think she is, but she is not. She is not a shill, and nor am I.
This is exactly what I would do too. Like if somebody told me that that I needed to tone down my Jewish content because of the people's reactions on Instagram were inherently anti-Semitic, I'd probably dress up as a Jew meme as well.
Thank the Ellison family. I want to thank Paramount. I want to thank everybody who invested severely in me and Barry and the whole team at the Free Press. The investments made were intense. They were severe.
Her takeover of CBS all started when Larry Ellison's Paramount purchased her new publication, The Free Press, for $150 million. Larry Ellison is the infamously powerful billionaire who bought up huge sections of the media industry in the last year, including Paramount, CNN, MTV, HBO, Warner Bros, and of course...
And here's the thing, is you gotta fucking, like... I will still be like Tim Dillon. I'll still point out it's a problem. They're swooping it all up. But at the same time, like these people on the left have been swooping this shit up, doing the same fucking game. The Clinton Foundation has heavy fucking funding in the Netflix. Like,
CBS News.
They do it
Barry
as well,
Weiss moved over to run CBS News as editor-in-chief the exact same day as the Free Press was sold to Ellison.
I'd rather have two competing oligarchs than only one. And the other one's not allowed to do it. And that's what you get when you start pointing out, oh, Larry Ellison, he shouldn't be allowed to do all that stuff. Like, oh, okay, so what? So only the left-wing ones?
$250 million for Barry Weiss's blog, in which she interviewed megastar Ross Douthat from the New York Times about why conspiracy...
And I get his anger, too, because it's like, okay, you would never even value his podcast that gets like 250,000 human beings watching it every week live. You'd never even consider that to be a $150 million property. So why is the Free Press worth $150 million?
Conspiracies have taken the hold of the American mind. And Ross goes, well, the thing about conspiracies is there is an element of truth. Not in this one. There's not an element of truth. It's all truth. It's all the elements of all of the truth. And everyone talks about, everyone's like, oh, the grift is to go against Israel. It's like, clearly not. The grift is $250,000 for the blog.
Larry Ellison's takeover made some people, including Dillon, allege that CBS was under threat of becoming a biased news organization due to Ellison's massive share of AI infrastructure with Oracle, his growing media empire trying to strangle the flow of information in America.
All right, fuck it. We're going to do another whole hour, guys. We'll do another whole hour. I'm going to stay live. I was going to end it, but we'll go another hour. Here's the next poll of the day. We're going to pull this up real quick. Boom, boom. Get those up on there. J.D. Vance still winning it so far. So our next hour poll is up. Who will be president in 2028? 833 days until election. All right. So Mr. J.D. Vance has beaten Gavin Newsom. Mr. J.D. Vance has beaten Marco Rubio today. So now Mr. J.D. Vance will go up against Jon Ossoff, a.k.a. Israel, with their one win. The reason that we know that Jon Ossoff is Israel, he had $77 million given to him in one annual year. What does he do with his campaign for re-election? He condemns Nick Fuentes every hour of every day of every week. J.D. Vance versus Israel, a.k.a. Jon Ossoff, up now. The next hour of our show starts now. Let's see here if we got any news coming out right now this hour. No news this hour. All right, let's get back to the end of this Tim Dillon video. And then we'll see what else we got. Love having this conversation with you guys. Keep it chatting.
And also his donations to the Israeli military, which might be why CBS ratings have now hit an all-time low. Barry has completely detached herself from the staff, which has been called the Barricade. She has security detail costing CBS $10,000 a day while laying off veteran members of staff that have been there for decades. Even Scott Pelley, who had worked at CBS for 37 years, was fired after he clashed with the change in leadership.
The mark of a great boss is to be ushered into a building with security and then ushered out again like the president. That's when you know you're killing it, when you're doing a great job, when you are afraid to face the people whose lives you are ruining.
What's interesting here is how effective Tim Dillon's style is when it comes to discussing a lot of these disturbing and bizarre problems. His comedy cuts through the fake and fabricated modern world and always seems to be able to extract the essence of a story for his viewers. And in a weird way, this is also what journalism is supposed to do. The difference is that today, that role has been taken up by comedians when the mainstream media has failed. Instead of trying to adapt to the changes in the media landscape, most legacy institutions prefer just to target people like Tim Dillon. But in the end, these hit pieces never work. No matter all the interviews and vicious attacks, it always results with the same anti-establishment voices bouncing back, sometimes with even bigger audiences than before. Dillon doesn't care if the establishment is offended or upset at him. All that's important is being funny and brutally honest, and he knows that this is exactly what his audience is looking for. It's likely his fans will never get tired of this brutally honest style of comedy, especially as more and more people look for alternative voices to help them understand what's really going on in this dystopian world we live in.
Yo, with that said, I'm realizing I got the glasses on. It feels like the day of the days. Yeah, it's time for some Tim Dillon, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. It is the summer in America. We are in the heat of it, the dog days.
He, like me, only
summer,
does a show by
I
himself.
hope it's everything you would imagine. I hope you are making.
But he's not able to, have conversations with the video like I am. He just talks to
Your
himself.
dreams come true. When you're on the East Coast, there's so much pressure for the summer because you only get one summer. I mean, that's like some slogan that I grew up with, or maybe I heard recently. You only get one summer. I forget who was advertising that. I don't know. But probably some rehab or something, I don't know what was advertising. Narcan or something. You only get one summer. Narcan. But whatever it is, they're right. There's really it's July, August, and then a little bit of September, but a lot of the country goes back to school in August and their summer is over. And they consider the start of fall August because they have snowstorms in October, whereas New York and New England has a longer fall. And, usually we go back first week of September. And then we get colder weather usually towards Christmas and then after. That was it. That was the episode. I just want to kind of go over that. Break it down for everybody and make sure that
These Tate brothers can't catch a break, these guys, huh? You know, I met them in Romania. I interviewed them on the Patreon, and this was years ago. And they were lovely, and they took me to a steakhouse. I was in Romania to do a gig for some Bitcoin guy who had lots of money, who paid me a lot of money to go out there and do comedy in Bucharest, Romania, for a group of people that could barely speak English. And they liked me and saw me and wanted me to go. And it was a very challenging, I did it in some like weird restaurant event venue. And I did about 25 minutes and it was barely understood. And I think one of the guys stood up and was like, Joe Rogan. So I think he saw me on Joe's show. And I was there and I hit up the Tates and I said, you know, do you have any recs, any recommendations? And they go, we know exactly who you are. We'll pick you up from the airport. And they did. And they came in their Rolls Royces and they truly were. Now, I know they're accused of rape and human trafficking, whatever. But let me just say my piece first and then I'll get to that. They were truly lovely. We had a lovely meal. We went to their home. We did a podcast. They were lovely people. Am I saying they're pure of spirit? I don't know. I'm just saying my personal experience with them. They're accused of choking women sometimes until they passed out, then raping them. Again, not good. That's from the New York Times. My producer highlighting that. I understand that. I'm getting to that, and I appreciate you highlighting that as I talk about how lovely our dinner was. Thank you very much for doing that. We are against that here at the Tim Dillon Show, choking women until they pass out and then raping them. Obviously wrong. Yeah, we get wrong. It. We know it. Mm-hmm. Not for it. Have never been for it. Have never been for it. I witnessed none of that in Romania. One of their girlfriends was there. I think her name was Baby G or something, and she was a little quiet. Some of the women with them were quiet. That's what I will say. Some of the women there were quiet. They were not offering loud opinions. A little nice, but it was very, I don't know. They didn't seem like victims to me. Was there an arrangement? Were they working a little bit? Hey, sure. But by the way, life is an arrangement. Truly. Sorry. I'm not, and I'm not trying to discourage the real true romantics out there, because I feel like that's a beautiful thing. Love's an amazing, beautiful thing. It's a celestial thing. It comes from the, blah, 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 blah. It's lovely. And I hope you're finding it this summer. You only get one summer. But love is a little bit of a commodity in certain places. And I felt like maybe there was a commodified love, which is I've lived in Beverly Hills. I live in New York. I'm well aware of that. I've had my friends' mothers tell me I married this person for very practical reasons. I had my friend's mother told me that on the back porch of her Wantagh home. She said, I married her husband's name for very practical reasons. I was never...
Jesus Christ. So that's a little sample of Tim Dillon and the Tim Dillon Show. Let's get back into it. There was two of them that I saw where they're pretty fucking cool. Okay, the one man that destroyed America, or this movie reveals what they want us when they're coming for us.
Most promising attorneys. Does this movie show us how you really make it to the top? In The Devil's Advocate, a lawyer played by Keanu Reeves finds out the hard way that ultimate success might not be worth the price. After becoming one of Florida's most promising attorneys, he receives an opportunity of a lifetime, join the most powerful law firm in the country, and become one of the elite lawyers. But right as he thought his dreams were finally coming true, he discovers who he really would be working for. Let's take a deeper look at The Devil's Advocate to see what it may reveal about how they come for you.
How'd they come for you? All right, we're good. I'm good on that one. Let's get into this. This is
We're the richest country in the world. Like it or not, we have it all.
This is from Volksgeist, VOLKSGEIST, 831,000 followers, and this video is called "How One Man Destroyed America." Let's check it out.
But we have one major problem that many other countries don't. The majority of our cities are a rundown, incomplete shadow of what they used to be, despite our country's incredible wealth. Let me tell you guys a crazy statistic that's 100% true. Since 1950, over 85% of all major American cities have a lost population. Almost all of our cities are dying in front of our eyes. And this wasn't a mistake. We literally killed our cities before they could become great. Understanding why and how our country ended up like this is no easy task. It's a massive web of data, factors, and circumstances. But when we sat down to look at why exactly all of this happened to our country, there's one person who kept coming up over and over and over. And that person is a man who sought influence by any means necessary and changed the world forever, perhaps more than anyone else in modern American history.
This is the story of Robert Moses, the man who invented highways as we know them, and thus destroyed our American cities.
Oh, yeah.
All right, it's time to do a biography.
Okay, so what's going on here? I mean, this chart looks pretty bad. Can you explain like what happened to these American cities?
In the 50s, the top 10 biggest cities in America were New York, Chicago, Philly, LA, Detroit, Baltimore, Cleveland, St. Louis, DC, and Boston.
That's not how it is anymore. Like today it's like Texas, 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 Arizona, Texas, Florida. Like what exactly is going on here?
Basically, American cities were growing for decades. Then sometime in the mid-20th century, most of them just stopped. A lot of America's biggest cities all just seem to die.
Pause. Alex, unmod Needy, please. He's nothing but a spammer. Deported? Let's check here. So Needy. Did I insult your gay cult? Deported, and then voters are sheep, Democrats and Republicans are cults. How am I spam? You just can't handle the truth. Yeah, he's not spam. Unfortunately. Full retard, sorry.
Time after the 1950s.
So Detroit had 2 million people
They're
in the
gonna have
1950s,
to remove you, bro.
and today it has 600,000. That's like the fall of the Roman Empire, but
Unless
in
I
modern
need to
times.
audit 'em.
To think that it was once
Like, I may accidentally, like, mod a mentally ill person. And if I do, I need you guys to be actual modders and make sure that person actually needs to get unmodded. But right now, like, just because you don't like somebody's opinions, bro, come on.
like one of the biggest cities in the world. It's like I don't understand what happened.
Robert Moses was born in 1888 in New Haven, Connecticut, a small city just inside New York City's general orbit. And by any definition, he grew up rich. His mother, Isabella Cohen, came from a wealthy German Jewish family. Her father, Bernard Cohen, had made a fortune as a merchant in late 1800s New York. Robert Moses' father was similar. He became wealthy after opening a women's clothing store in downtown New Haven, from which he used the profits to invest in local real estate developments while the city was growing rapidly in the 1890s. This is where the family lived, an upscale Edwardian house at 83 Dwight Street, just 3 blocks away from the campus of Yale University. The story goes that around the turn of the century, Moses' mother grew tired of the slower pace of life in New Haven, so his father sold the store, retired, and moved the family down to New York. His mother, meanwhile, became an activist in the settlement movement, a social movement that became popular in the early 1900s off of the idea that wealthy people could fix inner-city poverty by moving into poor neighborhoods, living among the uneducated locals, and teaching them morals, culture, and values.
Okay, so these photos we've got, they look straight out of 1930s New York City. I mean, you've got the big brownstone apartment buildings, the fire escapes, there's like streetcars, there's people everywhere in the road. To me, it just looks like a photo from old Manhattan.
If you pull up any photo from St. Louis, Cleveland, Baltimore.
Oh, okay, so we have a quitter here, everybody. Just remember, I didn't do any kind of communist shit to this person. I just made sure that they got unmodded because that's what they asked for, because they wanted their spanking too, okay? Remove as a standard mod. And then Jigsaw, because we don't deal with ex-girlfriends very well, you know, the people that like promise that they're leaving, but then they're not actually leaving. You're also in a 24-hour timeout. And if you want to come back and not be a little stupid bitch ex-girlfriend, then you can do that. But next time, okay?
Baltimore. Any of these places before the highway era, what you see is not empty
Do not
space.
care about
you
your
see city
feelings.
life.
Want that known right now,
churches,
guys.
row homes, corner stores, dense little neighborhoods. It's like an urban fabric. But if you pull up the same place today, all of that is gone.
Yeah, dude, there's literally nothing there. Like the neighborhood that used to be there, it looks pretty nice, and now it's just an on-ramp.
I know, in St. Louis, this beautiful riverfront city became a cleared out park for a monument. and then they dug a highway trench that separated the downtown from the riverfront. Then you look at Baltimore, it's like a war zone. These places are basically dead.
I mean, when you look at these photos, these look like the type of neighborhoods that people would pay thousands of dollars every month to rent in today. But they don't even exist anymore. They're just totally gone.
Class. That's exactly what I've been saying since
By
I started
age 17,
the show.
Robert
I said, when you go into the voting booth in the midterms, vote for anybody's name that you do not recognize. That means that they didn't have advertising it to make sure that you fucking knew their name.
Moses would find himself back
It's
in
the
New
only way we
Haven
can get
again,
out of this,
this
guys.
time to study at Yale. And
There's
this
enough
is where the
common
Robert
sense here.
Moses we know
We
today
remove
begins to
every
take shape.
incumbent right
One
now.
story that shows up over and over from his college career is from when he quit the Yale swim team after being told that he wasn't allowed to route donations to the swim team into a separate sports fund without telling their swimming patron, something that many biographers consider an early sign of his future power tactics. After Yale, Robert Moses remained in the education system to keep studying politics throughout the 1910s, going to Oxford for another bachelor's degree and then a master's degree on top of it. After that, he went back to New York City to get a PhD in political science from Columbia, shortly after which he got married.
Booth was deleting pro-right being held before release.
And started a
Voters
family.
are sheeple.
It was around this point, though, that Robert Moses would spend the next 10 years failing to launch his career. So in order to understand how Robert Moses became so hugely influential, we first have to understand the landscape of the time, because America in the 1920s was not unlike America today. For one, recent mass migration from countries like Italy, Ireland, Poland, and Russia had resulted in a tense social climate as new immigrants struggled to be accepted, while they also faced challenges like poverty and brutal inner-city living conditions. Meanwhile, also not
Hey, needy boy. Don't, like, you know, usually when you were pointed out directly, you blend into the background. Don't make me reconsider you as spam.
like today. Okay. Another hot issue of the time was
statements, yeah, like let's keep a conversation, not just fucking shouting stuff out in all caps like every 3 seconds.
The country's rapidly growing wealth was becoming increasingly concentrated at the top, in the hands of industrialists, landlords, business owners, or highly educated elites like Robert Moses and his family. And so the resulting overall atmosphere gave birth to something called reform politics, a political belief system that modern cities were corrupt, crowded, and chaotic, and that the only people who could save society from these issues were the elites, who could do it entirely from the top down.
I feel bad for the other guy.
And so Robert Moses, upon finishing his 4 elite degrees, had a plan. He was deeply interested in politics and cities, and he truly believed that his ideas alone could change the world for the better. Here's a quote from Robert Caro's 1974 New Yorker article, The Power Broker. Moses wandered tirely around the city, and Frances Perkins, who later became Secretary of Labor for New York State, occasionally wandered with him. She said that everything he saw made him think of some way it could be better, and that he was always burning up with ideas, just burning up with them. But it wasn't for no reason. New York City in the early 1900s was a pretty terrible place to live for the vast majority of people.
Bad place to live.
So back in the early 1900s, 10th and 11th Avenues, where the beautiful Highline Park and the massive Hudson Yard skyscrapers now stand, that part of Manhattan was known as Death Avenue. At the time, railroad tracks for shipping coal, meat, and dairy ran through the streets at street level. And even though the city hired West Side cowboys to ride horses in front of the trains and warn pedestrians, dozens of people still got...
John Ossoff sucks. I live in Georgia, and he's terrible. You know what, Chad? I feel bad that I had to ban the other guy for acting like an ex-girlfriend. Like, mods, like, there's ways you could have said that. And also, needy, appreciate you, like, understanding what I'm saying. Pumped up for all the attacking me. You told me to F off. Exactly.
Killed in the street by freight trains every year in New York City. At one point, the death toll passed 600 people. Then over in Riverside Park, which is now a gorgeous green space full of bike paths and tennis courts, that was described by Robert Moses' biographer as being a 6-mile mudflat in the 1920s, full of rusted wire fences, railroad tracks, massive...
It was, and we listened to the video, like I think it was 2 or 3 nights ago when we did the Donald Trump retrospective, that Donald Trump tried to lobby in New York to build this into like a whole television epicenter with hotels and everything, and they told him no. And then 20 years later, they finally built it into the park after just turning the old rail station into a garden called the
garbage
Highline.
and shanty towns where people lived in shacks. Even Central Park, which today is one of the most famous and loved city parks in the whole world, was utterly falling apart in the 1930s. It was home to hundreds of shacks and slums during the Great Depression. Downtown New York City, when Robert Moses was a young man, was actually twice as densely populated as Manila, the most densely populated city in the world today. And as a result, New York City at the time was basically considered an all-out humanitarian crisis, with horrible living conditions as hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Italian and Jewish immigrants lived in apartments without indoor plumbing, ventilation, and often even light. All of that is to say, Robert Moses looking out over the river and dreaming about how to make New York a better place wasn't a fantasy. The only problem was that he would need immense influence and power to save New York, the one thing he didn't have. During this time in his life, much of the work that Robert Moses did was unpaid or underpaid, and for much of his 20s and 30s, especially when he was married and had kids, he was not just struggling to make money, but was in fact entirely reliant on his wealthy mother to cover his and his family's living expenses, even up until the age of 40.
Unvaccinated pure blood.
But by the late 1930s, Robert Moses was adored by the public. He was a hero in New York. This 1939 magazine...
Because she got in a fight with me, and we were breaking up, and we had been together for 3 years. I was living in Florida with her, and she said, "You don't care about people. You won't even get your vaccine." And I said, "You only got yours because they told you had to report your papers to your New York office." And then she's like, "You just don't care about people. You're doing Uber. You should care about people. You're an independent contractor," and like gaslit me. And so I went to fucking CVS and I did one. And then I listened to some Joe Rogan episode the next day, and he was like, "I'm not taking that shit now." And then I started hearing about the blood clotting and stuff, and I was like, all right, not going back. So I got one because of the female, but I never got the other.
Profile of him in The Atlantic, it opens with a fan interaction in the street. It says, not long ago, the automobile in which Robert Moses was riding was stopped by traffic lights at a busy street crossing in Manhattan. Suddenly,
Needy Boy is the first one. Needy Boy, and I forgot who the other guy was, Jay something. But Needy Boy was the first person that ever really caused a problem when I modded. But it was just because of like commentary comments. Because some people, like when you're doing live streaming, they just commentary comment. They just say shit that they believe and they just blanket them up there. And I encourage people, don't treat our chat like it's a billboard. It's not about getting your opinion up on the screen. It's about saying your opinion to the rest of the chat environment and then having a real conversation with each other. And people that I mod usually understand that. Today was like one of, I think, 2 issues we've ever had. And then the first time I've ever unmodded somebody was today because the guy became like all butthurt and like got pissed off that I didn't like ban this new guy. And then became like an ex-girlfriend and was like, "I'm leaving this channel. Good luck." And I was just like, all right, well, bye.
The driver of a large truck leaned from his cab and asked excitedly, "Ain't that Commissioner Moses?" "Well, I just want you to know, you're doing a swell job on them parks," the man shouted. I don't know if I have brain rot, but that just, to me, literally sounds like something out of a Twitch clip. Because most people seem to agree that over the past 15 years, he had basically saved New York. In 1934, he oversaw the opening of the Central Park Zoo, as well as cleared the shanty towns, added ice skating rinks, all this other stuff to save the park from utter despair. In 1929, he opened Jones Beach, but more than just a beach, he had taken this massive swampy sandbar. It was only 2 feet above sea level, and he turned it into the first major public beach in New York City history. Today, Jones Beach is still the most heavily visited beach on the entire East Coast.
Hashtag justice for Jigsaw.
In the late 30s, he fixed one of the most...
I feel it. I don't know how to get Jigsaw back unless he comes back tomorrow in the chat, and maybe he's still here watching without being able to talk right now because I put him for 24. But if you come back tomorrow past 4:45 and you just say hello, Jigsaw, I think I'll let it all go, okay? But... You brought it upon yourself. I'm leaving. I'm not doing it.
Hellish nightmare situations I've ever heard of. The Corona Ash Dump, as it was called, sounds like a comically evil location from a children's novel. It doesn't even sound like a real place. But it was yet another one of these huge problems that New York City had in the early 1900s. Back then, they used coal-burning furnaces.
It's the billboard thing. That's what I'll start to reiterate that to people. It's not necessarily spamming, but it is a form of spamming, which is like you're just worried about getting your opinion up on the live chat. And that's not what the live chat's about. The live chat is about having a conversation. So even if it's an off-topic thing, you can bring it up and say something like blah, blah, blah vaccine, but it's in the conversation, like you guys are talking to each other, not just like, oh, if I say this, then these people in this fucking room will be able to see it. Like, nobody gives a shit. We're having a conversation.
To heat their homes, their schools, their businesses. There was a huge catch. They generated massive amounts of ash, and there was nowhere for it to go. So in the end, the city kind of just started piling it all up in one place that just so happened to be in the middle of an otherwise residential area. At one point, there was an ash pile that was so big, it was 100 feet tall, that it had its own name. Anyway, in the late 30s, Moses was able to completely get rid of the Corona ash dump, and in its place, he built Flushing Meadows Park, a gigantic and beautiful park full of lakes, trees, and stadiums. In the 1930s alone, Robert Moses built 300 playgrounds, 15 swimming pools, 7 golf courses, and 6 major bridges in New York City. Okay, so this is probably the part of the story you guys should pay attention to if you ever want to start accumulating unlimited tyrannical control over your local city. Because the only reason why Robert Moses was able to save New York and become so loved was because he actually had unlimited power. But, you know, I mean, let's go back to him being a chud whose mom pays his rent. Like, how does a guy like that become the most powerful person in New York? Well, Robert Moses' decade of humiliation finally ended in the 1920s when he, by total random chance, met an advisor for the governor of New York, and he made a good enough impression that she recommended he be hired into the administration of the governor, who appoints him as the chairman of the New York State Council of Parks, and then later New York State Secretary of State. So Moses didn't really get elected. He was never any kind of politician at all. He did run for governor at some point. He got defeated in a total blowout. But my point is, you know, he didn't get power the way that most people do. And the other side of this is that he was also a savant at drafting laws. He would write these bills that created
You just missed all of the modding drama. And now I feel bad too for Jigsaw, but it was just all
more titles for him, more control over parks and roads and planning and all this stuff. And he would bury these clauses deep in the text. And it was this stuff that basically gave him sweeping permanent authority over all kinds of different departments. But what gives him the most power of all is when he builds the Triborough Bridge. And when he does this, he adds a toll system that acts as his own private funding department. It wasn't tax money. It doesn't go to the city budget or the state budget. Basically, all the tolls from this massive bridge that carries millions of people every year, all this money he's just keeping to fund his own future development projects. In the first year of the Triborough Bridge, tolls generated $2.5 million. By the late 60s, the annual surplus after operating costs from Robert Moses infrastructure was $270 million a year in today's money. And so while Robert Moses was never a politician, he quickly became more powerful than if he had been one. The only problem was that at the same time as he did all of this great stuff, Robert Moses was also destroying New York City, one neighborhood at a time.
The words New York bring to mind this dramatic skyline. Skyscrapers that symbolize the size and importance of the Western Hemisphere's greatest metropolis.
It all started...
Oh, okay. The timeouts we give people, guys, they only last for this stream because they're considered individual timeouts. So Jigsaw can come back to the next live or any other live, and if I do see her name in the chat or anybody is able to reach out to her and I get a hello in the chat the next time that I see it, I will put her back as a mod. That was a misunderstanding. It just got out of hand.
With a familiar problem. When cars arrived on the streets of New York in the early 1920s, the city wasn't ready. And the situation that came out of that was pretty dystopian. Imagine the traffic problems of today, but there are no rules, no speed limits, no safety measures, no driver's licenses, no seatbelts. I mean, let me put it this way. Back in 1925, there were 18 deaths per 100 million vehicle miles traveled in the US every year. Today, there are 1.7. Driving 100 years ago was 10 times more dangerous than it is now, and it's still dangerous today. The New Yorker addressed this in 1927. They have this article that says, "Traffic, we sadly report, approaches a point of total stagnation." They went on to write, "On 6th Avenue, a book of short stories is standard equipment for the weary motorist." They were basically saying that, you know, even in the 1920s, people were so bored in traffic that they were brain rotting with books while they drove. So this was a time of major change. There's a big problem brewing. Personal cars are becoming very popular and they're basically killing people. Someone has to do something about it. I don't think any reasonable person would look at that and say, hey, yeah, let's not do anything about it at all. Don't build more roads, just let it be. And so this is where the biggest project of Robert Moses' career comes in, because over the years, he would build 416 miles of highways around New York. That's enough to stretch from Manhattan to Ohio. So when Moses started building these big roadways, they were incredibly heavily used. Just one of them, the Triborough Bridge, it carried 10 million vehicles the first year it opened. In the late 1930s, Robert Moses basically created the world of rapid car travel as we know it today. It wasn't really a thing before. It's just that he only got there by destroying almost every other part of New York in the process. Moses himself would be quoted as saying, when you operate in an overbuilt metropolis, you have to hack your way through with a meat axe. Robert Moses covered the beautiful Flushing Meadows Park in highways. He built highways over 90% of the waterfront of Manhattan. He built a highway through the entirety of the Bronx. He put highways through cemeteries and parks, and he buried entire neighborhoods under ramps, overpasses, cloverleafs, service roads, retaining walls, concrete embankments. He rebuilt the biggest city in the world around cars. Highways are big. Oftentimes, they're hundreds of feet wide. They're basically massive trenches that run through the city. And when you're putting these all over the densest city in America, something or someone is going to have to move. But almost every single highway that Robert Moses built in New York follows one specific pattern. They plow right through neighborhoods full of people that Robert Moses personally deemed undesirable. The Gowanus Expressway, before thousands of buildings were torn down and tens of thousands of people were forced to move, it was known as a thriving community full of Scandinavians and Italians, and the highway they put there killed barbershops, bakeries, warehouses, restaurants. All kinds of businesses disappeared, families moved, buildings were demolished, and it never returned. Then there's the construction of the Cross Bronx Expressway, and that alone is understood to have displaced between 50 and 60,000 people, the majority of them being black. The Brooklyn Queens Expressway is also...
Thank you all for tuning in. Once again, this is No News is News, and you want to double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe, and also if you can throw a super chat in, I read all super chats all loud. $4 a month, become a member, just like Two Gun Cohen over here. I just built out a bunch of special emojis that I created last night. We drop different exclusive members only shorts as well as VODs of lives, etc.
Known to have displaced at least 20,000 people, mainly Jews, Puerto Ricans, Italians, Russians, and Polish. So it's pretty easy to see how when it came time to pick where New York's highways were going to go, the city's poorest and most densely populated neighborhoods were the top choice. Then there's the Grand Central Parkway that cuts through all of northern Queens. Then the Jackie Robinson Parkway slices through Brooklyn and Queens. Then there's the Van Wyck Expressway, the Bruckner, the Major Deegan, the Clearview. The list just keeps going and going. And these are all huge trenches that divide the fabric of the city into pieces, separating people with massive amounts of infrastructure. That area under the Gowanus is, even 70 years later, it's full of porn stores and abandoned storefronts, and it's dirty, it's polluted, it's loud. That neighborhood is gone, and it never came back. We had to go see this one for ourselves.
I'm here under the Gowanus Expressway. It's a 200-foot wide, 12-lane, double-level, hulking monster of a highway. And it's one of the biggest things that Robert Moses ever built in New York. And I happen to spend most of my waking hours right here. The Volksgeist office is literally on top of the Gowanus Expressway, but I never really understood what that meant until I started working on this video. My experience with the Gowanus Expressway is that it's really big, it's really loud, it's pretty polluted, and sometimes it makes me sick with all the exhaust fumes coming out. But what I never knew was that before Robert Moses, there was an entirely different world here. The Gowanus Expressway has been here for about 80 years, which is both a long time and not a long time, because while it's far older than I am, it's also not that old at all in the history of New York. The crazy thing is, life wasn't always like this. Before Robert Moses, historians described this part of New York as being a really nice area. In order for the Gowanus Expressway to be built, an entirely different part of the city first had to be destroyed. Basically what I'm trying to say is that this project changed this part of Brooklyn forever. Let's look. The crazy thing about American cities is that even when you're in the crosswalk, you're not safe from cars. In a world that's designed for cars instead of pedestrians, a lot of the time our safety and lives are an afterthought. There's a reason people shouldn't have to face dangerous environments alone. Just like there's a reason why Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury firm. They've been fighting for the people for over 35 years. They have more than 1,000.
When you're down there, feel how much videoing the underside of the Gowanus Expressway just can't even capture. The smells, the sounds, the way that you can really feel how much damage was done to the city by these highways. I mean, when you're down there, you can't even hear other people talk. It's not even a place where you can film a video. That's how loud it is. To this day, even Manhattan, for the most part, is surrounded by 2 huge highways, with 26 of its 32 miles of waterfront covered by concrete, which I also felt like I had to see to believe.
This is the richest island in the world. This is one of the most advanced, developed places on Earth. And even here is covered by a highway. It's a strange thing, and like, no one in New York ever really talks about this. But Manhattan could have an amazing waterfront, but there's nothing. I did see a plane take off from the water earlier, which was actually really awesome, but other than that, it's kind of like a sad waste of land. Manhattan has like the best public transit of anywhere on this side of the planet. It's the most densely populated place in North America, but the island
It's bad audio.
itself doesn't even really function as an island. If you guys have never been to New York.
It wouldn't be long before Robert Moses' ideas became the default for every city in the US. When the Highway Act passed in 1956 and the federal government put up $220 billion in today's money to build 41,000 miles of interstate highways, the Moses method quickly spread all over the country.
Guys, this is the #2 live stream we have ever done on this channel. The #2 live stream. We have been live streaming every single day since the beginning of the war on, March 3rd or 4th or whatever the hell it was. I can't remember. So thank you all for being with us. This is the largest live stream we've ever had so far. Appreciate you all tuning in to the funeral of Lindsey Graham and more politics and such. Let's see if we got any news coming up this hour right now. Ooh, we got some Fauci news. All right. Fauci reflects on COVID origins, his fame, Trump in private diary. Dr. Fauci is set to testify before a Senate committee tomorrow morning. He will be questioned by Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, who released more than 1,000 pages of Fauci's diary. HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. told Fox News on Monday that his team located the typewritten diary entries and it turned them over to Paul, who subpoenaed multiple federal agencies as part of his investigation into the origins of COVID-19. Senator Paul trolls Fauci on the diaries. Oh my God, Two Gun Cohen with the big super chat. Appreciate you. With the big super chat. Just giving. Like a good Canadian. Like a good Cuban. This man knows communism. He might not agree with it, but he knows it. He understands it. He understands the universal PBS message that I don't want to have to go. I don't want to have to do a telethon, y'all. But I will do a telethon in like 3 or 4 days if y'all don't start subscribing to at least the membership. $4 a month. When you're $4 a month, you get that little logo next to your name like Two Gun Cohen. You become a member as a North Korean, then you become a Venezuelan, then you become a Cuban. Eventually, 6 months in, you become an American citizen. And after a year, you become that Israeli, as we all know. Everybody, thank you for all of the support. This is our second largest live stream ever. And we stayed live long enough to get probably what would have been our second live stream of the night. Because we just got these juicy ass things. Like, hello? We just got like the papers. Wait, access denied? You don't have permission to access paul.senate.gov? No, bro. Where is he? We're going to get the Fauci papers. Rand Paul. Oh, I wonder if I can get him on X, actually. I think I can get him on X. If anybody knows where I can get the Fauci papers that Rand Paul just dropped, I'm going to go to his X account. I can't believe he just dropped 200 pages of his diary right before he's about to talk to him. And they thought they were going to give away with all of it, too. Holy shit, bro. Remember Fauci was, oh my God, look at this. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Bro. This is our new photo of the day. Oh my God, this is our new photo of the day. Guys, we are definitely doing this one as we go through this. Oh my God. Photo 1. Boom. Right here. Boom. Photo 1. What? Oh, no. Come on now. Everybody stay with us. We're going to be reading a little bit of, we're going to be reading the Fauci diary papers that Rand Paul just dropped in a minute here. So everybody stick with us. Just getting the meme up first. Did you get your Fauci ouchie? Okay. All right. So is it a distraction? Is it not a distraction? 54 minutes ago, Rand Paul tweets out, remember, Anthony Fauci was about to follow the science until it came to vaccines. He was all about forcing you into compliance, even though we all knew infection was the best protection. It looks like we got a sample of it here. What is this? This is the press release. Dr. Fauci records released by Senator Rand Paul reveal. New Dr. Fauci records released by Senator Rand Paul reveal that in 2013, Fauci disparaged those who opposed or questioned gain or function research as naysayers, including Senator Richard John Roberts, who Fauci said a Nobel Peace winning asshole or bad-mouthing for the decision, and left a memorandum on gain of function research imposed by internal influenza sciences in January of 2012. The memorandum was only supposed to be 60 days to evaluate biosecurity risks and gain function research, but it ended up lasting over a year. Fauci also takes the time to note his press coverage on the day. January 20th, 2013, the 60-day memorandum on gain-of-function research on respiratory transmission, HPAI, H5N1, influenza in mammals has been lifted by the scientists who originally signed the memorandum. The memorandum actually lasted just over 1 full year. We at HHS and NIH have been deploying a framework for making funding decisions for the types of research, citing December 17th, 2013. The framework should be ready for implementation in a few weeks, and so we can start making funding decisions. Much press coverage today. I was in NY Times, Wall Street Journal, and the Associated Press. Oh my God, so he's even bragging about it. The naysayers who feel this research should not be done at all, David Relman, John Roberts, Nobel Prize winning asshole, or should be published by Mike Orsum, are still out there bad-mouthing the decision to lift the memorandum. And that was on data function research, which led to the COVID-19 vaccine, or COVID-19 outbreak. Wow. Can I get the papers or not? Let me look for 1 second, guys, see if we can get these. Rand Paul Gov. If not, we'll just wait for tomorrow when he goes at him, obviously. The Republicans are going to... Because what happens is each senator gets 5 minutes, and usually it's just a grifting contest against the guest. So the guest goes up there, and then every one of those 5 minutes, instead of asking them any questions, they just go, you're against this person. You're against Donald Trump. And they're like, no, I'm not against Donald Trump. And they're like, you're for Donald Trump. And then they just lobby back and forth for 5 minutes each all day long. And it's just bullshit, grifting. But every once in a while, there's an expert senator. Tomorrow is going to be Rand Paul, where the senators on the Republican side, and I would even say senators like Fetterman, will grant their 5 clemency to Rand Paul, and we'll be seeing a very deep, potentially even hour-long back and forth between Rand Paul and Dr. Fauci tomorrow afternoon. So that's not on the Donald Trump schedule. We'll get the Donald Trump schedule tonight, so we'll figure out what Donald Trump is doing tomorrow around 9 p.m. tonight. Let me check the roll call, make sure there wasn't a call sheet that was sent out yet. But I'm pretty sure we don't know what's going on with Trump yet today for tomorrow. Wednesday, is today Wednesday? No, today's Tuesday. We got the Wednesday schedule. Okay. 6:30 p.m., the president participates in a telehealth rally. The president participates in another telehealth rally at 7 p.m. And then tonight, he's supposed to do a telehealth rally as well, I think. 6:30. So in an hour and a half, I think Donald Trump might be speaking, but it's closed to the press, so I don't know. They're saying that's a telehealth rally. So I don't know if that means that he's going to be talking like on like a webcam, like that we can access, or if that's just like a thing for that like funding, like it's a private telehealth meeting. But either way, it is on the official schedule. Okay. Yeah, and it looks like RFK is going to attend. They're going to make a whole spectacle of this tomorrow, guys. We're going to get into the rest of that tomorrow. Let's get back to this who destroyed America, because it's pretty interesting. This guy built the highways in New York to save us from basically cars. People were driving cars, reading books, and horses existed still too, and people were dying. So then this guy like built highways, and now everybody's like, you're an evil racist. But also, he kind of ruined America.
The country.
Because if you've ever been to Orlando or just Florida in general, you know exactly what I'm talking about, which is like, it's just highways. It's just so sad.
In the 1950s, St. Louis wrapped its downtown in elevated highways and placed its Mississippi waterfront behind a 180-foot wide trench. They destroyed hundreds of buildings in the process, and ever since then, the city's gone from 856,000 residents in 1950 to now below 300,000 in 2026. That's a population collapse of almost 70%. Baltimore's highway to nowhere demolished 14 contiguous blocks. That includes 971 homes, 62 businesses, and thousands of people from a predominantly black community gone forever for a cross-city expressway that was never completed. Since 1950, Baltimore has fallen from 950,000 residents to 550,000 today. And the neighborhoods that border that massive highway trench they never finished building, they still look more like a war zone than a modern American city. In the end, the federal highway system is estimated to have displaced more than 1 million people in total. Many Italian immigrants, many Jewish immigrants, many black people, mainly people who wouldn't be listened to if they spoke up and tried to fight back. And studies today show that living near highways is tied to lung problems in children, higher risk of heart attacks, strokes, and overall premature death. And as highways spread around the U.S.
Got a few more for you guys. Here, let's grab these real quick. So these papers were just leaked as well. This one's from 2021. I got a call from the radiologist at CLB's hospital where I got a chest CT in the morning and telling me that I had a lesion in my right lower lobe that he felt was a cancer. I felt like I got hit by a Mack truck. Dr. Lee quietly followed up on this and showed me the film. And CLB, who is a proctologist specialized in pulmonary nodules, Dr. Nurley felt that it was more likely an inflammatory lesion, and there were multiple other lesions that were very small throughout the right lower lobe. In addition, I had pulmonary infarcts in the right lower segment, and oh my God, are they saying, wait, what? Let me read the overview. Rand Paul Fauci Diary website has quietly redacted the June 2021 early where Fauci describes suffering a pulmonary infection. Original, full account of the CT scan, initial cancer, infant. I mean, they're just protecting medical record, which honestly, that's none of our business then, really.
Robert Moses himself would go to repeat the process all over the world. First, he went to Pittsburgh, where he was hired to plan out how to take the downtown peninsula, this beautiful piece of land full of buildings and neighborhoods called the Golden Triangle, and cover it in gigantic highways that still surround the city center to this day. In the late 1940s, Moses was hired by the state of Louisiana to propose a plan for New Orleans, where he would put forward a suggestion to separate the French Quarter from the waterfront with a massive elevated expressway. Like, that literally would have destroyed New Orleans if it went through. If Robert Moses had his way, New Orleans would today not be a tourist destination, but a ghost town. In the 1950s, Moses consulted for the government of Sao Paulo, Brazil, to help them set up huge downtown highway systems in the world's 8th biggest city. It's not hard to see that there's a pattern here. When you look around, you see Robert Moses everywhere, even in places where he wasn't directly involved. There's no better place for me to show you how Robert Moses' ideas destroyed large parts of America than his own hometown of New Haven, Connecticut. Because while Robert Moses may have changed the world, the most subscribed YouTuber from New Haven is me. Yeah, this is my profile on famousbirthdays.com, and it does say I was born in New Haven. So yes, we are gonna go on a Volksgeist road trip. Described it as broad and serene, shaded with overarching elms. There's actually a 1910s newspaper article that describes New Haven as having a reputation as one of the world's most beautiful cities. I don't know if that's actually true, but they did write it. Overall, though, this sounds pretty strange. Probably most Americans don't even know what New Haven is. It's literally like the 199th biggest city in the US. New Haven today is pretty decrepit, abandoned, quiet, and sad in comparison to other East Coast cities. And the reason for that is because New Haven, Robert Moses' hometown, received almost 3 times more federal urban renewal money per capita than any other city in America. And they used that money to build enough highways to destroy the city.
I'm here in Long Wharf in New Haven. This is New Haven's only waterfront park. This is all we have. And the park is smaller than the highway that's next to it. Luckily, we have food trucks. Okay, we just had a good taco. We're walking back to the car. I can't hear my thoughts over the highway.
And so then,
part of New Haven is a very beautiful building. And this is where Robert Moses grew up. So over here, we have the address of Robert Moses' childhood home. As you can see, though, this is not Robert Moses' childhood home. That is an apartment building with a big-ass parking lot. In 1963, the home that Robert Moses grew up in as a kid was demolished so they could make way for parking for the new building that was going up behind it.
I mean, it's not exactly a St. Louis situation. Highways are not the only thing that hurt American cities. That would be ridiculous. Deindustrialization, white flight, redlining, factory closures, rising crime, racism,
I'd say it's
all of that
highways.
stuff played a big
All that
part.
happened
And
because
that
of
is the
highways.
real story of the mid-1900s in America.
Guys, we didn't have any racism before highways. So I say everything, pretty much, highways.
American cities. Highways were really just a symbol, a physical manifestation of the entire mood of society at the time. But over time, they also became more than that. The problems that cities were facing before highways, they were real, but by and large, after highways, they just kept getting worse and worse. Urban blight, ghettos, depopulation, these things that cities were already struggling with, highways became a barrier from being able to fix it at all. And so this path we took, this fork in the road in American urban history, it seems overwhelmingly to lead back to the personal beliefs of one man who grew up in an elite family, who believed that the rich and wealthy should rule over the populace, who thought that going to Yale meant you could solve society's problems. Robert Moses famously installed statues of monkeys, handcuffed to a fence in playgrounds all around Harlem in New York. Those statues then remained there until 2023. Then for Jones Beach, that massive island that he built to finally give New Yorkers access to the outdoors, it's widely reported that he directed for bridge underpasses there to be built far lower than normal, only 8 feet tall, so buses couldn't pass, which prevented poor people without their own cars from ever going to the beach at all. It's understood that while Moses was building the Gowanus Expressway, it would have been entirely possible and even cheaper to put the highway over 2nd Avenue, which was far less populated, but he instead chose to use the more populated 3rd Avenue because he didn't see the neighborhood as a good one. I can't tell you guys what the solution would have been to solve the problems that New York had back in the day. If you transported me to a time in New York where there are thousands of pounds of horse poop in the street, there's kids getting run over by trucks every day, there's a 100-foot tall pile of ash in the middle of Queens, and you tell me I have to fix it all without causing more collateral damage down the road, I don't know what I would do. Leaving the city forever and starting over with big, beautiful suburban homes with fresh green lawns, I can imagine why that would be very, very attractive in that moment. But I can also see how in choosing that option, we permanently killed our city's futures in the process. To me though, the ultimate damnation of Robert Moses and his ideas is the fact that the story of American cities is not the story of the rest of the world. Not every city in the world, or even every city in America, looks like this today. Vancouver, Canada is a famous example. There are no freeways running into or through its downtown core. There was a $450 million highway proposed to be built there in the late 50s, and in the 60s, they even approved an 8-lane freeway to be built right through Chinatown, but massive protests stopped construction before it began. You can literally see how different this city is without major highways. Downtown Vancouver looks like Chicago, but the population is like 5 times lower. And that's what a city without highways can look like. Even in America, there are major success stories. The downtown waterfront of San Francisco was dominated by a huge double-decker highway for decades until an earthquake damaged it in the 90s, and its eventual demolition led to a remarkable urban waterfront renaissance, with the Embarcadero Historic District now serving as a major economic engine for the Bay Area. In the 1960s, even Paris began planning to cover the city in high-speed motorways, plans that would have involved the demolition of hundreds of buildings and changed the city forever, although they ultimately did not pass and Paris remains highway-free to this day. There is even a small handful of American cities that never built central city highways. Places like Madison, Wisconsin, Charleston, South Carolina, and Santa Fe, New Mexico all avoided central downtown highways, and they all retain high real estate prices and intact neighborhoods to this day. Okay, I think we all get the point. New York City is covered in highways, and it affects the city in major ways. But there is a bright side here, and it's that New York City is not nearly as covered in highways as Robert Moses wanted it to be. In the 1950s, Robert Moses actually began planning to build a highway straight through Midtown Manhattan. He wanted to put it just a few blocks north of the Empire State Building. But if it had been the landscape of Manhattan with Times Square, the Midtown skyline, everything that the outside world knows New York City to be, would probably not exist right now. Robert Moses also planned to build something called the LOMEX, the Lower Manhattan Expressway, a highway that would have run right through Soho, Little Italy, the Lower East Side, and he was even going to put a 4-lane road through the middle of Washington Square Park. All of these places that today are iconic, highly desirable, and world famous were supposed to end up just like the underside of the Gowanus Expressway. Even back then, though, that was one step too far. For years, a group of neighborhood mothers crusaded against the LOMEX highway, and ultimately, they were able to get it canceled. To which Moses famously responded, "There's nobody against this. Nobody but a bunch of mothers."
This is literally one of the most culturally active places in the world. But it was Robert Moses' dream in life to put a highway straight through it.
Robert Moses kept most of his positions in New York from the 1920s and early 30s into the late 1960s, wielding nearly limitless power over New York City for almost 40 years. But when the 1964 World's Fair, his grand final project, turned out to be a massive failure.
From the heliport, the governors and other visitors get a panoramic view of the grounds. They are joined by Fair President Robert Moses, who promises that it will all be ready on time.
Governor Nelson Rockefeller folded Moses's Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority funds into the MTA, which took away all of the power he had left. That private engine that allowed him to build without answering to mayors, voters, or governors was gone. Robert Moses' power was gone. By the 1970s, his public profile had majorly shifted, in large part thanks to Robert Caro's Power Broker series, but generally it was understood now that while Robert Moses had massively transformed the shape of New York and America as a whole, the way he wielded nearly limitless power had created perhaps more problems than he had solved to begin with. Robert Moses died age 92 in 1981, never having learned how to drive a car. People love repeating on the internet that the US only has a couple of great cities, maybe just one, maybe New York, or sometimes they include Chicago. But I think what they really mean is that we only have a few cities that aren't covered in highways to the point of there barely even physically being a city there anymore at all. And it's pretty easy to despair about this or feel doom. Genuinely sad state for a country to be in for so many years. And seeing how other countries invest in public transit or build real cities, the lost potential of our country kind of hurts. We are finally now just barely beginning to put our cities back together again. But it's a task that's turning out to be incredibly time-consuming and expensive. In Boston, it cost $15 billion and took 15 years of construction to bury the highway that had separated downtown from the North End since the 1950s. It was actually so difficult to pull off that it ended up being the single most expensive highway project in American history. People died in the process. But in fact, almost all of our dying cities are growing again. Even New Haven is seeing thousands of people added to its population number with every new census estimate. It's not much, but I think it's pretty clear that our generation cares about this issue a lot, and it's going to be on the horizon of our political landscape for a long time to come. Cities across the country are even seeing all-time lows for murders and shootings, including New York City, which so far in 2026 has a lower murder rate than the state of Ohio. And so while yes, many of our country's greatest cities were killed, while we did watch them slowly decay for the last 65 years while the rest of the world advanced, while we do have decades of progress to make up for, largely due to the vision of one singular, very racist and elitist man, we still must remember that no matter how much potential was lost in the past, we still do have our own future to build towards, and that's something we should all both be proud of and want to be a part of. I'm Philip. This has been Volksgeist. Thank you very much for watching. If you guys would like to catch Volksgeist on Spotify, all of our videos are now available there as well. I'll leave a link below. I'll see you all very soon.
Alright guys, I think that's the end of our show, potentially. Let me see here. I just want to see if this is... Yeah, that's not worth it. Alright guys, that's the end of our show tonight. Thank you all for tuning in. I will see you all tomorrow at... God, do we know? I guess C-SPAN would be the ones to tell us, right? We can check and see if there's anything else that we just missed on C-SPAN too. But I'm pretty sure we caught everything because I think everybody was just kind of quiet because of the funeral today. 28th. Boom, 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 boom. No. Wait, what is that? Who's that? No, that's not him. Okay. No. Yep, and that's it. All right. Okay. So tomorrow, let's see if we can see if they give us a schedule or not. Tomorrow, if not, I think it's 9 a.m. Where is it? Oh no, that's today. No schedule. All right. So potentially 9 a.m. tomorrow, but whenever they go live with the Fauci conversation with Mr. Rand Paul, that's when we will do it. Until then, guys, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Second largest live stream of all time. Until next time. Until tomorrow. Until tomorrow. Subscribe, do all that stuff. Get that fucking, like, 2-gun. Get that $4, you know, that thing. And...